Chapter 396, Give a Try. 4. The blacksmiths were stunned when they heard what the in-charge just said. Was the in-charge mad? He wanted a young girl to take over the task of forging the remnant ice sword. Yi Qingtang was also shocked by his request. Little girl, I know that you are talented in forging. To be honest, the remnant ice sword is required by Elder Mo of the internal inner sect. If you can help us with it, as the in-charge of the sword spirit workshop, I can promise you that the price of anything you want to forge in the future will reduce by 10 times. Yi Qingtang was not interested at first, but her eyes sparkled once she heard the words, reduce by 10 times. The price of forging in the sword spirit workshop was extremely high. If the price could be reduced by 10 times. Yi Qingtang was suddenly interested. She had not visited the sword spirit workshop again as she did not have enough Xianming points, and the price was too high to be affordable for her. Reduced by 10 times. In the future, she would only need to spend a few hundred Xianming points when she came for forging. The difference between a few hundred and a few thousand was insane. I'm not entirely confident, but if you need, I'll try. Yi Qingtang did not dare to promise, but she used the frost condensate water for cooling down before in her previous life. How dare you to try when you are not even confident? The blacksmiths were very dissatisfied. The in-charge stared at them before they could finish their words and said to Yi Qingtang, we don't have other methods now. Just try. At least it's better to wait for the sword to be damaged. In-charge, you can't let her try, okay means it's okay. Do you have other ways? The in-charge said coldly. The blacksmiths shut their mouths. They would not have discussed for so long if they had other ways. Are you sure? Yi Qingtang asked again. The in-charge immediately asked people to bring over a few buckets of frost condensate water to show his attitude. Okay, then I'll give a try. Yi Qingtang rolled up her sleeves and walked to the forging table. The blacksmiths stared at her fiercely. Yi Qingtang did not bother with them as she only thought of her 10 times discount. Please bring me some ice over, Yi Qingtang asked. Why do you need ice for? The in-charge was curious. Yi Qingtang smiled and said, you'll see later. The in-charge commanded people to bring ice over. Both the frost condensate water and the ice were ready. Yi Qingtang placed the red remnant ice sword into the frost condensate water. The thick frost condensate water immediately surrounded the sword, but it did not evaporate. However, the sword was still hot, and there was no sign of cooling down. Like I said, how can the frost condensate water cool down the sword? The blacksmith sneered. The in-charge also frowned and became skeptical. Yi Qingtang did not care about their discussion. She put a large amount of ice on the frost condensate water as the sword was surrounded completely by the frost condensate water. The frost condensate water was extremely hot now due to conduction, and so the ice placed melted immediately and turned into water vapor. Chapter 397, Think Highly of You. 1. Yi Qingtang continued to add ice cubes, and a strange scene played out before everyone's eyes. The temperature of the frost condensate dropped rapidly, and this heat loss was directly conducted to the remnant ice sword. As Yi Qingtang added ice cubes continuously, the redness of the remnant ice sword gradually faded. The in-charge widened his eyes. There's still such a move. Frost condensate was easily affected by the surrounding temperature but would not melt under high heat due to its special texture. When glued tightly on the remnant ice sword, it stably took the shape of the remnant ice sword, while the continuous addition of ice cubes would cause the temperature of the frost condensate to become extremely low. Then, this was directly used to cool the remnant ice sword. The few blacksmiths who looked down on Yi Qingtang previously were dumbfounded. Never had they expected there to be such a use for the frost condensate. Not only could this ensure that the remnant ice sword was not deformed, but it could also cool it gradually without breaking it. It was truly a flawless and perfect method. The few buckets of ice cubes were completely used up, and the remnant ice sword was completely cooled. Yi Qingtang touched the sword handle carefully. After realizing that it was icy cold, she stopped her actions and removed the remnant ice sword from the frozen condensate. It seems that it should be fine now. Yi Qingtang beamed as she looked at the remnant ice sword in her hand. She had to say that this sword was pretty good. After looking at it for a while, she handed it to the in-charge. The in-charge looked at the remnant ice sword in his hands with shock written in his eyes. He only lifted his head up quite some time later as he looked at Yi Qingtang with eyes full of praises. This girl did not just have amazing forging techniques, but even her skills were so dynamic. She was indeed so promising. The blacksmiths who grumbled about Yi Qingtang previously became mutes completely. Thinking back about their prior suspicions now, it was a burn on their faces. "Thank you," the in-charge came back to his senses and said earnestly. "If there's a need in the future, you can proceed according to my promise earlier in the Sword Spirit Workshop." Yi Qingtang nodded. This was what she wanted. The in-charge was speaking to Yi Qingtang, but in the secret chamber in the Sword Spirit Workshop, there were two figures standing quietly. Through a small window in the secret chamber, the elderly who witnessed Yi Qingtang forging a dagger watched Yi Qingtang and then turned slightly to look at the person beside him. "Elder Mo, what do you think of this girl?" There were traces of a smile in the elderly's tone. The person in the secret chamber with the elderly was the Internal Affairs Elder, Elder Mo. He was here for the remnant ice sword today but was dragged into the secret chamber by the elderly before the in-charge brought Yi Qingtang into the Sword Spirit Workshop. The entire process where Yi Qingtang used the frost condensate to forge the item fell into his eyes. "This is the Yi Qingtang whom you mentioned about previously?" Elder Mo said respectfully. The elderly nodded as he touched his mustache. There was a smile in his eyes. "That's right. This girl is young, but her forging skills are amazing. Even old Duan is full of praises towards her. Accepting such a pupil will not be a loss to you." The old Duan whom the elderly said was the in-charge of the Sword Spirit Workshop. There was hesitation on Elder Mo's face. The elderly chuckled after noting the hesitation on Elder Mo's face. "You're so devoted in cultivation, and naturally, you know the importance of weapons. If I don't remember wrongly, there are quite a few damaged weapons in your weapon chamber, aren't there?" Chapter 398, Think Highly of You, 2. It was a casual mention by the elderly, but Elder Mo's heart wavered. There were indeed many weapons that urgently required repair, but the grade of those swords was not low. In the Sword Spirit Workshop, only the warden had the skills to repair it, but he was not the only elder in Xianling sect. Other elders, as well, would request old Duan for help, and if he continued waiting just like that, God knows when would all his weapons be repaired. If he could have a blacksmith master to repair only his weapons. Elder Mo had this thought immediately, but he still wanted to test Yi Qingtang's forging skills. Elder Mo secretly ordered someone to bring a brocade box from his weapon chamber and then walked out of the secret chamber with the elderly. Yi Qingtang was held up by the warden for quite some time and was about to leave. However, before she could take a step, an aged voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Little girl, hold on." A smile entered the in-charge's eyes when he saw the people who came. Yi Qingtang turned around and saw the elderly from that day walking to her with a smile. There was a sage-like senior was beside him, and after seeing his face, Yi Qingtang could not help but be slightly startled. Internal Affairs Elder, Elder Mo? On the day of the inner sect assessment, Yi Qingtang once met Elder Mo when he returned. However, Elder Mo never noticed her presence then. "Greetings, Senior, Elder Mo." Yi Qingtang bowed calmly, though she still found the situation strange. "Little girl, I saw you cooling the remnant ice sword with frost condensate just now. Did you think of this method yourself?" The elderly had his hands behind him as he beamed at Yi Qingtang with friendly eyes. "Yes." Yi Qingtang replied. The elderly nodded in satisfaction and subsequently looked at Elder Mo, who remained silent beside him. Elder Mo happens to have an item that requires repair. "Since you're here, why don't you see whether you can help him?" The elderly said casually, but Yi Qingtang was a little taken aback when she heard it. She instinctively looked at the emotionless elder, utterly confused. In her previous life, Yi Qingtang had entered the inner sect before but had only heard of and never seen Elder Mo, who held a high position and great authority. She only knew that this Elder Mo was the highest skilled elder amongst all the elders and was only second to the Grand Elder and Sect Master. Moreover, the sect master and Grand Elder Long had the intention of allowing Elder Mo to succeed the position of sect master and to become the new sect master of Xianling sect. As expected, those few blacksmiths' faces turned extremely ugly after the elderly spoke. Although Yi Qingtang did use frost condensate to solve a difficult problem that they could not solve, this could not mean anything. They admitted that Yi Qingtang did know some forging techniques, but that was it. Now, the elderly actually asked that girl to help Elder Mo to repair his weapons in front of them blacksmiths. Was this not a slap in their faces? Could their skills be worse than an inner sect disciple? The blacksmiths were dissatisfied and looked at the in-charge, wanting to see his reaction to the matter. Yet, unexpectedly. Little girl, since Elder Mo need help, just give it a try. The in-charge did not even notice his workers' dissatisfied expressions and chimed in after seeing through the intentions of the elderly and Elder Mo. Chapter 399, Think Highly of You, 3, The blacksmiths lost their breaths instantly. Why was the in-charge muddled today? He was actually allowing her to play around? Yi Qingtang's eyeballs moved after hearing the in-charge. Her ultimate goal of coming to Xianling sect was to enter the mystic realm and obtain the Black Heaven water. In the inner sect, only the best disciples had the qualifications to enter the mystic realm. To be selected, disciples required the nomination of an inner sect elder on top of being highly skilled. Yi Qingtang did not have much interaction with the inner sect elders, and if she really wanted to enter the mystic realm, she must obtain the nomination of an inner sect elder. At that thought, Yi Qingtang was naturally glad to have this chance to come into contact with Elder Mo immediately. Yi Qingtang replied, I am willing to give it a try. The elderly laughed in satisfaction and then gave a look to Elder Mo. Elder Mo could tell that the elderly and the in-charge thought highly of Yi Qingtang. With both of them echoing each other, it was clear that they wanted him to accept this girl. Elder Mo still had reservations about Yi Qingtang's forging skills. After remaining silent for a while, he finally handed the brocade box that was over 1 meter long to Yi Qingtang. This is the Tower Sky Sword. It broke a long time ago. Tower Sky Sword? Yi Qingtang's brows were slightly raised. She received the box and opened it. Indeed, there was a broken sword lying in the box quietly. It was not difficult to repair a broken sword, but the sword body of the Tower Sky Sword was not straight and flat as ordinary swords. Thus, repairing it would not be easy. Otherwise, Elder Mo would not have been unable to repair it after dragging on for so long and even have no choice but to request the Sword Spirit Workshop to forge the remnant ice sword. Can you repair it? The elderly looked at the Tower Sky Sword and asked Yi Qingtang. Yi Qingtang flashed a smile. There shouldn't be any problem. Yi Qingtang's words caused the blacksmiths to have an indifferent expression. Wasn't this girl talking too big? Elder Mo had brought the Tower Sky Sword over many times, but even their in-charge did not have the confidence to repair the sword perfectly. Yet this young girl dared to talk big and say there was no problem. Perhaps she saw that this sword belonged to Elder Mo, so she was so hurried to curry favor with him. Such a person who was eager for quick success and instant benefits really displeased them. Elder Mo, similarly, had some suspicions to Yi Qingtang's assured reply but never expressed it and merely waited for Yi Qingtang's next step quietly. Yi Qingtang did not babble and placed the box on the anvil. There were many materials in the Sword Spirit Workshop today, and she naturally made the most out of them. The sword was Elder Mo's anyway, and so she used materials in the workshop lavishly without going soft. The blacksmiths watched Yi Qingtang move large quantities of materials over and were so anxious that their eyeballs almost popped out. What exactly is this girl doing? Don't fool around if you aren't adept at forging, all right. The blacksmiths beat their chests and stamped their feet, frustrated that they could not go up to stop Yi Qingtang from fooling around. However, the in-charge was already standing beside the elderly and watching her intently. Thus, the blacksmiths could only hold their tongues. All of them thought that the in-charge was not in his right mind today to actually let a disciple who only had little knowledge in forging to fool around here. Yi Qingtang completely ignored the knives-like stares of the blacksmiths as she melted the materials and started hammering. Chapter 400, In-Name Disciple, 1, Sparks Flew. The hammering sound pounded on everyone's mind. The few blacksmiths' lips twitched as they watched Yi Qingtang hammer carelessly. The Tower Sky Sword is a divine weapon. Does this girl's heart not ache when messing around with it? Elder Mo frowned slightly. If not for the fact that others could not repair the Tower Sky Sword, he would definitely not allow Yi Qingtang to act recklessly. Amongst everyone, only the elderly and the in-charge watched intently. Energetic, they came together and pointed at Yi Qingtang's actions while discussing relentlessly. This girl indeed has skills. This hammer was at the right spot. Seeing that Yi Qingtang flattened the blade with a hammer, Elder Mo's brows twitched, and he could only try his best to ignore the elderly's unceasing praises. As Yi Qingtang hammered, the originally broken blades merged with the melted materials. Upon seeing that the broken blade was slowly polished sharp, the blacksmiths, initially scornful, became increasingly shocked immediately. How could it be? Unknowingly, those blacksmiths straightened themselves, and they watched Yi Qingtang with full concentration. When Yi Qingtang was done polishing, she placed the Tower Sky Sword into the water to cool, and a sizzle could be heard. Yi Qingtang removed the Tower Sky Sword and drew a stroke with it. Water droplets scattered around as she danced with the sword, but everyone's eyes never left the Tower Sky Sword an inch. Really, repaired? The dumbfounded blacksmiths rubbed their eyes in disbelief. If they had not personally witnessed it, they would never believe that such a young little girl actually had the ability to repair the Tower Sky Sword that even the in-charge was unable to repair. After confirming that the Tower Sky Sword was finished repairing, Yi Qingtang wiped off the water and placed it back in the box before handing it back to Elder Mo. Your sword, Elder Mo. Astonishment flashed across Elder Mo's eyes. Looking at the flawless Tower Sky Sword in the box, he fell into a trance. The elderly at a side laughed. I really did not judge you wrongly, little girl. Your forging skills are amazing. Yi Qingtang smiled but did not claim any credit. She bowed to Elder Mo and the rest and was about to leave. However. Hold on. Elder Mo looked at the Tower Sky Sword in the box and hid the surprised expression in his eyes before turning to face Yi Qingtang. Do you have anything orders, Elder Mo? Yi Qingtang asked. Elder Mo watched the young girl before him. He had his doubts when conversing with the elderly earlier, but at that very instant, he witnessed her skills himself, and it verified that the elderly was not lying. He took a breather secretly and said, Yi Qingtang, I am willing to accept you as my in-name disciple. What do you think about it? Elder Mo's words brought the blacksmiths back to reality. The astonished expressions in their eyes were replaced with smiles as they looked at Yi Qingtang. Elder Mo had a rather high position amongst the inner sect elders, and being his disciple was unimaginable to many disciples. Although it was only an in-name disciple and not an official disciple, she would receive guidance from Elder Mo as an in-name disciple under him. With Elder Mo's state of cultivation, it was already an extremely great favor to obtain just a few words of guidance. This was an opportunity that others would not have no matter how they prayed. Even the in-charge and elderly had a smile in their eyes. Chapter 401, In-Name Disciple, 2. Yi Qingtang never expected Elder Mo to say that and was stunned there and then. Elder Mo wished to accept her as an in-name disciple? Yi Qingtang was dumbfounded. Everyone chuckled when they saw that Yi Qingtang was stunned. They thought that Yi Qingtang was surprised by this delightful event that fell from the sky and was too elated. Little did they know that. Yi Qingtang felt very complicated. She was aware that Elder Mo's state of cultivation in Xianling sect was very high, and his guidance was important to ordinary disciples. However, Yi Qingtang was a soul who had lived for 300 years. Although she did not have a spirit root in her previous life, she had cultivated for hundreds of years, and thus her martial arts attainments were simply not below that of others. Even for Elder Mo, whose skills were pretty good currently, there was nothing he knew that she did not, and even what she knew was probably more than Elder Mo. What she needed was merely time and the upgrading of her spirit root. As for becoming apprentice to a master, to Yi Qingtang, it was really not essential. However, looking at everyone's expression that read, what a good thing, accept it quickly, her heart was even more complicated. Elder Mo had already asked in public, and if she rejected straight up, it was not giving him face. Furthermore, she felt that Elder Mo had a pretty good character. Yi Qingtang pondered, if she really became Elder Mo's in-name disciple, when the mystic realm opened and her skills were higher, the possibility of Elder Mo nominating her would be greater. Then, Yi Qingtang did not think anything else any further. Anyway, she was not expecting Elder Mo to guide her on anything and only treated it as a preparation for entering the mystic realm in the future, plus going along with everyone's expectations. Bowing to Elder Mo, Yi Qingtang said, "It is my blessing to be able to gain Elder Mo's blessing. I am willing to be your disciple." Elder Mo nodded slightly. Yi Qingtang's reply was what he expected. For a disciple who just entered the inner sect, being able to gain an elder's recognition was naturally an extremely joyous matter. You must cultivate diligently in the future. Do not waste your youth. Yes. Yi Qingtang replied obediently. I still have something on. I'll leave first, Elder Mo told Yi Qingtang. When he saw the elderly who was grinning from ear to ear from the corner of his eye, he could only sigh helplessly. This person was really attentive to Yi Qingtang. Disciple sees master off, Yi Qingtang said. Elder Mo exited the sword spirit workshop immediately. Yi Qingtang wanted to leave as well but was suddenly blocked by the beaming elderly. Senior? Little girl, how does it feel to be Elder Mo's in-name disciple? The elderly smiled. Yi Qingtang was rather speechless but remained happy on her face. The elderly touched his mustache and chuckled. Little girl, I brought Elder Mo here for you. Shouldn't you thank me? Yi Qingtang was slightly taken aback. She still had not figured out who this elderly was. The in-charge and Elder Mo both were respectful to him, and this could not help but pique her curiosity on who this person was. Could it be the Grand Elder? This thought suddenly arose but was brushed away by Yi Qingtang. The Grand Elder was extremely mysterious, and even if he was related to the Sword Spirit Workshop, it was not to the extent for him to be here so frequently. Thank you, Senior. Yi Qingtang replied respectfully without overthinking. The senior nodded in satisfaction, though his eyes twinkled. Little girl, it is not enough to just mouth your thanks. Shouldn't you give some real thing? Afterward, he even winked at Yi Qingtang. Chapter 402, In-Name Disciple, 3, Yi Qingtang's lips twitched slightly. At this instant, she dared to confirm that the old imp before her was definitely not the prestigious and respectable Grand Elder. What do you wish to ask for, Senior? The elderly giggled. He suddenly took out a stack of blueprints from his space ring and pulled Yi Qingtang to the anvil by her wrist before spreading out the blueprint. There was a drawing of an extremely sophisticated crossbow. Little girl, I've had the blueprint of this daybreak crossbow for a long time and could not find anyone to forge it. I see that you're pretty gifted. Are you interested to study this with me and make the crossbow? If you can forge it, it can be considered that you've returned my favor, the elderly said excitedly. Yi Qingtang's expression stiffened. This old imp was prepared for this. Even if Yi Qingtang did not want to waste time on it, she was not in a position to say anything and could only brace herself. Since this is your wish, I am willing to try. Good, good, good. Come here. Let's see what materials are more suitable for this daybreak crossbow. After obtaining Yi Qingtang's promise, the elderly was like a child who gained a new toy and happily dragged Yi Qingtang to discuss. The blacksmiths at his side turned pale from shock, and they looked at the in-charge uniformly with nervousness filled in their eyes. In-charge, why are you still not doing anything? How could His Excellency play around with a disciple? However, the in-charge shook his head at them, hinting at them to not say anything. Only after that did those blacksmiths retreated silently. The in-charge looked at the elderly who was studying the daybreak crossbow together with Yi Qingtang and could not help but let out a laugh as he shook his head. Really? Since you admire Yi Qingtang so much, you could just make an exception and accept her as a disciple. Why must you persuade Elder Mo to accept her? However, reconsidering his identity, the in-charge felt it was better for Elder Mo to accept Yi Qingtang instead. Otherwise, even if she was just an in-name disciple, as long as she was accepted by this man, the entire Xianling sect would be startled. Speaking bluntly, the entire sword spirit workshop was built only because of this man's interest. In the world, perhaps not many would expect such a respectable person to actually be so infatuated with forging. Only an extremely few people knew about this. At that thought, the in-charge did not interrupt the elderly's interest and went on with his work after looking for a while. On the other side, the elderly was still selecting materials to forge the daybreak crossbow with Yi Qingtang. Then, the two of them began arguing. How about the black gold meteorite iron? The elderly suggested. He still could not get his mind off the dagger that Yi Qingtang forged with the black gold meteorite iron that day and wished that he could forge one as well. The corners of Yi Qingtang's lips twitched. This daybreak crossbow was not small and had an intricate design. If black gold meteorite iron were really used to forge the armament, it would waste quite an amount. You're really speaking loudly and speaking loudly. It's better to use Qingxian steel, Yi Qingtang said patiently. Yi Qingtang explained, but that elderly seemed to be smitten with black gold meteorite iron as he continued to mumble about it. No. We must use black gold meteorite iron. Disapproval was written all over the elderly's face. Yi Qingtang felt a headache. If you're so insistent on it, I have no choice as well. However, I can only back out from the forging subsequently. Although the black gold meteorite iron was good, it was not suitable for all weapons. The elderly was anxious after seeing how Yi Qingtang was going to quit the job and said immediately, Wait. Qingxian steel then Qingxian steel. Why are you so obstinate? Chapter 403, 3-Sect Competition, 1, Yi Qingtang finally sighed. Before Yi Qingtang could sigh fully, the elderly suddenly spoke. We can add spirit crystal powder into the Qingxian steel as well, right? Then, Yi Qingtang understood why the old imp was so insistent on the black gold meteorite iron. It must be that he saw the process of her forging the dagger and remembered her spirit crystals. Yes, Yi Qingtang replied helplessly. Qingxian steel it is then. The elderly ordered heartily. Yi Qingtang face-palmed quietly. Was it still too late for her to back out now? The truth had proved that it was too late for Yi Qingtang to back out even if she wanted to. For the entire afternoon, she was dragged around the sword spirit workshop by the elderly and did not do anything else other than forging the daybreak crossbow with him. Only after night fell could Yi Qingtang then desperately reject the elderly's request to continue forging, and she flew out the sword spirit workshop. The elderly could not help but sigh as he watched Yi Qingtang running away. The in-charge found the elderly's behavior funny yet did not dare to reveal it. Although Elder Mo accepted Yi Qingtang as his disciple, since she was an in-name disciple and not considered an official disciple, she did not need to offer incense and serve tea. This matter had not circulated in the inner sect. Yi Qingtang did not place this matter to heart. On usual days, she cultivated and did her missions as needed. She spent the Xianming points on the Spirit Consonance River and occasionally used the Quenching Flame Pill and Ice Skin Powder to speed up her cultivation. Gradually, her skills improved. However, while the cultivation method using Quenching Flame Pill and Ice Skin Powder was good, it could not be used for a long period of time. This method would be the most efficient only on the first time, and the effects would naturally decrease once the skills increased. Although the improvement would not be as shocking as before, the speed of cultivation was still faster than normal. However, the more one's skills improved, the more Yi Qingtang found the speed of cultivation to slow down. From the first stage of the second heaven to the second stage, Yi Qingtang spent one entire month to advance. Although this speed was a few times faster than normal disciples, it was still very slow to Yi Qingtang. Yi Qingtang noticed that if her spirit root did not continue to upgrade, her cultivation speed would probably become even slower. However, no matter what method she used in the few months, there was no trace of her spirit root upgrading. I must obtain the Black Heaven water. After meditation, Yi Qingtang calmed her heart, and the need for the Black Heaven water was increasingly clear. There were still 3 months to the start of the inner sect mystic realm. Although Yi Qingtang did have some fame in the inner sect after the life and death ring, there was still a distance away from being an elite disciple. To increase her position in the inner sect in 3 months, she had to find a suitable method. At that thought, Yi Qingtang recalled something immediately. In another half a month, it would be time for the 3-sect competition. This competition was among Xianling's sect and 2 other sects, which had been going on for many years. During the competition, the sects would send their own inner sect disciples, and elite disciples would not battle according to the rules. To Yi Qingtang, perhaps this was an opportunity. Xianling's sect had been suppressed for many years in the 3-sect competition. If she could participate in the 3-sect competition and achieve pretty good results, maybe she had a chance of becoming an elite disciple and thus obtain the chance to enter the mystic realm. Chapter 404, 3-Sect Competition, 2. Yi Qingtang stood up immediately at that thought. The people participating in the 3-sect competition were recommended by inner sect elders. If she wanted to go, she had to look for Elder Mo. In this 1 month, Elder Mo did summon Yi Qingtang twice, but it was for her to repair some weapons for him, though he did provide her some martial arts guidance as well. However, Yi Qingtang was already aware of whatever advice Elder Mo gave, and listening to it was not much help. At that time, Elder Mo was discussing the upcoming 3-sect competition with Elder Lin and other inner sect elders. In the past 10 years, we were always at a disadvantageous position in the competition with Qinglin sect and Wind Moon sect. This has affected the sect's glory. We must not be stuck in the same circumstance this year, an elder said in a serious tone. All the elders' faces were rather ugly after hearing that. Although the 3-sect competition was for the disciples to learn from each other on the surface, it was actually very violent in reality. Whether it was victory or defeat, it was extremely important to a sect's glory. Xianling's sect had been in the last place for 10 consecutive years, much to the dissatisfaction to the sect master and grand elder. If there was no improvement in their results this year, it would affect their reputation. The rules of the 3-sect competition is not advantageous to our sect. If our top disciples went for the battle, our Xianling sect would naturally have the confidence to achieve victory, another elder said with a frown. The rules were already laid down hundreds of years ago. Only outstanding inner sect disciples were allowed to battle, and all elite disciples were not allowed to participate. Even though we know it's not advantageous to our sect, these rules cannot be broken, Elder Mo said seriously. Xianling sect's elite disciples were not inferior to Qinglin sects and Wind Moon sects, and they could even defeat them by a margin. However, the rules of the 3-sect competition placed them in a perplexing situation. Elder Lin, do you have any suitable people in mind this year? An elder looked at Elder Lin. Elder Lin had accepted many talented disciples as his official disciple, and Ning Luo, a disciple under him, placed in the top 3 of Xianling's sect. Ning Luo was still young and had brilliant endowments, his future was limitless. However, it was a pity that Ning Luo had already become an elite disciple and was unable to participate in the 3-sect competition. Zhu Chang's condition is pretty good this year. I intend to promote him to an elite disciple this year. Before that, he will represent us in the 3-sect competition. There shouldn't be a problem, Elder Lin said. He was quite satisfied with his disciple, Zhu Chang'e. Zhu Chang'e? He isn't bad indeed. However, just to be sure, may the elders put more thought into choosing a suitable candidate to participate in the 3-sect competition this time? We must recover the sect's reputation. Of course. Oh right. Apart from the official disciples who will be battling, the sect master wants us to select some disciples who are worth training as reserves to head to the competition as well. Although they will not take part, they could also broaden their horizons. After a long discussion, the elders finally dispersed. Elder Mo returned to the elders' hall after the discussion. The moment he stepped in, he suddenly saw a tiny figure in the hall. Yi Qingtang? Greetings, master. Yi Qingtang had waited in the elders' hall for a long time and immediately bowed to Elder Mo when she saw him. Is there any matter? Elder Mo's mind was still on the 3-sect competition. As the internal affairs elder and the elder with the highest skills in the inner sect, he had to set an example. However, it was just that he was focused on cultivation and did not accept many disciples under him. More than that, most of his disciples were inner sect elites who could not participate in the 3-sect competition. Chapter 405, 3 Sect Competition. 3. I have a request to make. Yi Qingtang went directly to the point. Oh. What is it? Elder Mo fixed his eyes on Yi Qingtang. In this 1 month, although Yi Qingtang was an in-name disciple under him, she was low-key and never publicized it. She never harassed him on usual days and repaired his weapons very swiftly. With that, Elder Mo was rather satisfied with the disciple he just accepted, and thus his attitude towards Yi Qingtang was considered gentle. I wish to participate in the 3 Sect Competition. Yi Qingtang replied directly. Elder Mo's expression changed slightly as a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. You wish to participate in the 3 Sect Competition? Yes. Please give me a chance, Master, Yi Qingtang said firmly. She had to become an elite disciple and enter the mystic realm. The black heaven water in the mystic realm was what she needed the most. In her previous life, the black heaven water was obtained by Ning Luo in the mystic realm this year. Yi Qingtang was very aware that once she missed the chance this year, she would no longer have any fate with the black heaven water. Elder Mo looked at Yi Qingtang without saying anything. The 3 Sect Competition was of great significance to the sect. Yi Qingtang had only entered the inner sect for over 2 months, and the priority was to increase her skills. Just based on her credentials, she simply had no qualification to participate in the 3 Sect Competition. Yi Qingtang, you've only entered the inner sect for a short time. The 3 Sect Competition is significant to the sect. There's no need for you to be so anxious to participate in it this year. It was not that Elder Mo was making things difficult for Yi Qingtang intentionally, but he truly felt she was not suitable. Yi Qingtang's spirit root was only a red spirit root, which was too low. There was not much difference at the current stage, but the more her skills increased, the harder it would be for her to improve, making it difficult for her to attain a higher state of cultivation. Moreover, although her skills were considered pretty good amongst the new disciples, it was not outstanding. To Elder Mo, he admired Yi Qingtang's talent in forging more. Yi Qingtang, however, insisted. I only wish to participate in the 3 Sect Competition. Please permit it, Master. Elder Mo could not help but have a headache. If other disciples had such a request, he would reject them straight up without saying anything else. However, he was pretty satisfied with Yi Qingtang's performance in this 1 month, and since she was so persistent, it was not nice of him to reject so forcefully. You really wish to go to the 3 Sect Competition? Elder Mo asked again after a moment of silence. Yes. Yi Qingtang's gaze was firm. Elder Mo sighed lightly. Since you're so bent on it, I can allow you to. However, even if I permit you to go, you can only be a reserve disciple at most. Are you still willing? Previously, the sect master wanted them to select some disciples worth training to participate in the 3 Sect Competition as a reserve. This type of disciples usually would not need to battle and were merely there to widen their horizons. If Yi Qingtang really wanted to go, it was not impossible to give her the reserve position. Yi Qingtang's eyes twinkled, and she replied immediately. I am willing. Thank you for agreeing to my request, Master. Whether it was a reserve or whatnot, there was a chance as long as she could head to the 3 Sect Competition. Yi Qingtang would not let the slightest opportunity away. It is settled then. I will submit your name over. At that time, you can just go with the other selected disciples, Elder Mo said. Noted. I'll do as you say. Elder Mo sighed and then took out an esoteric book from his space ring and handed it to Yi Qingtang. Chapter 406, Xianyuan Pill, 1. Yi Qingtang's eyes brightened, but after seeing the words in the book, the light in her eyes extinguished instantly. What was written on the book was Moonlight Step Swordplay Technique. This Moonlight Step Swordplay Technique is a high-level technique of Xianling sect. If you can master it, it will be extremely powerful. However, this swordplay technique is extremely hard to train. If you cultivate for another 3 to 5 years diligently, you'll be able to understand some basics. Take this with you today. Elder Mo did his part as a master. Only a sparse number of disciples in the inner sect mastered this Moonlight Step swordplay technique. From this, one could imagine its difficulty level. When Yi Qingtang saw the Moonlight Step swordplay technique book, there was a subtle change in her expression. Moonlight Step swordplay technique. Wasn't this the swordplay technique she practiced so thoroughly in her previous life? The corners of Yi Qingtang's lips twitched, but looking at Elder Mo's behavior, it was inconvenient for her to express anything, and she could only accept it with feigned gratitude. Thank you, Master. Elder Mo nodded slightly and asked again. Do you have any other matters? No more. You can leave then. Elder Mo waved a hand. He was more or less helpless to Yi Qingtang's sudden request. It was a good thing that reserved disciples did not need to battle. Otherwise, he would probably not agree to her request either. With Elder Mo's words, joy filled Yi Qingtang, and she was ready to take her leave. Nonetheless, Elder Mo suddenly recalled something and called out to Yi Qingtang. Yi Qingtang, make a trip to the Sword Spirit Workshop today. The smile on her face froze for a moment. Sword Spirit Workshop. Over this period of time, she was almost allergic to those 3 words. After being dragged by the elderly to study the daybreak crossbow, the in-charge would directly pull her into the workshop and tie her to the elderly's side whenever she passed by, where she would be forced to continue forging the daybreak crossbow. Yi Qingtang almost died from such suffering. Helpless, she took a roundabout route now. However, never in a million times would Yi Qingtang expect Elder Mo to actually ask her to walk right into the trap. Yi Qingtang was overwhelmed with anguish as she glimpsed at Elder Mo with a strange expression which read, "How much money do you owe that elderly exactly?" Elder Mo was a little awkward from Yi Qingtang's gaze. He did not intend to concern himself with this matter, but His Excellency kept nagging about it and blamed him for not bothering his disciple. He was very helpless as well. Since Yi Qingtang happened to be here today, he treated it as merely giving her a task. No matter how unwilling Yi Qingtang was, she had no choice but to go to the Sword Spirit Workshop since Elder Mo personally asked her. After all, she just made a request to Elder Mo, and he had already agreed to it. If she did not give him face this time, it would really be courting death. I'll head over right now. Yi Qingtang sighed and left after bowing. Elder Mo watched Yi Qingtang's back view after making a prompt decision and was at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. With unwilling footsteps, she arrived at the Sword Spirit Workshop. The moment she reached the entrance, she saw that elderly strolling around the furnaces. When he noticed Yi Qingtang, his eyes brightened instantly. Wow, little girl. Why are you willing to come here today? The elderly beamed at Yi Qingtang. His smile was like that of a person whose crafty plot succeeded, and Yi Qingtang seriously had the urge to box him. Why was she here? Wouldn't he be clear? Yi Qingtang truly suspected that Elder Mo owed this elderly a lot of money. Otherwise, why would such a highly respected person betray his disciple? Chapter 407, Xianyuan Pill, 2. It is good that you're here. Take a look for me. This daybreak crossbow is already pretty much done with only some details left. Let's make use of these few days to finish forging it. The elderly completely ignored Yi Qingtang's resentful expression and cheerily pulled Yi Qingtang to look at the results of his effort. When Yi Qingtang heard, make use of these few days, she felt her mind explode. Senior, I don't think I'll have time in the next few days. Don't have time? You're deceiving me again. The elderly groaned unhappily. Yi Qingtang replied. I'm not deceiving you. I am participating in the 3-sect competition half a month later and will need to cultivate hard in the coming days. Otherwise, wouldn't I tarnish the sect's reputation in the 3-sect competition? Yi Qingtang was really afraid of this energetic elderly and could only use the sect's glory as an excuse. After he heard about the 3-sect competition, a surprised look flashed across the elderly's face. He scanned Yi Qingtang with eyes full of suspicion. Didn't you enter the inner sect for a few months only? Even if it's the 3-sect competition, it has nothing to do with you. Don't lie to me. I really am not. I am going there as a reserve. Reserve, the elderly was in thought as he swept a look at Yi Qingtang. You only entered the inner sect for not long, yet you're heading to the 3-sect competition, where outstanding disciples from the 3 sects would be present. Although they are not considered elites, they are all skillful. Why are you joining for nothing? Since I am a disciple of the sect, of course, I am willing to strive for the sect's glory. Yi Qingtang lied blatantly without guilt. The elderly raised a brow at Yi Qingtang. Oh, you're pretty ambitious? Of course. Hold it, I know that you're ambitious already. How about this? As long as you come here for 4 hours after your cultivation from now on, they'll give you a Xianyuan pill. What do you think? The elderly stroked his chin as he laid the conditions. Xianyuan pill? Yi Qingtang was startled. The Xianyuan pill was a master-grade pill which was extremely beneficial in cleansing one's spirit energy and increasing one's skills. However, this pill was difficult to refine, and its ingredients were even more difficult to obtain. Even if Yi Qingtang knew how to refine it, she could not gather the ingredients. Never had she expected that this seemingly scheming old imp would actually have a Xianyuan pill. You can't be lying to me, right? You have the Xianyuan pill? Yi Qingtang looked at the elderly suspiciously. The elderly immediately narrowed his eyes. Little girl, how dare you doubt me? Then, the elderly waved for the in-charge to come over and pointed to Yi Qingtang. Tell her whether I have the Xianyuan pill. The in-charge was busy forging and was confused after being called over suddenly, completely at a loss why the Xianyuan pill was brought into question. Girl, he has the Xianyuan pill indeed. The elderly placed his hands on his hips and snorted. He gave Yi Qingtang a proud look. Yi Qingtang was silent. How about it? Do you agree? 4 hours a day in exchange for 1 Xianyuan pill. Little girl, not everyone can earn such a huge bargain, the elderly said. The in-charge finally understood what was going on. After hearing that the elderly actually wanted to give Yi Qingtang a Xianyuan pill, his eyes almost popped out. You're too generous. Such an exorbitant Xianyuan pill to be given out just like that? The in-charge could only feel his heart bleed. Chapter 408, Xianyuan Pill, 3, Yi Qingtang found it pretty strange as well. A casual Xianyuan pill that this elderly took out was already a master-grade pill. However, since she could gain a bargain, obviously, she would be easier to talk to. Alright, I'll promise you. However, you must give me the Xianyuan pill first. You're still pretty smart, the elderly looked at Yi Qingtang and said. I will give it to you. I won't lie to you. I'll send someone to bring the Xianyuan pill over. Come look at the daybreak crossbow with me first. The elderly returned back to the topic of forging after just a few sentences. Sure, senior. Yi Qingtang immediately became obedient. Stop calling me senior already. It's annoying to hear. My surname is Wu. You can just call me Venerable Wu from now on, the elderly said. Yes, Venerable Wu. Yi Qingtang replied very obediently. Venerable Wu nodded in satisfaction then and dragged Yi Qingtang into the forging room without wasting any time. After witnessing everything, the in-charge became extremely amused as he watched Venerable Wu drag Yi Qingtang away. In-charge, is it really suitable for His Excellency to do this? The blacksmith aside swallowed his saliva. Xianyuan pill was a treasure, but it was to be exchanged for 4 hours of this girl's time every day? The in-charge returned to his senses and was a little helpless. Don't worry. If you want it, then increase your own forging skills. If you had that girl's abilities, perhaps even you would have a share of the Xianyuan pill. The blacksmith scurried back to his position immediately after being stifled by the in-charge's words. After watching Yi Qingtang repair the tower sky sword, he clearly recognized the difference in forging skills between him and Yi Qingtang no matter how unwilling he was. How was there any comparability? According to the agreement, Venerable Wu sent someone to deliver the Xianyuan pill before Yi Qingtang left. Yi Qingtang was in an uplifted mood after obtaining the Xianyuan pill. This pill was a treasure that others would not be able to buy with money. With this, she was more confident in the 3-sect competition half a month later. She was at stage 2 of the second heaven right now. Relying on this Xianyuan pill, she should be able to break through to stage 3 of the second heaven in the coming half a month. Everything was very successful, but only the silver wolf was missing. Yi Qingtang ordered Ni Shang and Fei Ying to search for a long time, but their search was to no avail. No matter how regretful she was, she could only suppress it temporarily and hope that the silver wolf would return someday. Yi Qingtang cultivated diligently every day, and her diligence influenced Ni Shang and Fei Ying. This two little fellows cultivated with all their might, afraid that the previous incident would repeat once again. Days passed. In the blink of an eye, it was the 3-sect competition. On the day to leave, Yi Qingtang arrived as scheduled and unexpectedly saw the Blood Moon sect elder in the team. The Blood Moon sect elder stood in the team with an impatient expression. When he saw Yi Qingtang walking to his side, a chill ran down his spine. "Why are you here?" Yi Qingtang looked at the Blood Moon sect elder curiously. She was occupied with cultivation in the past few days and had no time to control him. Unexpectedly, he was actually on the team as well. The Blood Moon sect elder fixed his emotions. "Why am I here? Isn't it all because that elder Qin wants me to participate in the 3-sect competition?" The Blood Moon sect elder was accepted into the inner sect as an exception because of his competence on arrays. Elder Qin valued him and provided him much guidance on usual days. The Blood Moon sect elder could not be bothered to bullshit with Elder Qin and thus answered him eloquently, wanting to end it as early as possible. Yet, unexpectedly, his performance won Elder Qin's favor even more and directly submitted his name for the 3-sect competition. Chapter 409, Drifting Cloud Island, 1. The Blood Moon sect elder was extremely aggrieved. What had the stupid competition between the sects got to do with him? Why had the revolving soul orb that Yi Qingtang gave to Elder Qin not exploded? Hurry up and explode and kill that annoying Elder Qin. Yi Qingtang looked at the Blood Moon sect elder's unwilling expression and thought it was funny. Thinking about it, it was true though. He was a mighty Blood Moon sect elder yet was trapped in the sect right now and still had to participate in a competition between sect disciples. If this was circulated, everyone's jaws would probably drop. Yi Qingtang joined the team as a reserve this time, so she did not need to be overly nervous. Rather, the Blood Moon sect elder was sent by the Array faction to officially participate in the competition and was summoned by the warden leading the team to listen to instructions. This competition was very important to Xianling sect. It had been dormant for 10 years, and whether they could rise was dependent on the 3-sect competition. This trip was led by Elder Mo and Elder Lin, as well as the other 3 elders of the Fist faction, Array faction, and Herbal faction. Together, all of them headed to Drifting Cloud Island where the 3-sect competition was held. The Drifting Cloud Island was situated above the ocean and enveloped in the clouds. People who were not from the 3 sects would be unable to find this place. 1,000 years ago, Drifting Cloud Island had rich spirit energy and could be said to be the sacred land for cultivation. The owner of the island once opened the island to the public for many powerful figures to cultivate there. Throughout the 1,000 years, the spirit energy on Drifting Cloud Island remained to be contended by sect disciples. All the sects wished to send their disciples to cultivate on the island, and there was no lack of traces of struggle amongst the sections. To prevent the island from being ruined in the battles, the owner of the island made an agreement with the 3 most powerful sects in the battle that year to turn the endless fights into a competition, where the sect in the first place could send 10 disciples to the island. The second-place winner had a quota of 5 people while the sect in the last place would have no fate with the spirit energy on the island. The 3 sects had no objection to this rule when it was laid. Throughout hundreds of years, the sects had each been the champion and sent many disciples to the island, where the skills of those disciples who cultivated on the island improved by leaps and bounds. However, there was a change in this situation of balance in the last 100 years. The people from Xianling sect rowed a cloud boat and passed by the horizon, heading towards the legendary Drifting Cloud Island. Initially, Xianling sect's skills were not considered weak amongst the 3 sections. Since the rules of the 3-sect competition was fixed, Xianling sect had sent nearly 100 disciples to the Drifting Cloud Island as well. However, in the last 100 years, it seemed that our sect never sent any disciple anymore. A disciple mumbled as he watched the lingering clouds around him. "It can't be. Why did it become this way? It was the first time that this disciple participated in the three-sect competition, and curiosity arose within him. Wind Moon sect has always been powerful, while Qinglin sect used to be weak. However, Qinglin sect earned the support of the Yunshao sect 100 years ago, and their abilities improved greatly in this 100 years. They were originally placed at the bottom but had chased up now. Yunshao sect? The Xianling sect disciples had a shocked expression after hearing the two words. Although Xianling sect and Yunshao sect were both sects, there was a world of differences between them. Even if one was an elite disciple in the inner sect of Xianling sect, he or she was at most an outer sect disciple in Xianling sect, and entering the inner sect was completely impossible. Chapter 410, Drifting Cloud Island, 2, Yunshao sect. That is one of the super sects. I didn't think that Qinglin sect would have the luck to earn the favor of a super sect. Envy filled the disciples. There were numerous treasures in a sect, and the Yunshao sect was all the more so one of the super sects, which were above normal sections. Many of the mighty figures on earth were from Yunshao sect. As everyone was engaged in the discussion, Yi Qingtang's expression sharpened slightly. To others, Yunshao sect shone with boundless radiance, but to her, it was a bottomless chasm. Currently, Yi Yu was the official disciple of the Yunshao sect master. Yi Qingtang was clearly aware of the gap between Xianling sect and Yunshao sect. She had been cultivating desperately merely to close the gap between Yi Yu and her, and entering Xianling sect was to obtain the Black Heaven water. However, to truly possess the strength to fight Yi Yu, it was impossible to simply rely on the Xianling sect only. Yi Qingtang already had a plan in mind, and now, she only needed to gradually walk down this path of revenge. You seem to be a little interested in that Yunshao sect? The Blood Moon sect elder beside Yi Qingtang sharply sensed the change in Yi Qingtang's expression. Why did this girl's eyes become this sharp after hearing the words Yunshao sect? Yi Qingtang looked at the Blood Moon sect elder and said, "You are the one who is interested, aren't you? Wasn't Blood Moon sect annihilated by the combined effort of many super sects that year? If I remember correctly, wasn't Yunshao sect also one of the forces who wiped out your Blood Moon sect?" The Blood Moon sect elder originally wanted to fish some answers out from Yi Qingtang, yet his face froze because of Yi Qingtang's words. The elder who led the troops in the battle against Yunshao sect back then was not me. Furthermore, if the super sects had not shamelessly attacked with combined forces, which of them is the Blood Moon sect's opponent if they fought alone? A group of despicable and lowly people. So much for calling themselves righteous sections. The Blood Moon sect elder clearly disliked the super sects who were at the tip of the pyramid as he spoke of them disdainfully. Yi Qingtang supported her chin with an arm without continuing the Blood Moon sect elder's words. The Blood Moon sect was annihilated back then because of the combined forces of the first-class super sects, which included Yunshao sect, where mighty figures in the world were recruited to encircle and suppress the Blood Moon sect. Regarding his past enemy, it would be weird if the Blood Moon sect elder had a good attitude. Passing by layers of clouds, an emerald island gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. The chattering disciples noticed the drifting cloud island not far away, and their eyes twinkled. Rumor has it that the drifting cloud island is covered with holy light, and I initially thought it was fake. I never thought that there really would be holy light. Drifting Cloud Island was surrounded with holy light and surging with spirit energy, attracting all the disciples' attention. The elders said it already. If we can achieve good results for Xianling sect this year, we will have a chance to cultivate on the island. If I could cultivate on the island for about a year, how good would it be? As everyone wished enviously, the cloud boat had already reached the island and slowly descended at the designated location. It was only when they reached the island did they realize that the supposed drifting cloud island was not sitting on water. The island was actually 100 meters away from the surface of the ocean. Looking down from the island, one could see the waves of the sea slowly passing by from 100 meters below. All the disciples' eyes shone as the sight before them was a novelty. Just standing on the drifting cloud island, they already sensed rich spirit energy embracing them as though their entire body was nourished in the immense spirit energy. Chapter 411, Drifting Cloud Island, 3, Yi Qingtang took a deep breath. She only heard rumors about the drifting cloud island in her previous life and had no fate to come to the island. Unexpectedly, the spirit energy on the island was actually about the same as in the Spirit Consonance River. Standing here for a while was akin to being soaked in the Spirit Consonance River. No wonder inner sect disciples eagerly fought for a place as a reserve even though they could not participate in the match in her previous life. Over the course of the 3-sect competition, they could remain on the drifting cloud island for a few days, where they earned a few days of spirit energy nourishment without needing to do anything. The owner of the drifting cloud island had already sent people to receive the disciples from the 3 sections. After approaching the islander, Elder Mo, and the rest headed to the main venue of the 3-sect competition under that islander's lead. This drifting cloud island is pretty interesting. The Blood Moon sect elder scanned the island. It was rare that he was satisfied with the place. Yi Qingtang did not reply to him and merely looked past the forest on the island. When she looked at a cliff on the island, a figure suddenly flashed past from the cliff. Yi Qingtang saw a slight trace of the person but was a little taken aback by what she saw. Musu. Confusion unveiled in her eyes. Why did she feel that the person on the cliff just now looked similar to the Musu, the city lord of Fallen Star City? However, that figure disappeared too quickly, and even if Yi Qingtang wished to confirm it another time, there no longer was a chance to. Yi Qingtang swept the confusion in her heart away. Fallen Stars City was extremely far away from Drifting Cloud Island, and she had never heard that Mu Su had any relations to Drifting Cloud Island. Furthermore, Yi Qingtang was not bothered whether or not Mu Su was on the Drifting Cloud Island. Who she was truly concerned of was the person behind Mu Su, Han Sungming. Thinking of that palace lord of Antiquity Palace, Yi Qingtang felt goosebumps all over as her eyes uncontrollably landed on the ring that was forced on her finger. Up until now, Yi Qingtang's heart still quivered whenever she recalled the shocking words that a certain someone said that night in the Spirit Condensation Mountain village. She tried to pull the ring on her finger off many times, but it was as though the ring was glued on her finger and did not budge at all. She could not possibly chop her hand off. Perhaps I saw wrongly. Yi Qingtang comforted herself. The Palace Lord of Antiquity Palace should not be so free to stroll on the Drifting Cloud Island. On the other side, Mu Su was standing on the cliff of Drifting Cloud Island watching the people in Xianling sect uniforms enter the island slowly. Once he caught sight of that familiar figure, astonishment flashed past his eyes, and he immediately darted off, disappearing from the cliff without a trace. Your Highness. Mu Su swiftly reached a cavern hidden in the dense forest at the bottom of the mountain. There was a grotto heaven in that cavern which was just like a small-sized palace. A wide jade stage was in the center of that palace. On the jade stage, a pallid Han Sungming was sitting cross-legged. Han Sungming looked up slightly. His good-looking face was, however, a few shades paler at that instant. Glaring streaks of blood flowed down from his forehead to his collar. Your Highness, I saw the Xianling sect team entering the Drifting Cloud Island just now, and Lady Yi is also in the team. Mu Su kneeled on a knee and reported everything he saw to Han Sungming. There was not a slight trace of emotion on Han Kangming's face. His pale lips closed as a faint look of surprise flashed across his eyes quietly. Chapter 412, Drifting Cloud Island, 4. Subsequently, Han Sungming did not say anything as he shut his eyes and calmed his mind. There was worry in Mu Su's eyes when he saw Han Kangming's reaction, but he could only retreat to a side silently without disturbing Han Sungming in his meditation. His Highness' condition seems to be even worse. Anxiety filled Mu Su. After losing the suppression of the heart of the demon god, the surging aura of the evil in the world invaded Han Kangming's body continuously. Even though he possessed such godly powers, without the suppression of the heart of the demon god, the overbearing powers were not what any human body could contain. His Highness stayed beside Lady Yi as a silver wolf previously and could more or less use the heart of the demon god to suppress the aura of the evil in his body. However, Lady Yi often went out on missions, and although His Highness could follow nearby from a distance away, it was still unable to suppress the overactive aura of the evil. If this went on, he was afraid that His Highness' body would no longer be able to accommodate this powerful force. If His Highness even used a little energy to turn into a silver wolf now, his body would probably shatter. It was impossible to even go to Lady Yi already. Now, his condition could only be stabilized by making use of the spirit energy on Drifting Cloud Island, though it was still unknown how long this method could sustain for. I still have to think of a way to let His Highness stay beside Lady Yi more often. Mu Su was rather frustrated. Staying beside Yi Qingtang as a silver wolf was simply not a long-term plan. However, he always felt that Lady Yi seemed to be very afraid of His Highness. At the Spirit Condensation Mountain Village the other time, His Highness already requested Lady Yi to marry him, but her reaction was really. Mu Su sighed secretly. He was extremely worried about His Highness' condition. When they were unaware of the location of the heart of the demon god, His Highness spent most of the time on Drifting Cloud Island to suppress the aura of the evil and would only be out once in a while. Yet, now that the heart of the demon god was found, they could not retrieve it immediately. Just thinking about it, Mu Su felt that it was as though he had a mouthful of blood that would never disappear completely. I don't know if His Highness' condition would improve with Lady Yi on Drifting Cloud Island as well. If it does improve, maybe he can even use this chance to develop his relationship with Lady Yi. At that thought, Mu Su looked at Han Sungming, who was seated on the jade stage. When he saw the blaring streaks of blood on Han Kangming's neck, he was even more anxious. Mu Su was filled with worry on this side, and on the other, the Xianling sect people were already led to the main venue of the three-sect competition. Disciples from the other two sects were already gathered at the wide court. Elder Du, I heard that you accepted an official disciple with extremely high talent. Do you intend on sending him out this year? An elder from Qinglin sect asked a Wind Moon sect elder with a smile. The Wind Moon sect elder replied. Qingyu is still young. I brought him this year only to accumulate experience. I don't intend to send him out. That's a pity then. I was pretty shocked when I heard that Shen Qingyu entered your Wind Moon sect. That child has been very gifted since young. I still intended to accept him as a disciple previously, but Elder Du beat me to it. Coming to think of it, he will ultimately display his skills in the three-sect competition. I will be really expectant at that time, the Qinglin sect elder said cheerfully. You're too polite, Elder Qian. You already have such an excellent and unrivaled disciple, Fu Lingtian. There's no need to be bothered by anything else, said the Wind Moon sect elder. Chapter 413, Oddity, 1, Lingtian should become an elite disciple at the end of this year. This is the last time that he will be participating in the three-sect competition. I initially wanted to watch him and Shen Qingyu spar, but I guess there's no chance to this year, the Qinglin sect elder said with a smile. Although he was exchanging polite words with the Wind Moon sect elder, there was smugness in his tone. His disciple, Fu Lingtian, topped the three-sect competition for 3 consecutive years, and his skills were not to be belittled on. The Wind Moon sect elder smiled as he chided the Qinglin sect elder for being shameless in his heart. Fu Lingtian clearly had the qualification to become an elite disciple in Qinglin sect since a long time ago, but the Qinglin sect elder delayed it by a year in order to let him participate in the three-sect competition for another year. The Qinglin sect elder still wished for Fu Lingtian and Shen Qingyu to spar. While Shen Qingyu was very gifted, he was still young and was merely 12 years old this year. How could he spar with Fu Lingtian, who placed first for 3 consecutive years? As the two sect elders tested each other through their conversation, the people from Xianling sect walked over. Elder Du, Elder Qian, greeted Elder Mo, the leader of the Xianling sect elders. Elder Mo. Elder Du nodded slightly. Elder Qian swept a glance across the Xianling sect team and said, Elder Mo, the people participating in the three-sect competition this year from Xianling sect seem to be the same. Elder Mo did not say anything, and the elders behind him had a rather ugly expression. The three-sect competition will officially begin tomorrow. I still need to instruct the disciples and will not accompany you all anymore. I'll take a leave first. Elder Qian lifted a hand to signal and left. Elder Du left soon after as well. As the elders from the two sects who were initially chatting happily left, the faces of Elder Mo and the rest who were still standing there turned dull. Yi Qingtang followed the other disciples into the court, and her brows were furrowed slightly when she saw the Qinglin sect and Wind Moon sect elders leaving after greeting the Xianling sect elders perfunctorily. Witnessing the sight, the other Xianling sect disciples similarly did not feel good. In the recent 100 years, Xianling sect barely had any achievements in the three-sect competition, where the top disciple was mostly from the Wind Moon sect and the Qinglin sect. Currently, Qinglin sect's fame gradually increased due to Yunxiao sect's support, and with Wind Moon sect, it was a fight between two tigers. Rather, it was Xianling sect which seemed to be absent from the battle. Why do I find the person that the two sect elders mentioned a little familiar? A Xianling sect disciple asked curiously. Why wouldn't it be? That Fu Lingtian topped the three-sect competition for 3 years consecutively. It is said that he is extremely talented, and his comprehension abilities are very strong. I didn't know that he would still be here this year. I heard of that Xinqingyu before. It is said that he is a blue spirit root. Although he is only about 12 or 13, he is extremely tough, and Elder Du from the Wind Moon sect babied him a lot. He is still young now though. I reckon that in at most 3 to 4 years, we should be able to see him on the ring of the three-sect competition. Blue spirit root? Are you for real? In this day and age, a blue spirit root is extremely rare. I've never heard of many people who have it. In our sect, the highest grade spirit root seems to only be a green spirit root. Obviously. Do you think that blue spirit roots are carrots and vegetables that can be found all over the ground? Let me tell you, at the beginning of this year, the sect master of the Yunxiao sect personally accepted a person with a blue spirit root as his official disciple. The disciples gasped upon hearing the information. The person had a blue spirit root and was even favored by the sect master of a super sect. Even if one used their bum to think, it was obvious that the disciple accepted by Yunxiao sect master would become extremely powerful in no time. Chapter 414, Oddity, 2. Apart from those famous powerful figures, the number of people in the younger generation who possess a blue spirit root could be counted with just a hand. Ah, that seems to be Xinqingyu. A sharp-eyed disciple noticed a shy young boy with delicate features in the crowd of Wind Moon sect people and pointed towards him. A cold glint flashed across Yi Qingtang's eyes after listening to the Yunxiao sect rumors from aside. She looked in the direction that the person was pointing to. Yi Qingtang was stunned from this look. Wasn't the young boy who was standing amongst the Wind Moon sect disciples the little guy she met in Deer City that day? Back then, Yi Qingtang could tell that he was very gifted but had too little experience and was very pure. Yet, unexpectedly, he actually had such a powerful background. Isn't this, that little imp? The Blood Moon sect elder beside Yi Qingtang took a look and identified Xinqingyu in an instant. Was this not the little boy whose body he wanted to take over? He already knew that this boy's endowments were extremely stunning that time, and his body was the most suitable for the Blood Moon sect elder to take over. However, Yi Qingtang foiled his plans in the end and forcefully stuffed him into Zhou Chu's lousy body. If he had seized Xinqingyu's body back then, his current skills would probably be better than Yi Qingtang. At that thought, the Blood Moon sect elder could not help but throw Yi Qingtang a resentful look. This darn girl was clearly born to jinx him. If he had not met her in Deer City, he would probably be living the life somewhere a long time ago. Why would he still need to be cooped in a sect and suffer the restraint of a group of people from the righteous sects? The more the Blood Moon sect elder thought about it, the more infuriated he was, and he could not stop himself from shooting a glare at Yi Qingtang. Yi Qingtang raised a brow as she tapped on the demonic blood sword casually. A chill ran down the Blood Moon sect elder's spine, and his face immediately froze. Shameless. If he could not defeat her, he would not let himself be bullied like this. What could the Blood Moon sect elder do though? Even if he was already burning with hatred, he did not dare to show it on his face at all and could only smile at Yi Qingtang awkwardly. Yi Qingtang looked away. Then, the other Xianling sect disciples were suddenly looking at a tall and good-looking disciple in the Qinglin sect team. In the group of Qinglin sect people, the disciple's position was clearly different from that of others, and even the Qinglin sect elders smiled at him. Fu Lingxian's condition this year seems to be even better than last year. This fellow clearly could be promoted as an elite disciple of Qinglin's sect but just had to participate in the 3-sect competition with us. The Xianling sect disciples were moodier the more they thought about it. It was not that their skills were bad, but Fu Lingtian was truly powerful. In the past few years, as long as he was present, the disciples from other sects did not need to think about being the champion of the 3-sect competition. The disciples who were officially participating in the competition felt their blood freeze just by looking at Fu Lingtian. Yi Qingtang took a look as well. Fu Lingtian had a striking appearance, and it was no wonder Qinglin's sect valued him this much. The Blood Moon sect elder followed Yi Qingtang's gaze and looked over as well, but this caused his brows to furrow unconsciously. This fellow is a little strange. Why? Yi Qingtang looked over. She initially thought that the Blood Moon sect elder wanted to take over Fu Lingtian's body after seeing that he had good endowments, but when she looked at the odd expression on the Blood Moon sect elder's face, she faintly sensed that something was off. Chapter 415, Oddity, 3. The Blood Moon sect elder was not in a hurry to reply. He tapped his chin with a frown as he repeatedly scanned Fu Lingtian's body with sharp eyes, seeming to be searching for something. A moment later, shock filled the Blood Moon sect elder's eyes, and he immediately spoke softly. Why does this fellow have the aura of my Blood Moon sect? Aura of the Blood Moon sect? What do you mean by that? Yi Qingtang asked. The Blood Moon sect elder scanned the surroundings. After ensuring that other disciples were a distance away from them and would not be able to hear him, he replied in a hushed voice. The cultivation technique of the Blood Moon sect has a distinctive color of its own that other powers would not be able to imitate. Anyone who cultivated my sect's cultivation technique would faintly exude an aura of the evil spirit. Others may not be able to see this evil aura, and only we Blood Moon sect people would be able to tell. I see that this Fu Lingtian is faintly exuding a bit of the air of an evil spirit. Why wouldn't it be strange? The Blood Moon sect elder thought it was weird. Qinglin's sect was a righteous sect, and the cultivation techniques were mostly based on the vital energy. It was utterly impossible for a disciple to possess an aura of the evil spirit, which was produced from evil cultivation techniques. There was doubt in Yi Qingtang's eyes. She had never cultivated the Blood Moon sect's evil cultivation techniques and naturally could not see the so-called aura of the evil spirit. However, wasn't it up to what the Blood Moon sect elder said as to whether this thing really existed? What is this expression that you're looking at me with? I did not lie to you. I just find it odd myself. The Blood Moon sect elder huffed, displeased to be stared by Yi Qingtang in suspicion. You have such a notorious record. Who can you blame? Yi Qingtang raised a brow. The Blood Moon sect elder was speechless by her words but truly felt that he was maligned this time. Darn girl, I'm really not lying to you this time. Who knows? Maybe this supposed Fu Lingtian was also seized by a resurrected member of my sect. If you don't believe me, I can just find a chance to test him later, and we will know, the Blood Moon sect elder uttered seriously. The Blood Moon sect had been annihilated for a long time, and their cultivation techniques were long lost along with the annihilation of the sect. Not mentioning the disciples of righteous sects, even other forces would absolutely not be able to understand the cultivation techniques of their sect. The Blood Moon sect elder had a greedy thought. If Fu Lingtian was really seized by a member of the Blood Moon sect, he would have found a partner. Moreover, he heard that Fu Lingtian's skills were powerful, and should they really be from the Blood Moon sect, he could use Fu Lingtian to get rid of Yi Qingtang. However, the Blood Moon sect elder did not dare to let Yi Qingtang see through this thought of his. Yi Qingtang looked at the Blood Moon sect elder doubtfully and sensed that there was something fishy about what this old fellow was thinking of. However, she did not say anything and kept this curiosity inside her. If Fu Lingtian was related to the Blood Moon sect, then the 3-sect competition this time would probably not be as simple as expected. After all, the Blood Moon sect had many cultivation techniques using one's internal strength. While Yi Qingtang had the confidence to make herself conspicuous in this competition based on her skills, she would have to be more careful if the opponent was a person seized by a member of the Blood Moon sect. You better be obedient this time or else, Yi Qingtang chuckled as she casually clenched her knuckles, which set off a cracking sound. The back of the Blood Moon sect elder turned cold, though he had a sincere expression on his face. "Don't worry. I will definitely be obedient this time." After hearing what the Blood Moon sect elder said, she did not say anything else and decided to find a chance to spy on Fu Lingtian before the competition. Chapter 416, Oddity 4. The official competition would begin the next day. The disciples from the three sects were led to their temporary area of residence by the Drifting Cloud Island servants. In this trip, Yi Qingtang was the only female disciple from Xianling's sect, and thus she was individually allocated to a room. The islanders of Drifting Cloud Island provided meals for the disciples on time. Time ticked by, and the day darkened. Yi Qingtang had just finished washing up and was ready to sleep, but there was suddenly a knock on her door. Opening the door, she was greeted by the Blood Moon sect elder. "I saw Fu Lingtian from Qinglin's sect leaving his room just now. He went out alone. This is a chance. How about we follow him and take a look?" The Blood Moon sect elder asked quietly. Fu Lingtian was always with the other Qinglin sect disciples throughout the day, and the Blood Moon sect elder could not find a suitable opportunity to interact with him one-on-one despite tailing him for a long time. Now that he saw Fu Lingtian leaving his room by himself, the thought immediately struck him. Yi Qingtang looked speechlessly at the Blood Moon sect elder, who was burning with eagerness. Looking up at the night sky, she eventually nodded in agreement. It was already dark then, and the competition would begin tomorrow. After days of journeying, the sect's disciples had already slept to recuperate and build up their energy in preparation for the big match the following day. When Yi Qingtang and the Blood Moon sect elder left the room, the island was dead silent, and not a single soul was in sight. "Are you certain that you saw Fu Lingtian leave his room alone?" Seeing the empty surroundings, she looked at the Blood Moon sect elder rather distrustfully. "Believe me this time. I really saw it. He headed to the east of the island." The Blood Moon sect elder almost pointed to the sky and swore. Yi Qingtang headed to the east of Drifting Cloud Island along with the Blood Moon sect elder doubtfully. When they reached a forest in the east side, they saw Fu Lingtian, who was walking along the island's borders alone. In the dark night, Fu Lingtian stood at the borders of Drifting Cloud Island by himself. He looked up at the sky, seeming to be looking at the stars that dotted the sky. "I told you I wasn't lying. Wait here, I'll go and test him now." Joy filled the Blood Moon sect elder when he caught sight of Fu Lingtian, and he immediately wanted to test the waters. But just as the Blood Moon sect elder was about to walk up, a wild gust of wind suddenly blew from the sky. Yi Qingtang looked towards the sky instinctively, where an enormous shadow emerged in the air and floated towards where Fu Lingtian was. Almost instantly, Yi Qingtang pulled the Blood Moon sect elder back and hid in the forest. "Someone's there," Yi Qingtang said in a hushed voice. She could astutely sense a powerful aura mixed in that gust of strong wind. The Blood Moon sect elder did not dare to step up and decisively hid in the forest with Yi Qingtang. As they hid themselves, a giant figure wrapped in light neared Drifting Cloud Island rapidly. When the light was near the borders of Drifting Cloud Island, Yi Qingtang finally had a clear look of what that was. It was a huge nine-tailed spirit phoenix. Its feathers were the color of fire as though there were balls of flames gathered on it, while its huge frame was like a cloud that cast a large patch of shadows on the borders of Drifting Cloud Island, covering the stars and the moon. Nine-tailed spirit phoenix? Why would this high-level spirit animal appear here? Yi Qingtang frowned slightly. Shifting her gaze a little, she realized there were actually two people standing on the back of the nine-tailed spirit phoenix. Chapter 417, Yi Yu, 1. It was the figure of a male and a female. The man had an ash-white complexion and was wearing a long black robe while the lady beside him was donned in white and had an arrogant and aloof expression. Under the moonlight, she was exceptionally beautiful like a fairy that descended into the world, commanding respect from everyone. However, Yi Qingtang's mind exploded when she saw the face of the girl in white. Yi Yu. The girl standing on the back of the nine-tailed spirit phoenix was clearly Yi Yu, the girl who snatched her spirit root back then. Never had Yi Qingtang expected to actually see Yi Yu on the Drifting Cloud Island. The moment Yi Qingtang saw Yi Yu's face, the emotions that Yi Qingtang had suppressed for a long time surged as though they wanted to rush out of her heart. She tightened her grip on the demonic blood sword as she glared at Yi Yu, who stood on the nine-tailed spirit fox. Why would a Yunshao sect disciple come to Drifting Cloud Island? The Blood Moon sect elder did not sense the coldness on Yi Qingtang's face and only looked at Yi Yu in surprise. Yunshao sect was one of the super sects, and its skills were out of the ordinary. To ordinary sects like Qinglin sect, Drifting Cloud Island may be an extremely good spot to cultivate but was probably nothing to a powerful sect like Yunshao sect. This girl is quite powerful. She can actually control a nine-tailed spirit phoenix. Looking at her overbearing air, this girl is at least martial chi level 3 already. The Blood Moon sect elder mumbled as he looked at Yi Yu. Martial chi level 3. Yi Qingtang narrowed her eyes. She was only at the third heaven of martial chi level 1 and was a long distance from martial chi level 3. Back when Yi Yu left Lin Town and entered Yunshao sect, her skills were similar to Yi Qingtang's. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Yu actually broke through to martial chi level 3 in just half a year. It should be known that Yi Qingtang's growth was supernatural to ordinary people, but despite this, she still could not win against the current Yi Yu. Yi Qingtang forcefully suppressed the emotions in her heart and wished she could kill her enemy before her right now, yet rationality told her that she would only be courting death even if she rushed out with her current skills. To a martial chi level 3 Yi Yu, it was an easy feat to kill her. A glint flashed across Yi Qingtang's eyes at that thought. Yuanshao sect lived up to its name as the first super sect. Yi Yu was an official disciple of the Yunshao sect master, and the cultivation resources naturally could not be compared to Xianling sects. Apart from the cultivation resources that Yunshao sect provided, Yi Yu could advance so quickly by using Yi Qingtang's blue spirit root. Only a superior grade spirit root could allow one to advance this quickly. Yi Yu snatched everything from Yi Qingtang. There would ultimately be a day where she would seize everything back from Yi Yu 100-fold. Yi Qingtang took a deep breath quietly and forcefully suppressed her emotions. As Yunshao sect master official disciple, why would Yi Yu appear on Drifting Cloud Island? Just as Yi Qingtang was controlling her emotions, Yi Yu had already lowered the nine-tailed spirit phoenix and directly faced Fu Lingtian, who was standing at the borders of Drifting Cloud Island. Fu Lingtian greets senior sister. When Fu Lingtian saw Yi Yu, there was no surprise on his face, but rather, it was filled with respect. He kneeled down on one knee and greeted Yi Yu, who was on the nine-tailed spirit phoenix. Yi Yu nodded slightly without a trace of emotion on her aloof face. Chapter 418, Yi Yu, 2, how's the 3-sect competition this year? Yi Yu asked slowly. There is quite a number of disciples at the 3-sect competition this year. Some Wind Moon sect disciples have pretty good endowments while there isn't much change for Xianling sect. However, there's Zhu Chang'e this year, whose spirit root is pretty good. If we can use his spirit root to nourish the disciples' spirit roots, there would be a great improvement in their spirit roots, Fu Lingtian said. When Yi Yu heard the words, Xianling sect, her brows furrowed a little. Xianling sect? Yes. Fu Lingtian nodded. Yi Yu remained silent for a moment and continued. You don't need to touch Xianling sect's Zhu Chang'e. There's someone who will deal with it. Your main goal is the disciples of Wind Moon sect and Qinglin sect. Fu Lingtian replied. I understand. I will definitely settle everything properly. It is naturally best that you can understand. Back then, Yunshao sect secretly allowed someone to recommend you into Qinglin sect in order for you to search for outstanding spirit roots in Qinglin sect and snatch them to nourish your own skills. You have entered Qinglin sect for many years. How are your skills now? Yi Yu asked. Fu Lingtian replied. I have already advanced to the second heaven of martial chi level 2 a month ago. Yi Yu nodded slightly. You can spar with Qinglin sect elders with your current abilities. Although it isn't bad, then, her thread of discourse changed, and her eyes sharpened. However, you must remember that no matter whether you're in Qinglin sect or this 3-sect competition, you must not reveal your second heaven of martial chi level 2 skills. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion once someone sensed that your skills exceed that of ordinary disciples. If Yunshao's sect is dragged into this and the sect's glory is tarnished, the sect will definitely let you off. There was cold sweat on Fu Lingshan's forehead, and he said immediately, I know. I will definitely not reveal my skills. In this 3-sect competition, I will suppress my skills to below martial chi level 2 on purpose and not arouse any suspicion. Fu Lingtian had entered the sect way longer than Yi Yu, but at this moment, he was extremely pressured by Yi Yu, who only entered Yunshao's sect for half a year. How could he be compared to someone who could advance from Khanate level 9 to first heaven of martial chi level 3 in just half a year? No wonder the sect master of Yunshao's sect would think so highly of Yi Yu. That would be the best. Yi Yu finally hid the coldness in her eyes and turned her head slightly to look at the man in the black robe beside her. Elder Chu, seizing spirit roots is your Blood Moon sect skill. Fu Lingtian has been in Qinglin's sect for many years and has secretly seized many Qinglin sect disciples' spirit roots. Can you take a look at how his spirit root is currently? The man in the black robe nodded slightly. He walked forward and suddenly raised a hand, and a black fog shrouded over Fu Lingtian. After a moment, he kept the fog and took a step back. His spirit root is very stable from the nourishment. I believe it will improve in no time. Yi Yu nodded and turned to look at Fu Lingtian. You must know your limits for the 3-sect competition this time. After this, you should become an elite disciple of Qinglin's sect. Most of the elite disciples in Qinglin's sect are green spirit roots. By then, you will have even better resources. You still need to work hard. Do not let down Yunshao's sect's effort in training you. Yes. Fu Lingtian will definitely not let down the sect's expectation. Fu Lingtian declared loyally. Chapter 419, Spirit Seizure Technique, 1. Yi Yu looked away in satisfaction and immediately left with Elder Chu on the 9-tailed spirit phoenix. After they left, Fu Lingtian finally stood up and headed in the direction he came from. However, Fu Lingtian did not know that Yi Qingtang and the Blood Moon sect elder had already heard his conversation with Yi Yu. Once everyone was gone, the two of them finally walked out of the forest. As Yi Qingtang watched Fu Lingshan's back view, her eyes were more serious than ever. They originally thought that Fu Lingtian was related to the Blood Moon sect and thus wanted to test him, yet unexpectedly, the truth was way scarier than what they imagined. Little Chu is actually still alive. The Blood Moon sect elder's expression turned increasingly grave at that instant. Was Elder Chu back there from your Blood Moon sect? Yi Qingtang looked at the Blood Moon sect elder, and her heart was unable to calm down after a long time. There was too much information in the conversation between Yi Yu and Fu Lingtian. Not only was the Blood Moon sect involved, but there was also the secret of seizing a spirit root. What surprised Yi Qingtang the most was, from what Yi Yu and Fu Lingtian said, Fu Lingtian seemed to be a Yunshao sect disciple. However, this Yunshao sect disciple actually concealed himself in Qinglin sect secretly in order to seize Qinglin sect disciples' spirit roots and nourish himself. Little Chu is also an elder from the Blood Moon sect. When Blood Moon sect was annihilated back then, he was clearly the one who led troops to battle against Yunshao's sect. I originally thought he died for the sect, but the Blood Moon sect elder clenched his teeth quietly and continued. This bastard actually betrayed Blood Moon sect and turned to Yunshao's sect. The Blood Moon sect elder was not a fool. Elder Chu's face and body were exactly the same as before. Thus, it was clear that this was Elder Chu's original body. Although the Blood Moon sect's cultivation technique could allow their soul to live on forever, it was impossible for the body that was killed to be restored. To live again, the only way was to seize a body as the Blood Moon sect elder had. That year, it was Elder Chu who led the battle against Yunshao's sect, yet he appeared beside a Yunshao sect disciple well and alive, and from the way Yi Yu addressed him, it was easy to tell that Elder Chu had already turned to Yunshao's sect. No wonder I felt that Fu Lingtian had my sect's aura of the evil spirit. So it's because he learned the spirit seizure technique. The Blood Moon sect elder scoffed coldly. Spirit seizure technique? Yi Qingtang frowned slightly. This spirit seizure technique is an esoteric cultivation technique of my sect. This technique is about digging others' spirit root and using the cultivation technique to convert it into one's energy from which one can nourish his own spirit root. The Blood Moon sect elder narrowed his eyes and continued on. You're also aware that there's no such thing as stealing a spirit root for one's personal use, but the spirit seizure technique can work. Using this kind of cultivation technique to obtain others' spirit roots and nourish oneself could strengthen one's spirit root and even allow the spirit root's grade to directly improve. The more the Blood Moon sect elder thought about it, the more livid he was. While Blood Moon sect was condemned as an evil sect, he had never heard of any member of the sect betraying the sect and defecting to the enemy when the Blood Moon sect was annihilated. Yet, 1,000 years later, he actually discovered such a traitor. Yi Qingtang was shocked. She only knew that everyone in the world deemed the act of seizing spirit root from others as contemptuous, and no one had ever done such a thing. However, thinking about it now, apart from Yi Yu, she had never heard of anyone seizing the spirit root from others in her previous life. Chapter 420, Spirit Seizure Technique, 2. She originally thought that it was the righteousness of humans, yet, it was actually because others simply did not know how to seize spirit roots to use for themselves. However, how did Yi Yu know about the spirit seizure technique? The Blood Moon sect elder scoffed. Fu Lingtian and that female disciple from Yunshao sect clearly know each other. I reckon Fu Lingtian is originally from Yunshao sect. To use the spirit seizure technique to nourish one's spirit root, victims whose spirit roots would be snatched away are needed. Yunshao sect would not sacrifice their own disciples. Thus, in order to nourish their sect disciples, they would only secretly send their disciples to ordinary sects and let them obtain the spirit roots of ordinary sects disciples in secret. What bullshit righteous sect! Ultimately, isn't it the same as my Blood Moon sect where they will stoop to anything to achieve their goal? So much for Yunshao sect declaring that they would suppress my evil sect when they are even more shameless themselves. Then, the Blood Moon sect elder looked at Yi Qingtang and said, to make their own disciples more powerful, Yunshao sect treated you all disciples of ordinary sects as sacrificial lambs. I'm afraid that the entire Qinglin sect is kept in the dark and is smug over obtaining Yunshao sect support. No one knows they were intentionally fattened up by Yunshao sect so as to better feed the fat pigs that are Yunshao sect disciples. Given Yunshao sect's position, they simply did not need to bother with a sect like Qinglin sect. If there was not a motive, why would Yunshao sect support Qinglin sect? It seemed that Qinglin sect was a dowry for others and still was not self-aware. Yi Qingtang shuddered in terror as she listened. While the Blood Moon sect elder's words were ugly, every word he said was true. However, what Yi Qingtang was even more worried about was the last sentence that Yi Yu told Fu Lingtian. You don't need to touch Xianling sect's Zhu Chang'e. There's someone who will deal with it. Listening to it, her intention was to leave Zhu Chang'e for someone else. Could it be that there's also a disciple in Xianling sect who was secretly sent by Yunshao sect? Yi Qingtang's brows furrowed. When she died in her previous life, she was completely unaware of these underhand schemes that Yunshao sect had been pulling and naturally did not sense anything in Xianling sect. However, after this incident, she had no choice but to be concerned over this matter. Fu Lingtian clearly already had the skills of second heaven of martial qi level 2, but he deliberately concealed it and only declared that he was at the third heaven of martial qi level 1. It seems that he, as well, knew how difficult it was for an ordinary sect disciple to advance to the second heaven of martial qi level 2. In such a sect like Qinglin sect, many inner sect elders were probably at the second heaven of martial qi level 2. If Fu Lingtian displayed his true skills, wouldn't he become the top disciple of Qinglin sect? Why? Are you shocked by the true colors of the so-called righteous sect? Seeing that Yi Qingtang did not say anything, he darted her a look. Do you still want to participate in the 3-sect competition this time? With that Fu Lingtian around, I think you should just drop that idea as soon as possible. Yi Qingtang narrowed her eyes slightly. Suddenly, her lips curled into a smile as she looked right straight at the Blood Moon sect elder. Her smile gave the Blood Moon sect elder goosebumps, and he swallowed his saliva uncontrollably. What is this expression? I was talking about those sects, not you. Yi Qingtang chuckled. I must take part in the competition no matter what. Chapter 421, Spirit Seizure Technique, 3, Huh? Are you crazy? The Blood Moon Sect Elder did not imagine it. He admitted that Yi Qingtang's skills were indeed not bad and that the speed of her advancement was shocking. However, Fu Lingshan's skills were an entire realm above hers. What was she going to fight Fu Lingtian with? Yi Qingtang looked up. The corners of her lips were lifted as she looked at the Blood Moon Sect Elder smilingly. Didn't you hear what Fu Lingtian and Yi said just now? What did they say? The Blood Moon Sect Elder was at a loss as he assumed that Yi Yu whom Yi Qingtang mentioned was that female disciple of Yunshao's sect. Fu Lingshan's skills are at the second heaven of martial qi level 2, but does he dare to reveal it? Yi Qingtang spoke with a seeming smile. The Blood Moon Sect Elder was slightly dumbfounded. Then, he recalled that Yi Yu sternly instructed Fu Lingtian to not show his true skills before she left. A second heaven of martial qi level 2 disciple came to participate in the 3-sect competition. If this was exposed, how would Wind Moon Sect and Xianling Sect think? And what kind of reaction would Qinglin Sect have? Coldness flashed across Yi Qingtang's eyes. When Yunshao's sect secretly sent Fu Lingtian to Qinglin Sect, they definitely employed the help of other powerful figures. If Qinglin Sect sensed that there was something off about Fu Lingtian, they would definitely investigate it, and by then, perhaps they would find out that Fu Lingtian was actually a Yunshao's sect disciple. When it was made known that a mighty super sect actually sent their disciples to an ordinary sect in secret, everyone would suspect what Yunshao's sect's motives were. By then, Yunshao's sect's reputation would be completely tarnished. The Blood Moon Sect Elder thought from another perspective, and indeed as what Yi Qingtang said, Fu Lingtian did not dare to reveal his true abilities. So you really want to participate tomorrow? Yi Qingtang nodded lightly. She needed to become an elite disciple in a short time and had to make a name for herself in this 3-sect competition. There's no hurry though. Tomorrow is the 3-sect competition. I want to see how that Fu Lingtian acts in the competition. Yi Qingtang smiled. Looking at the coldness that glistened in Yi Qingtang's eyes, the Blood Moon Sect Elder had a feeling that Yi Qingtang's stance was completely different when the matter involved Yunshao's sect. He recalled the shocked expression on her face when Yi Yu from Yunshao's sect appeared, and suspicion rose in his heart. Yi Qingtang. Yi Yu. Could it be that there is some enmity between this darn girl and Yi Yu? Nevertheless, the Blood Moon Sect Elder did not have the audacity to probe Yi Qingtang directly and could only suppress this guess temporarily. Yi Qingtang took a deep breath, and a thought appeared in her head suddenly. You said that people who cultivated your Blood Moon Sect's cultivation technique would have the air of the evil spirit? Yeah. The Blood Moon Sect Elder nodded. A light flashed across Yi Qingtang's eyes suddenly. She still did not know how to find the Yunshao sect disciple who was hidden in Xianling sect, but she had a good idea now. Very well. When this 3-sect competition ends and we return to Xianling sect, you must look carefully. If you discover any Xianling sect disciple who has the air of the evil spirit, inform me immediately. Yunshao's sect dared to let their sect disciples cultivate the Blood Moon Sect's spirit seizure technique so brazenly because they were certain that the Blood Moon Sect was already annihilated, and others that had never learned Blood Moon Sect's cultivation technique thus would naturally be unable to see the air of the evil spirit. But Yi Qingtang had a Blood Moon Sect Elder by her side. Chapter 422, The Competition, 1. Yunshao's sect was Yi Yu's biggest prop, and if Yunshao's sect fell, Yi Yu would naturally lose a backing. Yi Qingtang knew it was definitely not a simple thing to topple such a powerful Yunshao's sect, but as long as there was a chance, she would not mind giving them some trouble. This matter was huge, and she could not act rashly. After seeing Yi Yu today, Yi Qingtang was aware of the distance between her and Yi Yu, and the sense of urgency to enter the mystic realm and obtain the Black Heaven water intensified. Yi Yu could advance to martial qi level 3 in such a short span of time, and this was definitely related to her blue spirit root. If Yi Qingtang wanted to chase up to Yi Yu's level, the only way was to increase the grade of her spirit root. She must obtain the Black Heaven water. The next morning, the 3-sect competition officially began. Elders and disciples of all sects arrived at the main venue of the competition early in the morning. The competition this time was split into 3 categories: martial skills, array formation, and medicine refinement. The level of martial skills was the most important, while array formation and medicine refinement were supplementary. The 3 categories of the competition were held in 3 different areas. As a disciple participating in the array formation, the Blood Moon sect elder was dragged to the array formation ring by Elder Qin. Yi Qingtang stood beside the ring for the martial skills competition by herself as her eyes silently landed on Fu Lingtian, who was surrounded by people opposite of her. There was no emotion on Fu Lingtian's face, but there was an undetectable arrogance in his eyes. He looked at the competition in the ring coldly in disdain. The people that the sects sent up initially were mostly the weaker disciples in the team, and the sects were testing the skills of the opposing disciples. The disciples going up last were seated below the ring, including Xianling sect's Zhu Chang'e. At this instant, he was seated beside Elder Lin, who whispered to Zhu Chang'e privately as they watched the match, perhaps reminding him on the matters to look out for. In the 3-sect competition this year, Xianling sect thought most highly of Zhu Chang'e. Previously, Yi Qingtang suspected whether Zhu Chang'e was a disciple sent by Yunshao's sect, but after the Blood Moon sect elder's observation, there was no air of the evil spirit on Zhu Chang'e's body. As the competition continued, the disciples who were sent up later were more powerful. However, throughout the competition, Xianling sect was evidently repressed by Wind Moon sect and Qinglin sect, and Xianling sect disciples were no match for their opponents in the competition. The Xianling sect elders' faces darkened. It is obvious that the skills of Qinglin sect and Wind Moon sect's disciples are more steady than last year. Elder Mo frowned. From the current situation, Xianling sect was at a disadvantage. They're only slightly more inferior, but the difference is not big. I told Zhu Chang'e the cultivation techniques of Wind Moon sect and Qinglin sect just now so that he can be more careful when he goes up later, Elder Lin said. How does Zhu Chang'e feel? Does he have the confidence to fight with Fu Lingtian? Elder Mo asked. There shouldn't be a big problem. Fu Lingtian is at the 2nd stage of the 3rd heaven of martial qi level 1, and so is Zhu Chang'e. If they were to compare their levels, there shouldn't be any difference between both of them. As long as Zhu Chang'e is stable during the match, I believe he has a chance to win. Elder Lin was rather assured. For this 3-sect competition, he focused all his energy on training Zhu Chang'e for nearly half a year. That is the best. If we lose again this year, I'm afraid, Elder Mo did not continue on, but all the elders present knew what followed. Chapter 423, The Competition. 2. Xianling sect had lost too many times such that even Wind Moon sect had surpassed them and steadily placed second. If Xianling sect still did not have any achievements this year, they would most probably end up as a laughing stock to the other 2 sections. Rest assured. This year will definitely not be like the past few years. I have confidence in Zhu Chang'e. Elder Lin smiled. Although Zhu Chang'e's eyes never left the ring, he heard everything that the elders said and took a deep breath as confidence stretched on his face. After rounds of battles, the elders of the sects had a clear understanding of the situation. A Wind Moon sect elder took the lead to nod at a disciple beside him, who went up to the ring subsequently. Feng Yuran of Wind Moon sect. Elder Mo's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the Wind Moon sect disciple who walked up to the ring. Feng Yuran is the most skilled in this group of Wind Moon sect disciples. He seems to have reached the 2nd stage of the 3rd heaven of martial qi level 2. With Wind Moon sect sending Feng Yuran up now, they probably want to end this competition as quickly as possible, Elder Lin said with a laugh. As he spoke, Feng Yuran had already defeated a disciple on the ring and was waiting for disciples from the other 2 sects to challenge him in the stance of a victor. Zhu Chang'e looked at Elder Lin, wanting to enter the ring. However, Elder Lin shook his head. There's no hurry. Since Wind Moon sect already sent Feng Yuran, Qinglin sect would naturally not waste any time either. Well, let them fight first. It is not late to go up after seeing their skills. Zhu Chang'e followed the orders and sat down silently. As expected, not long after Elder Lin spoke, the Qinglin sect elders had already given orders to Fu Lingtian, who immediately leaped up into the ring. Fu Lingtian from Qinglin sect. Do enlighten me. Once Fu Lingtian was in the ring, everyone was enthusiastic immediately. Feng Yuran was not surprised by Fu Lingshan's appearance and cupped his hands in front of his chest. Feng Yuran from Wind Moon sect. Feng Yuran and Fu Lingtian were at a similar skill level, and this match was truly a wrestle between a tiger and a dragon. The expressions of all the elders became serious at that instant. The real competition only began now. The atmosphere in the ring turned heavy. Fu Lingtian had placed first for 3 consecutive years, and even if it was Feng Yuran, he had to be careful. Then, Feng Yuran directed his energy and took the lead to attack Fu Lingtian. Both disciples were at the 3rd heaven of martial qi level 1, and one could imagine how powerful they were. In just the blink of an eye, there were thunderous sounds of explosions on the ring. With electricity in the air, both parties charged forward with full force and were locked in combat. The intensity in the ring right now was incomparable to before. The disciples of the Wind Moon sect and Qinglin sect widened their eyes as they watched the battle between the aces of both teams. Ardor and zeal coursed through their blood. Zhu Chunga fixed his eyes on the 2 people on the ring. He was very clear that after this match, the person remaining on the ring would be the opponent he would be facing. With the heavy responsibility of protecting the sect's glory, Zhu Chunga did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Fu Lingtian is indeed steady. Feng Yuran's attacks are sharp, and it seems that the Wind Moon sect elders taught him meticulously. Elder Mo's expression was tense as he observed the sparring on the ring. Feng Yuran's attacks were extremely fast, and his movements were swift, while Fu Lingtian was as stable as Mount Taishan, a symbol of great weight or import. No matter which tricky spot Feng Yuran attacked from, Fu Lingtian could resolve all of them. Neither of them had the upper hand. As the swords glimmered, a sharp expression flashed across Fu Lingshan's eyes, and he suddenly attacked with a sword which directly passed Feng Yuran's incoming sword and stabbed towards his glabella. Chapter 424, The Competition, 3, Alarmed, Feng Yuran hurriedly withdrew his hands and retreated backward. However, it was as though Fu Lingtian had long guessed Feng Yuran's actions, and he sprinted forward at top speed and kicked Feng Yuran off the ring right when he retreated. Feng Yuran was thrown down the ring, and a look of astonishment flashed across his face. At that very last moment, he clearly felt that Fu Lingshan's speed doubled. Otherwise, he would have reacted in time. Thank you for the enlightenment. Fu Lingtian stood in the ring alone with an arrogant smile, as he unhurriedly cupped his hands together at Feng Yuran below the ring. Feng Yuran's expression was very ugly. During the sparring, he clearly felt that there was not a huge gap between him and Fu Lingtian, but who knew that he would actually be flung off the ring in the end? I've lost. Thank you for your enlightenment, Brother Fu. While Feng Yuran was unwilling, he could only hold it in. He walked to sit in front of his master with a pale face. The Wind Moon sect elders did not expect Feng Yuran to lose as well, and their expressions were not pretty. On the other hand, the Qinglin sect elders were full of smiles and were complacent. Zhu Chunga, how do you feel after watching their sparring? Elder Lin, who had been observing the match from below the ring, asked Zhu Chunga after seeing that Fu Lingtian was victorious. I thought that Feng Yuran and Fu Lingtian were on par, but Fu Lingtian is more experienced and predicted Feng Yuran's move, which helped him win in the end, replied Zhu Chunga honestly. If it were you, how do you think you would fare? Elder Lin asked again. I would definitely not be this careless. Zhu Chunga replied. How confident are you? Elder Lin questioned. After thinking carefully, Zhu Chunga replied. 60%. His skills were at the same level as Fu Lingtian and had been through Elder Lin's tough training in the past half a year. Furthermore, his battle experiences were not lesser than Fu Lingshan's. There was nothing special in the match between Fu Lingtian and Feng Yuran. However, he had a card in his hand, and thus his chance of winning was higher. 60%, Elder Mo pondered for a while and uttered. Chunga, this match concerns the sect's glory. You must put in your 100,000% in the match. Go along. I'll do as you say. Zhu Chengge immediately received the orders and entered the ring. Zhu Chengge from Xianling sect. Please enlighten me. Zhu Chengge stood opposite of Fu Lingtian and said with his hands cupped together. Fu Lingtian requited, and the two confronted each other immediately. Below the ring, Elder Lin was rather confident in Zhu Chengge. Don't worry, Elder Mo Chengge will not be as careless as Wind Moon Sect's Fengmiran. Elder Lin looked at Elder Mo, who was frowning. That would be the best if that's the case. However, Fu Lingtian is very steady, and we must not belittle him. Elder Mo uttered. I know that our sect must not lose in the 3-sect competition this year. Thus, I specially intensified Change's training in the past half a year. He already has initial success in the Moonlight Step swordplay technique, Elder Lin said confidently. Elder Mo was slightly stunned. The Moonlight Step swordplay technique was a high-level swordplay technique of Xianling sect. Even if it was an initial success, its force was already extremely huge. After knowing about this, Elder Mo's heart finally calmed down. Yi Qingtang was standing not far away behind the two elders at that instant, and the conversation between the two elders fell into her ears. When Elder Lin spoke with confidence, the corners of Yi Qingtang's lips tugged up secretly. Chapter 425, The Competition, 4, Initial Success in the Moonlight Step Swordplay Technique? Definitely, the Moonlight Step swordplay technique was a high-level swordplay technique, and having small attainment was enough to battle opponents below martial chi level 2. However, Fu Lingtian was a solid second heaven of martial chi level 2. Even if he concealed his abilities on purpose, he still had the background. With Zhu Chengge's degree of understanding of the Moonlight Step swordplay technique, he would simply be unable to deal with Fu Lingtian. Previously, Yi Qingtang noticed that while Fu Lingtian controlled his abilities within stage 2 of the third heaven of martial chi level 1, he still revealed a combat power that exceeded his level for a second. It was just that he concealed it very cleverly and knew his limits, thus giving others the impression that he won by a hair. In reality, victory was in the bag for this fellow. Everyone was unaware of Fu Lingtian's true skills and still thought that Fengmiran, Zhu Chengge, and Fu Lingtian were matched evenly in skills. On the ring, Fu Lingtian wore a cautious expression as though he was treating the match seriously, but only Yi Qingtang knew that Fu Lingtian was merely just acting. Given his true level of abilities, how was Zhu Chengge even his opponent? Elder Lin and other Xianling sect elders were expectant. If Zhu Chengge could take Fu Lingtian down, the repression that Xianling sect had suffered for so many years would finally end. Rapidly, Zhu Chengge made a move. The sword in his hand seemed to turn into a sky of stars as he struck, and with a few flashes of the sword, it stabbed towards Fu Lingtian fiercely. Moonlight Step swordplay technique. When the Qinglin sect elders below the ring noticed the Moonlight Step swordplay technique that Zhu Chengge used, their eyes flickered. Moonlight Step swordplay technique was a high-level swordplay technique of Xianling sect, and many disciples who participated in the competition would display this technique. However, this set of swordplay technique was too profound. Hence, no disciples could understand its true essence and only had a spattering of the technique. However, this was already enough to face normal opponents. Once Zhu Chengge employed the Moonlight Step swordplay technique, the Qinglin sect elders sharply sensed that Zhu Chengge's understanding of the technique clearly surpassed the other Xianling sect disciples who competed. Walking in the moonlight and turning the sword into stars, this was the essence of the Moonlight Step swordplay technique. Zhu Chengge could already turn his sword into a shadow now, and evidently, he had some grasp on the profound swordplay technique. On the ring, Zhu Chengge's attacks were sharp, and every time his sword struck, it would be a flash of shadows. Fu Lingtian blocked the attacks with his sword and had to find the real sword amongst its many shadows, which was a dizzying sight. At the beginning of the sparring, Fu Lingtian faintly displayed a disadvantaged position. Then, a look of satisfaction was seen on Elder Lin's face. He had personally taught Zhu Chengge the Moonlight Step swordplay technique. Even though Zhu Chengge had not completely comprehended the profoundness of the Moonlight Step swordplay technique, he already had initial success, and there was a chance of winning when Zhu Chengge used this against Fu Lingtian. After he saw the moonlight step swordplay technique that Zhu Chang'e displayed, his racing heart finally calmed down a little as he hoped that Zhu Chang'e could seize Xianling sect's victory in the three-sect competition this time. The elders were judging Zhu Chang'e's level of comprehension while the disciples were looking at the offensive. Seeing how Zhu Chang'e could actually gain a slight upper hand, the Xianling sect disciples' eyes brightened immediately. Senior brother Zhu's moonlight step swordplay technique is so skillful that Fu Lingtian actually has no room to strike back. It's both the moonlight step swordplay technique, but why do I not have even 1/10 of senior brother Zhu's skills? He seriously has my respect. Chapter 426, The Competition, 5, Feng Yiran from Wind Moon Sect is already defeated. As long as senior brother Zhu can win against Fu Lingtian, our Xianling sect will definitely place in the first in this three-sect competition. The disciples felt an upsurge in emotion. This concerned the sect's glory, and if Zhu Chang'e won, all of them who participated in the competition would glow. They clenched their fists tightly and screamed to cheer for Zhu Chang'e. Looking at how the Xianling sect disciples behaved as though victory was at hand, Yi Qingtang from aside, however, did not smile at all. Zhu Chang'e could win against Fu Lingtian? Yi Qingtang could not help but shake her head quietly. From the current situation, Zhu Chang'e seemed to have the upper hand, but this was only seemingly. Given Zhu Chang'e's comprehension of the moonlight step swordplay technique, there should not be a problem in fighting a normal disciple at the third heaven of martial qi level 1. However, Fu Lingtian's true abilities were far from this. The sword shadows that Zhu Chang'e created were simply unable to confuse an opponent above martial qi level 2. The disadvantageous position that Fu Lingtian held currently was merely an intentional act of his. She had to say though that Fu Lingtian's acting was extremely skillful, and even all the elders below the ring could not tell his true level of skill. However, Fu Lingtian definitely would not really lose to Zhu Chang'e. Yi Qingtang narrowed her eyes as she focused on the ring. Zhu Chang'e was on the offense continuously and used the moonlight step swordplay technique to restrict all of Fu Lingtian's attacks. As he saw that Fu Lingtian was in passivity, delight emerged within Zhu Chang'e. If he could win against Fu Lingtian in front of everyone, he would definitely receive a huge reward when he returned to Xianling sect. At that thought, Zhu Chang'e was even more spirited, and his attacks were increasingly sharp. Fu Lingtian looked at Zhu Chang'e, who suddenly quickened and sharpened his attacks, with a heavy expression. However, there was a sneer in his narrowed eyes, and an undetectable impatience swept across his eyes. How dare a mere third heaven of martial qi level 1 act so proudly before me? Fu Lingtian's eyes changed. Zhu Chang'e did not sense Fu Lingtian's change and attacked with full force. But just as he spun and waved his sword, Fu Lingtian suddenly escaped from Zhu Chang'e's attack range with a flash when Zhu Chang'e was striking back. Once Zhu Chang'e was ready to attack again, Fu Lingtian sprinted to the back of Zhu Chang'e and slashed his sword across Zhu Chang'e's waist before he could react in time. In a moment, blood dripped down from Zhu Chang'e's waist. His white clothes were stained red by the blood. Never did Zhu Chang'e expect Fu Lingtian to suddenly change his moves and seize an interval to attack him. Under the pain, Zhu Chang'e's movements paused for a moment, and it was in this instant where Fu Lingtian sprung up and kicked the wound at Zhu Chang'e's waist repeatedly. Blood gushed out as Fu Lingtian stamped on the cut. Zhu Chang'e was kicked to the edge of the ring, and although he had not fallen off the ring, there was already a pool of blood below him, and his face was beaded with cold sweat from the pain. The smile on Elder Lin's face froze at this instant. He originally thought that Zhu Chang'e could defeat Fu Lingtian at that moment and did not expect. Fu Lingtian was actually able to see through Zhu Chang'e's approach and grasp a chance to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 427, Volunteer, 1. At this instant, Elder Lin really could not smile anymore. The cut on Zhu Chang'e's waist was not shallow as blood dripped all over the ground. In addition, Fu Lingtian violently thumped on Zhu Chang'e's injury, which caused Zhu Chang'e to be extremely pale. Zhu Chang'e instinctively wanted to force himself up, but Elder Mo's voice suddenly rang. That's enough, Zhu Chang'e. Zhu Chang'e's face was ash-white as he stood with difficulty. His body was stiff. Looking at Fu Lingtian, who was a few steps away from him, his eyes were filled with discontent. He was clearly just so close. Elder Mo. Elder Lin's face froze after hearing Elder Mo. Nonetheless, Elder Mo shook his head and said, if Zhu Chang'e continues on, he would lose his life here. Elder Mo's words were like a pail of cold water that showered on Elder Lin. Elder Lin turned to look at Zhu Chang'e, who was covered in blood, and his face paled. Zhu Chang'e's injuries were serious. Fu Lingtian managed to find an opportunity even during Zhu Chang'e's best condition. Even if he continued to battle on with these injuries, it was nothing but a slow death, and there was no possibility of turning the tables. Elder Lin's prior anticipation vanished into thin air then. Clenching his fists secretly, he took a deep breath and announced, Zhu Chang'e, come down. Zhu Chang'e's face paled, but he did not dare to defy the orders of two elders and could only cast his sword aside in resignation, which symbolized that he admitted defeat. Zhu Chang'e was supported down the ring by a few disciples. His hands were pressed on the wound on his waist, where blood continuously seeped out through the gaps between his fingers. However, he had an upset and vexed expression as he blamed himself for not being more careful. At that time, it was as though a giant rock collapsed on the hearts of everyone from Xianling's sect, and the thin string of hope that just arose completely vanished along with Zhu Chang'e's defeat. It's over. Senior brother Zhu lost. I'm afraid we are. Despair was written on all the disciples' faces. Zhu Chang'e was the most skilled disciple out of everyone who came. Now that even he was defeated, there was no longer a possibility for Xianling's sect to attain the first place. It was not only that though. Although Feng Yuran from Wind Moon's sect was also defeated, his injuries were not severe, and he could participate in the competition for second place the next day. However, Zhu Chang'e. Looking at the streaks of blood under Zhu Chang'e, everyone was extremely gloomy. With Zhu Chang'e's severe injuries, he would probably not have a chance to contend for the second place tomorrow. The Qinglin sect elders broke into an arrogant smile once again after witnessing the sight. Elder Mo, thank you for the good fight, a Qinglin sect elder said smilingly to the pale Elder Mo without concealing his conceit. Elder Qian, aren't your Fu Lingtian's attacks too harsh? Elder Lin spoke ahead of Elder Mo with a dark expression. He took a look at Zhu Chang'e's injuries. If not for the fact that Zhu Chang'e's body condition was tough enough, he would have almost lost his life under Fu Lingtian's attacks. The three-sect competition had always rules that had competitors refrain from overdoing, yet Fu Lingtian's attacks were too cruel. Qinglin's sect elder replied disapprovingly. The ring is dangerous. Even if there are casualties, it is normal. Elder Lin's face darkened. Similarly, Elder Mo's expression was not too good. Zhu Chang'e was already their biggest chip in this competition. Now that he was tragically defeated, who else could go up? Chapter 428, Volunteer, 2. The belittling expression in the Qinglin sect elders' eyes was increasingly obvious as they looked at the Xianling sect elders. He was certain that Xianling's sect did not have anyone to send up anymore. Now that Zhu Chang'e sustained serious injuries, they probably would not even have the chance to contend for the second position with Wind Moon sect. Why? Is there no one else from Xianling's sect or Wind Moon sect? Then this year, the champion of the three-sect competition would belong to our Qinglin sect, the Qinglin sect elder said smugly with sarcasm behind his words. The elders of both Wind Moon sect and Xianling sect had rather ugly expressions. A young boy with delicate features standing beside a Wind Moon sect elder frowned tightly. He instinctively tugged on the Wind Moon sect elder's sleeves and said, Master, I am willing to go up for a match. That young boy who requested a challenge was Shenqingyu, who was known as a child prodigy. The Wind Moon sect elder looked at Shenqingyu's determined expression. He hesitated for a long while but still shook his head ultimately. You are still young and don't have enough experience. This Fu Lingtian's attacks are very fierce and violent. Before any training, you must not battle with him. Shenqingyu's talent was definitely above that of Fu Lingtian's, but he was too young, and he had only cultivated for a short time, which was still not enough to have a match with the merciless Fu Lingtian. Moreover, the Wind Moon sect elder just witnessed Zhu Chang'e from Xianling sect being severely injured, and it was apparent how ruthless Fu Lingtian was. If Shen Qingyu really went up, he would probably suffer a vicious blow. Elder Qian's disciple is indeed amazing. Wind Moon sect admits defeat. The Wind Moon sect elder took a deep breath and declared. Even if they lost the first place position, Feng Yiran still had the opportunity to fight for the second position, and there was no need to send Shen Qingyu up to risk right now. After that announcement from his master, there was no chance for Shen Qingyu to enter the ring even if he wanted to, and he could only clench his fists in reluctance. Conceit filled the Qinglin sect elders' eyes after Wind Moon sect made their stance known. Subsequently, the Qinglin sect elder looked at Xianling sect, who was still struggling in difficulty. Xianling sect had been defeated for many years, and if they lost again this year, they most likely would not have any face to participate in the three-sect competition in the following years. Elder Amo, is there anyone else from Xianling sect that is going up? Asked the Qinglin sect elder arrogantly. He was sure that Xianling sect did not have any more disciples who could have a match with Fu Lingtian. Elder Mo's expression darkened. No matter how good his temper was, he was inflamed from the Qinglin sect elder's cynical remarks. The Xianling sect disciples were extremely displeased, but none of them dared to accept the challenge when Qinglin sect asked. They could not even win against Zhu Chang'e, much less Fu Lingtian. As Elder Amo was about to finally admit defeat after remaining silent for a long while, a figure suddenly walked out from the crowd. She stood in front of Elder Amo and bowed. I am willing to enter the ring for a match with Fu Lingtian. The moment the voice sounded, everyone's eyes looked in the direction of the voice. Elder Amo looked in astonishment at the person in front of him who volunteered. Yi Qingtang? Never would Elder Amo expect that the person who stood out at this instant would actually be Yi Qingtang. Surprise flashed across Elder Lin's eyes when he saw Yi Qingtang. When Yi Qingtang's name appeared in the list of names for the reserved disciples initially, he was skeptical but did not say anything. Yet, Yi Qingtang wanted to enter the ring right now? This was truly beyond Elder Lin's expectations. Chapter 429, Volunteer, 3, Elder Amo frowned immediately, and his gaze shifted away from Yi Qingtang without giving any reply. Yi Qingtang was only a reserved disciple. How was she able to battle with Fu Lingtian? Everyone was still waiting for someone to say something, but the Qinglin sect elders were beaming as they looked at Fu Lingtian in satisfaction. Apart from the usage rights of Drifting Cloud Island, the three sects still had other wagers in the three-sect competition every year. In this competition, most of the wagers of the sects were similar to those in previous years. Other than spirit pills and elixirs, each sect even added a Dharma treasure as wagers. With Fu Lingtian claiming the champion position, Qinglin sect would become the biggest winner once again. Haha. Qinglin sect really trained an amazing disciple. The Wind Moon sect elder looked at the Qinglin sect elders and said with a laugh. All of the elders witnessed Fu Lingtian's abilities. He had an extremely strong comprehension of martial skills, and almost no one in the same level as him could be his opponent. While Wind Moon sect's wagers were not little, their loss would not be too large with at least a second place. You flatter us. Shen Qingyu from your Wind Moon sect is extraordinarily gifted. He is merely young now and does not have enough experience. In a few years' time, he will definitely be able to yield brilliant results and claim the champion position. The Qinglin sect elder laughed. At that moment, the expressions of everyone from Xianling sect were extremely ugly. The conversation between Wind Moon sect and Qinglin sect seemed to have completely ignored the presence of Xianling sect. If Wind Moon sect could place first years later, didn't that mean that they, Xianling sect, would always be at the bottom? If that was the case, what was the point of competing? In these few years, Xianling sect did not have any fate with the usage rights of Drifting Cloud Island. Xianling sect's wagers were similar to the other two sects every year, and the losses that they sustained over the years were already extremely horrifying. Yet, Xianling sect could not refuse to participate. The three-sect competition traced back to hundreds of years ago and had already become a tradition. If they were unwilling to participate, it would mean that they were afraid of the other two sects, and should this be circulated, their reputation would drop drastically. Elder Qin, who had already sent the Blood Moon sect elder for the array formation competition, arrived at the moment and happened to see the situation. His brows were slightly furrowed as he sighed. If they had to blame, they could only blame the fact that Xianling sect did not have any better disciples. Being last in the 3-sect competition every year, they could not blame Qinglin sect disciples for being too powerful. Zhu Chang's fists clenched as he looked at the expressions of the elders. Although he wanted to fight for the sect's glory, Fu Lingshan's skills were too frightening, and especially after sparring with him, he realized he had no chance of winning. Elder Mo shook his head. The 3-sect competition had already ended, and he naturally did not think much of Yi Qingtang's request. Xianling's sect was to be the last again this year, and this was a definite fact. I declare this year's competition over. The first place goes to Qinglin sect, the second place goes to Wind Moon sect, and the third place goes to Xianling sect. A Qinglin sect elder walked up and announced rather proudly. Hold on. Right when the 3-sect competition was about to come to an end, a voice was heard. Elders from the 3 sects frowned slightly at the voice, and they looked at Yi Qingtang, displeased. Xianling sect disciple, do you have any objections? The elder who announced the results was impatient. Elder, the competition hasn't ended. I haven't entered the ring for a match, Yi Qingtang said slowly with a calm expression. The moment Yi Qingtang finished her sentence, everyone from Qinglin sect and Wind Moon sect was stunned. Chapter 430, Grant a Move, 1. Wasn't this girl a reserve disciple from Xianling sect? Normally, reserve disciples were only to fill the numbers and rarely took part in the actual competition. You wish to have a match? The Qinglin sect elder was slightly taken aback. He had never heard of a reserve disciple requesting to enter the ring, although they did have the right to participate as well. Yes. Yi Qingtang nodded. Then, that Qinglin sect elder looked at the few Xianling sect elders. While reserve disciples did have the right to take part, the permission of the sect's elders was still required. What is Yi Qingtang doing? As a substitute disciple, she still wants to go up and fight with Fu Lingtian? Is she talking big to impress people? Some Xianling sect disciples who came along in this trip sneered. Step back, Yi Qingtang. There were no emotions on Elder Mo's face while his voice was cold and detached. When Yi Qingtang requested to participate the first time, he had already rejected her request with his silence, yet unexpectedly, she actually mentioned it again. The 3-sect competition had already ended, and there was no need to continue on. As a reserve disciple, I wish to enter the ring and learn from senior brother Fu. Yi Qingtang smiled. There's no need to. Elder Mo replied indifferently. Xianling sect placed last once again this year, and their morale was already at rock bottom. Why would they still allow Yi Qingtang to play around? Master, since we cannot win the competition, if I can learn something from sparring with senior brother Fu, it will be useful as well. Seeing that Elder Mo was disapproving of her request, Yi Qingtang changed her argument immediately. With that said, realization suddenly dawned on the disciples from all 3 sections. Fu Lingshan's attainments in martial skills were extremely high, and they would definitely be able to learn a thing or two by sparring with him. Haha. I've never thought that this reserve disciple from Xianling sect would not be willing to let go of any chance to improve. A few Wind Moon sect elders commented as they laughed. Elder Mo, since Yi Qingtang has the mind to learn, just let her go then. If she really learns something, this trip would not be wasted. Elder Qin persuaded after seeing Yi Qingtang's stubbornness. After hearing it, Elder Mo was silent for a moment and finally relented. Since that is so, go ahead then. Take note of the way and angle that Fu Lingtian attacks with. It would be great if you can improve from this. Thank you, Master. After gaining Elder Mo's approval, Yi Qingtang immediately entered the competition court. Senior brother Fu, junior sister Yi Qingtang is honored to learn from you. Yi Qingtang smiled at Fu Lingtian and cupped her fists together. Fu Lingtian took a glimpse at Yi Qingtang. He obviously heard what Yi Qingtang said previously. Junior sister Yi, since you wish to learn something from me, I will grant you 5 moves. All the disciples from the three sects were surprised to hear this. Fu Lingtian was actually granting Yi Qingtang 5 moves. What was the concept of 5 moves? When formidable people sparred, their lives and deaths could be determined in seconds, and even half a move was enough for a decisive outcome, much less 5 moves. Senior brother Fu is so generous, 5 moves. If he granted Feng Yiran 5 moves, the first place for this competition would definitely be Wind Moon sects. That is definite. However, the opponent is only a substitute disciple from Xianling sect. Granting 5 moves is not anything, and it displays the generosity of senior brother Fu instead. That Xianling sect disciple's luck is indeed good. She has a chance of 5 moves and can learn even more from senior brother Fu Lingtian. However, a smile passed by Yi Qingtang's eyes as she looked at Fu Lingtian. She shook her head and said, "Senior brother Fu, you are the defending champion of the 3-sect competition while I'm only a disciple at the bottom of the Xianling sect team. Granting me 5 moves is too petty already." Chapter 431, Grant a move, 2, 5 moves is still petty? Isn't this Xianling sect disciple too? If 5 moves still aren't enough, then should he grant her 10 moves? The Qinglin sect disciples sneered. Fine by me. Since junior sister Yi puts it this way, I'll grant you 10 moves, Fu Lingtian said with a smile. Grant 10 moves? Senior brother Fu, this is a little unsuitable. What if he has a slip-up? The Qinglin sect disciples could not help but worry as, after all, 10 moves were too much. Senior brother Fu, 10 moves is still too little. Yi Qingtang shook her head once again. Then, Fu Lingtian frowned slightly and said, "So what is your opinion, junior sister Yi? How do 20 moves sound?" Yi Qingtang flashed a faint smile. 20 moves, Fu Lingtian was stunned. After Yi Qingtang spoke, there was an uproar below the ring. What a joke. How shameless is this Xianling sect disciple? Grant 20 moves? How about giving you all the first place instead? One cannot be too greedy. Senior brother Fu already granted 10 moves, but she was not content. Even the Xianling sect disciples were embarrassed beyond words because of what Yi Qingtang said. Facing the unfriendly stares of the other 2 sects disciples, they wished they could find a hole in the ground to hide in. Who would have thought that Yi Qingtang was this shameless and could even say such a thing as to granting 20 moves? Haha. Elder Mo, this is a little overboard. A Qinglin sect elder looked at Elder Mo in dissatisfaction. Awkwardness spread on Elder Qin's face. If he knew Yi Qingtang would be like this, he would not have agreed to let her enter the ring just now. On the other hand, Elder Mo frowned tightly and did not say anything. Haha. Yi Qingtang is only joking with Fu Lingtian. There's no need to take it seriously. Elder Qin laughed. Joking? Everyone stared at each other. Judging from the expression of Xianling sect's Yi Qingtang, she did not seem to be joking. Since it is a joke, then I will grant junior sister Yi 10 moves as I said earlier. Fu Lingtian's expression turned a little better. It was not a joke, Yi Qingtang said simply. At that moment, all the disciples stared at Yi Qingtang once again, and the disciples from Qinglin sect and Wind Moon sect glared in disdain and disgust. We are already in last place. Ha. Yi Qingtang still did not think that was enough. Now, Xianling sect's reputation is all thrown away because of her. Why was Yi Qingtang allowed to come to the venue of the 3-sect competition? The Xianling sect disciples felt terribly ashamed. Elder Qin had already provided an opportunity for her to extricate her from an awkward position by saying that she was joking, but who could expect Yi Qingtang was this shameless? Junior sister Yi, you're rather greedy. You want me to grant you 20 moves. How about I remain at a spot for you to attack me, and I don't strike back? Fu Lingtian scoffed. So you mean that it's not possible? Yi Qingtang asked. What do you think? Fu Lingtian looked at Yi Qingtang. At that, Yi Qingtang shook her head and let out a sigh. As the defending champion, you are, however, unwilling to grant me 20 moves. Since junior sister Yi says it so simply, how about you grant me 20 moves? Fu Lingtian snickered coldly. Grant you 20 moves? Yi Qingtang pondered and subsequently nodded. Since you said it, I will grant you 20 moves. What did you say? Fu Lingtian was startled and even thought he heard wrong. As you wish. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Qingtang placed her hands behind her and looked at Fu Lingtian with an indifferent expression. I'll grant you 20 moves. The Qinglin sect and Wind Moon sect elders had extremely bizarre expressions as they exchanged looks. Chapter 432, Grant a Move, 3, The Girl from Xianling Sect. The Wind Moon sect elder smiled in dismay and shook his head. People from the Xianling sect, are you trying to make a joke by sending your reserve to fight against Fu Lingtian? The Qinglin sect elder laughed as he stared at Elder Mo. Elder Lin and Elder Mo remained silent. Elder Mo's face was getting increasingly unpleasant. Elder Qin sighed as he saw Elder Mo's face. Yi Qingtang was Elder Mo's in-name disciple. Yi Qingtang could enter the three-sect competition because of Elder Mo's approval. However, now she was making a mess in the competition and was mocked by the other two sections. It was an embarrassment for Xianling sect, especially for Elder Mo. Ha ha ha, I have to say that Xianling sect's disciples are brave. One of the Qinglin sect's disciple laughed as he looked at people of Xianling sect. The Xianling sect disciples held their fists tightly and wanted to leave immediately. Yi Qingtang, she really is a disgrace to our Xianling sect. She also dares to ask Fu Lingtian to grant her 20 moves. Is she trying to gain popularity with that? It's the first time that I ever feel so humiliated. At the same time, Fu Lingtian said, okay, I'll grant you with 20 moves since you are from the Xianling sect. But I think 20 moves are too much. Will 3 be enough? We shall see. Yi Qingtang smiled. Coldness swiped through Fu Lingtian's eyes. He was like a ghost and suddenly approached Yi Qingtang. Swoosh. Fu Lingtian smashed his palm. The strong martial breath rushed out of his palm and surrounded the place. All the three sect's disciples were astonished by the power of his smash. It was not a rumor that Fu Lingtian had no enemies in the same level. The force was like waves that increased gradually. The force of the smash arrived before the actual palm. Yi Qingtang's clothes and hair were swinging, but she did not have any movement under Fu Lingtian's attack. However, Yi Qingtang suddenly moved. Yi Qingtang dodged to the left slightly. Boom! An exploding sound spread out. Senior brother Fu, this is the first move. Yi Qingtang stared coldly at Fu Lingtian, who was frowning. How is that possible? She dodged the attack. Is that a coincidence? All the disciples could not believe that Yi Qingtang dodged Fu Lingtian's first attack. She dodged at the most appropriate time to the most appropriate angle. Such martial experience. It should be a coincidence, Elder Qin said. How much martial experience could Yi Qingtang have at her age? You are very lucky. Fu Lingtian did not stop his attack. He held his fist and smashed towards the left side of Yi Qingtang. Swoosh! Yi Qingtang's feet shifted slightly all of a sudden. Her toes pushed on the ground gently, and she floated backward using the slight force. Boom! Fu Lingtian's fist missed again after the exploding sound. Second move, Yi Qingtang said indifferently. You are committing suicide. Fu Lingtian was enraged. His leg swept out like a dragon. Yi Qingtang placed her hands at the back, and her body floated again. The shadows overlapped each other. One could not even differentiate the real figure from the shadows. Chapter 433, It's My Turn, 1. One of the shadows was split apart by Fu Lingtian, but the Yi Qingtang reappeared in the next second. Her sight landed on Fu Lingtian, and she said, Senior brother Fu, 17 more moves left. However, I thought that you said you would defeat me within 3 moves. Fu Lingtian narrowed his eyes. The young lady from Xianling sect had strange moves and extraordinary speed. Oh, Elder Qin was shocked. If the first move was a coincidence, then the second and the third one. They could not be coincidences as well. Elder Mo frowned and finally raised his eyes to look at Yi Qingtang. As long as she did not fail miserably, Elder Mo would be satisfied. The two figures on the martial art hall shifted again. Fu Lingtian was like a demonic beast. Every move was fierce and strong, and if normal disciples were hit by the force, they would shed one layer of skin at least. However, Yi Qingtang's movement technique was abnormal. She avoided Fu Lingtian's attack at the most appropriate time. 5, 6, 10, 11, 19. Every time Yi Qingtang avoided Fu Lingtian's move, she would remind him. All the disciples were astonished. There is a disciple with such excellent movement techniques in the Xianling sect? Does Yi Qingtang study movement techniques? She is so fast. Who can touch her? No wonder she dared to challenge senior brother Fu and asked him to grant her 20 moves. Even though senior brother Fu is strong, it is useless if he can't touch Yi Qingtang. As a martial art cultivator, what can you do when you only know how to escape? Of course it's helpful. In the future, if you encounter any danger, at least you can run away. Xianling sect disciples only know how to run? Xianling sect disciples remained silent, though the other sects mocked them. What was wrong with escaping? As a cultivator, what could you do if you could not even reach your opponent? At least Yi Qingtang could last so long on the stage and would not fail miserably. That would be enough for the Xianling sect. Good. Elder Qin looked at Yi Qingtang with admiration. He nodded and said, "Hold on for a little while more. At least we will not fail so miserably, and we will be the sect that fought with Fu Lingtian for the longest time." Good movement techniques indeed. It was rare that Elder Mo also commended. After 19 moves, Fu Lingtian looked at Yi Qingtang and smiled coldly. "Junior Sister Yi, do you only know how to run away only? As a sect disciple, I think there's nothing to be proud of when you only know how to escape." Senior brother Fu is right. The ability of Xianling sect disciples is the worst among the three sects, but your escaping ability is definitely the first. Haha, I'll see how she's going to run when she runs out of inner chi later. Qinglin sect disciples laughed. Don't say that. I think most of the Xianling sect disciples are brave men. Disciples who only know how to escape are the minority. It's normal for a girl to study escaping techniques. Anyway, the difference in the quality of the Xianling sect disciples is huge. Some of the Wind Moon sect disciples mocked. Many Xianling sect disciples' faces were red. They felt embarrassed when they met with the sarcastic sights from the other two sects' disciples. Fu Lingtian tilted his mouth and said, "Junior Sister Yi, how about taking one of my moves instead of running? It won't be so unpleasant if you lose." Chapter 434, It's My Turn, 2. The moment Fu Lingtian finished his words, he raised his fist towards the sky. His breath and energy reached their peaks at that instant. The power of the fist was so strong that the whole ring was shaking. It seemed to be the end of the world. The entire audience kept quiet under the ring. The drama would end soon. No matter how strong Yi Qingtang was, she would not be able to avoid a full-force attack. Elder Qin was concerned. Yi Qingtang might not be able to remain safe and sound under Fu Lingtian's fist. However, Yi Qingtang suddenly moved. She did not back off this time. Instead, she raised her arm towards the incoming attack. Boom! The sound exploded, and the invisible air waves spread out from them. This is impossible. Fu Lingtian was totally shocked as he saw Yi Qingtang, who was standing close to him, silence. It was deadly silent. Everyone froze at the moment. A streak of light sparkled through Elder Mo's eyes. He stood up from his seat and stared at his in-named disciple on the ring. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Qingtang casually blocked the attack with her palm. She held Fu Lingtian's full-force attack easily. Fu Lingtian's fist was held by Yi Qingtang. Just now, Fu Lingtian asked her to take her move. And now, Yi Qingtang did what he asked. She did not dodge. 20. Yi Qingtang remained still, but her voice was cold. The whole place was quiet as everyone was stunned as they stared at Yi Qingtang. The Qinglin sect elders were shocked, and they could not believe what they just saw. Before the 20th move, everyone thought that Yi Qingtang studied movement techniques to avoid direct contact with Fu Lingtian. However, she took the 20th move with her palm and blocked Fu Lingtian. Astonished, Elder Qin was dazed for a moment. Next to him, excitement could be seen in Elder Mo's eyes, and he instantly stood up. The young lady from the Xianling sect, the Wind Moon sect elders frowned heavily. Yi Qingtang stood straight on the ring. She placed one of her hands at the back and the other holding Fu Lingtian's fist. "This is the 20th move," Yi Qingtang said expressionlessly. "This is not possible." Cold sweat appeared on Fu Lingtian's forehead. His right fist was held tightly by Yi Qingtang. Her hand was like a mountain from the 9th heaven. No matter how she struggled, he could not withdraw his hand. "Fu Lingtian, I did what I promised just now. I did not fight back and granted you 20 moves. However, you did not grab the chances. The 20 moves are so weak. Such a disappointment." Yi Qingtang sighed softly. The audiences broke into discussions upon hearing her words. Yi Qingtang mocked Fu Lingtian by saying he was too weak for her. "What? What did you say?" Fu Lingtian's face clouded. The young lady in front of him was just at the 3rd heaven of martial qi level 1. How dare she to talk to him like that? Yi Qingtang kept her smile away. Her eyes were cold. "Now, it's my turn." The hand that was holding Fu Lingtian's fist suddenly tightened as she finished her words. She directed her inner qi within her body instantly. The force rushed out of her body like a beast out of control. "Arr!" A screech and the broken sound of bones were heard at the same time. At that moment, everyone who was present was stunned. Chapter 435, It's My Turn, 3, The Qinglin sect elders' faces clouded. The progress of the competition now was way beyond their expectations. The Wind Moon sect elder could not believe that a reserved disciple of Xianling's sect could possess such ability. She must be the hidden force of Xianling's sect, another Wind Moon sect elder appeared to be contemplating. Elder Qin stared at Yi Qingtang with his mouth trembling slightly, but he did not say anything. Elder Mo was completely shocked. He had never known that his in-name disciple's martial skills had reached such a level. The competition between Yi Qingtang and Fu Lingtian had not ended yet. Yi Qingtang's movement techniques were unique, and she was very fierce with her attacks. Fu Lingtian could not even defend himself. "You!" Fu Lingtian gritted his teeth, and cold sweat appeared on his head. His right hand was fractured by Yi Qingtang. Unless he revealed his true ability, he would not be able to fight anymore. However, Yi Qingtang's every move was fatal. Clearly, she did not want to let him go easily. "I give." Fu Lingtian did not dare to use his full strength and decided to give up. However, before he could finish his words, he was stopped by Yi Qingtang's attack. "She wants to kill me?" Fu Lingtian was shocked. He was busy defending himself against Yi Qingtang's killing moves. There was no chance for him to give up. The woman in front of him did not even give him any time to give up. Qinglin sect obviously noticed Fu Lingtian's situation. "Such a vicious lady. How dare you to intend to kill the talent of my sect?" One of the Qinglin sect elders shouted, and a strong martial breath spread all over the place. The elder was about to jump over to the ring the next second. Humph. Elder Mo's eyes were cold as he saw the Qinglin sect elder was about to interfere. He grunted loudly and slapped the table heavily. A shadow split out of his body. Boom. A loud sound was heard when the table broke. Elder Mo, the Qinglin sect elder frowned. "Elder Qian, the competition has not ended yet. How dare you to have the intention to kill my disciple?" Elder Mo's martial breath was so intense that he appeared to be so majestic in front of everyone. He stared fiercely at Elder Qian. "When did I want to kill your disciple? I just wanted to end the competition." Apparently, your disciple wants to murder Fu Lingtian. Elder Qin of the Qinglin sect sneered. Such a joke. Elder Mo was expressionless, but his tone was very mighty. If Qin Tang really does kill Fu Lingtian, I will definitely punish her heavily. However, before the competition ends, I will kill anyone who dares to interfere. You. Elder Qian of the Qinglin sect stared at Elder Mo in rage. He knew that he was not a qualified opponent of Elder Mo. If he interfered forcefully, it would be detrimental to both sections. Well. Elder Qian repeated himself 3 times. If Fu Lingtian is really killed by your sect's disciple, I'll see what you are going to say. Elder Qian then returned to the area for Qinglin sect. Humph. Elder Mo grunted again and returned. Disciples of the Xianling sect were surprised. Elder Mo defended Yi Qingtang and was even willing to provoke Qinglin sect elder. However, Elder Mo did not seem to take his in-name disciple to heart previously. But now. Boom! A hitting sound stopped everyone's thoughts. Fu Lingtian was kicked by Yi Qingtang at his abdomen area, and his body flew 10 meters away. He was close to falling off the ring. Chapter 436, You Are Cheating, 1, Come Back. Yi Qingtang sprung up and held Fu Lingtian's collar. She dragged him back to the ring directly. Blood flew out of Fu Lingtian's mouth. Yi Qingtang really intended to kill him on the ring. Yi Qingtang's lips curled into an evil smile. She murmured beside Fu Lingtian's ear. I want you dead. Fu Lingtian was astonished. He could never imagine that Yi Qingtang would be so cruel to kill him. He did not know the reason why Yi Qingtang wanted to do so, and he did not have enough time to figure out as Yi Qingtang's move was about to land on him the next second. Fu Lingtian was almost engulfed by the strong feeling of danger. If he continued to suppress his ability at the 3rd heaven of martial Qi level 1, he would not be able to fight with the disciple in front of him. Unless he revealed his true power without holding back. However, if he used his full strength, the Yunshao sect might punish him heavily. If he chose not to, he might die here soon. The moment Yi Qingtang's move was about to lock him down, Fu Lingtian's eyes sparkled, and there was no trace of fear left. His martial Qi aura immediately reached the 2nd heaven of the martial Qi level 2. You are seeking your own death. Fu Lingtian's face darkened as he shouted. As he finished his words, his martial Qi aura changed into unlimited primordial Qi, and the power caused Yi Qingtang to be thrown out. Boom! Yi Qingtang struggled for about 10 steps back until she stabilized herself. I'm going to kill you. Fu Lingtian was enraged. As a Yunshao sect disciple who reached the 2nd heaven of the martial Qi level 2, his hand was fractured by a Xianling sect disciple, and he nearly lost his life. Fu Lingtian smashed his palm down at Yi Qingtang. His martial Qi was so intense that nothing could compare with it. Master, save me. Yi Qingtang shouted for help at Elder Mo. However, before Yi Qingtang shouted, Elder Mo was prepared to take action against Fu Lingtian when he revealed his martial Qi level 2 power. How dare you! Elder Mo shouted fiercely. His voice sounded like the thunder and seemed to be able to cause the entire world to tremble. Before the audience could realize what was going on, Elder Mo flew onto the ring and protected Yi Qingtang. At the same time, Elder Mo waved his palm. Boom. Boom, boom. When the palm of Elder Mo reached Fu Lingtian's palm, it seemed like 2 meteors hit each other. As Fu Lingtian's right hand was fractured by Yi Qingtang, his strength was not enough to counter Elder Mo's attack. He backed off for a few steps. Master, he is at the 2nd heaven of martial Qi level 2. He wanted to kill me. Yi Qingtang's face was full of fear. Elder Mo's face was extremely unpleasant. Don't be afraid, Qingtang, I will defend you now. Elder Mo's cold eyes then scanned through the elders of the Qinglin sect. The elders of the Qinglin sect were totally shocked. The aura that Fu Lingtian just revealed was definitely at the level of the 2nd heaven of martial Qi level 2. What's going on? Fu Lingtian is at the 2nd heaven of martial Qi level 2. How can it be? The rules of the three-sect competition say that only disciples at martial chi level 1 can participate. Martial chi level 1? One of the disciples sneered. It was clear that he reached the second heaven of martial chi level 2 just now. If Elder Mo did not help, junior sister Yi would die because of Fu Lingtian. Is it possible that the Qinglin sect asked Fu Lingtian to suppress his second heaven of martial chi level 2 cultivation to the third heaven of martial chi level 1? Chapter 437, You are cheating, too. That's the reason why every time Qinglin sect was the first in the three-sect competition. Who could beat Fu Lingtian when he has reached martial chi level 2? Qinglin sect is so shameless. Oh my god. Is Yi Qingtang a monster? She broke Fu Lingshan's hand and even forced him to reveal his true power. Besides criticizing Qinglin sect, more people were amazed at Yi Qingtang's terrifying fighting ability. Ha ha ha. Spirit root? So what if your spirit root is not superior? Yi Qingtang's spirit root is not good, but even Fu Lingtian with martial chi level 2 ability almost died in her hands. Spirit root does not represent one's fighting ability, that's right. I think even some of the core disciples in the inner sect of Xianling sect also cannot compare with junior sister Yi. Spirit root does not represent everything. As long as you are strong enough, the quality of the spirit root does not matter anymore. Some of the Xianling sect disciples' eyes were full of excitement as they possessed ordinary spirit roots. Yi Qingtang gave them the hope to be stronger. Qinglin sect, how are you going to explain? Elder Mo stood in front of Yi Qingtang and looked at the Qinglin sect elders. How could the Qinglin sect elders know what was going on? In their impressions, Fu Lingtian was always at the third heaven of martial chi level 1. Maybe, your disciple is too strong. Then she forced out Fu Lingshan's talent and caused him to break through, one of the Qinglin sect elders tried to explain. Elder Mo glanced at that elder coldly. You were saying that Fu Lingshan's martial chi level 1 cultivation suddenly broke through to the second heaven of martial chi level 2? This is not entirely impossible. The Qinglin sect elder nodded. Not entirely impossible? Elder Qin went forward and sneered. In my whole life, I have never heard of any talented person who can break through 2 levels in a second. Hee. The Wind Moon sect elder stood up and smiled at the elders who were quarreling. We should not sacrifice our harmony for that. Anyway, the competition was meant to enhance our relationship. Elder Yi Qingtang smiled. Qinglin sect won quite a lot of stakes by cheating these years. If they need to return all the stakes, Yi Qingtang did not elaborate further as she knew that the Wind Moon sect elder could understand her words. The Wind Moon sect elders' faces immediately changed. They realized that the stakes they lost were not negligible upon Yi Qingtang's reminder. Apparently, the Wind Moon sect elders' faces also clouded. Humph. So shameless of you, Qinglin sect. How dare you to ask your martial chi level 2 disciple to suppress his ability at martial chi level 1? That's right. Qinglin sect won the top prize for a few years based on cheating. Now you must return all the stakes. Besides returning, there must be compensation. The Wind Moon sect elders' attitudes suddenly changed as they condemned the Qinglin sect elders. As I said, Fu Lingtian broke through. The Qinglin sect elders did not wish to compromise. Ha ha ha, such a joke. As Elder Qin said, I have never seen anyone who can break through 2 levels instantly. So you do not admit the despicable things you have done? Another elder of the Wind Moon sect gazed at the Qinglin sect in rage. The Wind Moon sect intended to be the peacemaker, but their attitudes changed after Yi Qingtang's unintentional reminder. Chapter 438, Compensation, 1. On the ring, Fu Lingshan's brows were tightly furrowed. In a moment of desperation just now, he could only reveal his true abilities. If Wind Moon sect mediated the situation as they did originally, nothing much would happen, but that damn woman foiled it. Qingtang, how's your condition? Elder Mo looked at his in-name disciple. Master stepped in time, and Fu Lingtian did not manage to harm me. Yi Qingtang smiled. After hearing that, Elder Mo's doting eyes were filled with relief. He indeed misjudged Yi Qingtang in Xianling's sect, merely treating her as a disciple who had a gift in forging, yet unexpectedly, his in-name disciple was actually also a genius. All right. I will definitely seek justice for you today, Elder Mo said with a nod. At that instant, the Wind Moon sect elders were infuriated and demanded Qinglin's sect to give them additional compensation on top of repaying the wagers for the previous 3 sect competitions. Apart from Wind Moon sect, Elder Mo and Elder Qin from Xianling sect similarly requested for compensation. Other than the wagers that my sect has lost in the previous years in compensation, you, Qinglin sect, must give additional compensation to my disciple, Yi Qingtang, Elder Mo said. Qinglin's sect could only suffer in silence. They were indeed unaware that Fu Lingtian was at martial qi level 2, and they wanted the answer as to what happened more so than Xianling sect or Wind Moon sect. The Qinglin sect elders had ugly expressions and did not know how to reply to the strong voices of Xianling sect and Wind Moon sect. Fu Lingtian's martial skills had always been at the second stage of the third heaven in martial qi level 1, and they were utterly clueless as to why it would suddenly become the second heaven of martial qi level 2. Nonetheless, it was impossible for them to interrogate Fu Lingtian for details right then. Qinglin sect, I think you all should give us an explanation today. Elder Qin scoffed. Please calm down. We are discussing right now. The Qinglin sect elder frowned. Okay, we will wait for you to discuss, a Wind Moon sect elder said. Then, the Xianling sect disciples split their sides from laughing. I remember that those Qinglin sect disciples seemed to say that our sect only knows escaping techniques a while back. That's right. However, how can our sect's escaping techniques compare to Qinglin sect's cheating techniques? Ha ha ha. Using Fu Lingtian, who is at the second heaven of martial qi level 2, to pretend to be at the third heaven of martial qi level 1, yet he ended up having his hand broken by junior sister Yi. I'm afraid that Qinglin's sect will not be able to learn the escaping techniques of our sect's junior sister Yi even if they wanted to. The Xianling sect disciples were extremely disgruntled towards Qinglin's sect's ridicule previously but were freely mocking them now. On the other hand, the Qinglin sect disciples lowered their heads, ashamed, not knowing what to say. Their arrogance and disdain were long gone by now, and all they felt was a burn on their faces. Not only did Fu Lingtian lose to Xianling sect's Yi Qingtang, but Fu Lingtian was also revealed to be a powerful figure at the second heaven of martial qi level 1. The Wind Moon sect disciples looked at Yi Qingtang in reverence. Not long later, the Qinglin sect elders spoke after discussing. The sect in the first place this year is indeed Xianling sect. Apart from losing this year's wagers to Xianling sect, all the wagers we won last year will be returned to Xianling sect and Wind Moon sect in full amount. What do the two sects think? Haha. You all calculated really well. Without counting this year, Fu Lingtian has already been the champion for 3 years. If you all want to repay, it should at least be the wagers of the past 3 years and add another year's wager as our compensations. Elder Qin said mightily. Chapter 439, Compensation, 2. The champion for this year was Yi Qingtang, and Qinglin sect naturally lost their wagers to Xianling sect. However, Fu Lingtian competed for 3 years consecutively and took 3 years' worth of rewards. How could Qinglin sect be allowed to act so perfunctorily? That's right. Wind Moon sect feels the same as well, a Wind Moon sect elder immediately echoed. Don't go too overboard. A Qinglin sect elder frowned. Overboard? A cold glint flashed across Elder Mo's eyes. This is giving you face. You all. Seeing how Wind Moon sect and Xianling sect refused to comply, the Qinglin sect elders' faces darkened, yet they could not back down in the current situation. If they denied, Qinglin's sect would probably no longer have any face in the future, and the sect's glory would be greatly affected. All right. Qinglin's sect will repay as you all said. The Qinglin sect elder clenched and gritted his teeth as though he was butchering meat. It was indeed them, Qinglin's sect, who was in the wrong in this incident. No one would have expected Fu Lingtian to actually conceal his skills, and they could only comply, especially in face of the simultaneous coercion of Wind Moon sect and Xianling sect. Apart from this, Elder Mo said indifferently. You must compensate my disciple, Yi Qingtang, one mind and heart pill. What? The Qinglin sect elder was stunned to hear Elder Mo. The mind and heart pill was a specialty of Qinglin sect which had vastly small quantities and was usually rewarded to Qinglin sect's chief disciple each year. The mind and heart pill could allow a martial qi level 1 cultivator to advance by a small stage and had great benefits even for a powerful figure at martial qi level 2. Nevertheless, the mind and heart pill was extremely precious, and Qinglin sect never produced more than 3 a year. What a joke. Why would our sect need to compensate your disciple? The Qinglin sect elder hollered. Elder Mo sneered. Fu Lingshan's second heaven of martial qi level 2 skills have injured my disciple. Don't you ought to use one mind and heart pill as compensation? Injured your disciple? The few Qinglin sect elders stared blankly. Did he really treat them as idiots? Yi Qingtang crushed Fu Lingshan's knuckles on the ring and tortured Fu Lingtian in every possible way. And when Fu Lingtian displayed his second heaven martial qi level 2 skills, Elder Mo stepped in time to stop Fu Lingtian. How was his disciple, Yi Qingtang, injured? Then, Elder Mo looked at Yi Qingtang and asked, Qingtang, how do you feel? Master, my inner qi is not stable while my vital energy and blood are churning. I should be injured from the imposing air of Fu Lingshan's stage 2 of second heaven. I'm afraid the foundation of my martial skills is affected, Yi Qingtang said, extremely weakly, while even putting on a fatigued expression on her face. Oh. If that's the case, one mind and heart pill shouldn't be enough. Elder Mo looked at Yi Qingtang's weak appearance and frowned slightly. Yi Qingtang sighed. Master, our Xianling sect is reasonable. As the saying goes, we should be easy on people. Moreover, Master has already told them to compensate one mind and heart pill. Our sect keeps true to our words. Emicham, very well, Elder Mo nodded and said. One mind and heart pill it is then. Watching how this pair of master and disciple echoed after each other, the Qinglin sect elder snickered in fury. Yi Qingtang had a ruddy expression and was full of vital essence. How did she look injured? Yet, whatever she said made it actually seem that they, Qinglin sect, had a bargain. Chapter 440. Compensation. 3. Don't talk amongst yourselves. Let Wind Moon sect be the judge. The Qinglin sect waved a hand while his chest was in pain from anger. Qinglin sect had already agreed to the compensation. Once Wind Moon sect obtained the compensation, they would definitely not continue to make things difficult for Qinglin sect. As long as Wind Moon sect said something now and made their stand clear, Qinglin sect would definitely not be given out. I think that Yi Qingtang did suffer injustice. Someone at second heaven of martial qi level 2 was not supposed to appear at the 3-sect competition in the first place. Now that this Yi girl was injured by Fu Lingtian, there is nothing wrong for Qinglin sect to compensate one mind and heart pill, the Wind Moon sect elder said with a smile. Emicham. Elder Dus' words are justified. Don't be so petty, Qinglin sect. The Yi girl isn't making a fuss about it already. So what if you compensate one mind and heart pill? Would your skin fall off from compensating it? Another Wind Moon sect elder laughed. While Qinglin sect cheated in the competition, they had already agreed to compensate Wind Moon sect, which they were on friendly terms with, and Wind Moon sect should originally speak for Qinglin sect. However, if not for Yi Qingtang, Wind Moon sect would never know that Fu Lingtian was at the second heaven of martial qi level 2 and even more so would not receive any compensation. Moreover, Yi Qingtang was Elder Mo's disciple, and Qinglin sect was indeed in the wrong this time. There was no need to offend Xianling sect and Elder Mo over this matter. The Wind Moon sect elders were very shrewd. Just from Yi Qingtang's performance, they knew that she was not an ordinary girl and would definitely shine one day in the future if there were no critical accidents. By speaking for Yi Qingtang today, she would remember something good about Wind Moon sect when she was accomplished in the future. The words of the Wind Moon sect's elders truly left the Qinglin sect elders dumbfounded. They never thought that Wind Moon sect, which was on the fence, would speak for Xianling sect although they had already agreed to the compensation. There's no problem already, Elder Mo said without emotions after seeing how Wind Moon sect was so cooperative. Qinglin sect requested Wind Moon sect to speak, and with it leaned towards Xianling sect now, Qinglin sect could only hold in their fury helplessly. Humph. A certain Qinglin sect elder snorted coldly before taking out a mind and heart pill and throwing it to Elder Mo. This mind and heart pill was originally planned to be a reward for Fu Lingtian after he won the first place, which was why the elder carried it around with him. Who would have expected that it would be taken away by Xianling sect today? I'll give you the mind and heart pill to you first. As for the compensation, someone will pass it to both Xianling sect and Wind Moon sect in half a month. Afterward, that Qinglin sect elder glared at Fu Lingtian fiercely. Go. The Qinglin sect elders no longer had any patience to remain there any longer and brought their disciples away. Yi Qingtang, you will regret, a cold glint shone in Fu Lingtian's eyes. As he turned around and left, he swore in his heart to definitely make this girl have a taste of the most painful torture there was in the world. Take care. Well, not send you off already. Yi Qingtang waved with a grin. Because of Fu Lingtian, Qinglin sect naturally lost the rights to cultivate in Drifting Cloud Island this year, which really gave the Wind Moon sect disciples an advantage. Ha ha ha. Elder Mo, you really know how to hide. You accepted such a talented disciple but hid it from us so well. The Wind Moon sect elder walked up and laughed. My inferior disciple is still not skilled. There's naturally nothing to show off about. Elder Mo replied. While he said that, the Wind Moon sect elder saw a hint of pride that bolted in Elder Mo's eyes. Chapter 441, Breakthrough, 1. For sect elders like them, being able to produce a talented disciple was something they would be more pleased than obtaining a divine weapon, and they would take pride in their disciples. Evidently, Elder Mo was this way as well right now. Elders have overpraised me. Master has taught me too many things, and I've only learned a few things on the surface. Yi Qingtang smiled as she cupped her fists. At that, the Wind Moon sect elders had an amazed expression. Elder Mo. Ah. If only those commonplace disciples of mine were half as good as your disciple, I would be content. Elder Mo, I really could not tell that you had such techniques. You must not be stingy to share with us your insights on teaching disciples. Another Wind Moon sect elder chimed in. After he heard that, a rare smile broke out on Elder Mo's icy cold face. If there's a chance, you all can visit our sect and let this commonplace disciple of mine practice together with your disciples. There's no harm for them to learn from each other. What do you think, Qingtang? I will naturally follow your orders, Master. Yi Qingtang replied. Ha ha ha. Sure. You said this yourself, Elder Mo. If we are free sometime soon, we will definitely head to your sect. The Wind Moon sect elder nodded with a laugh. The Wind Moon sect elders showered Yi Qingtang with praises generously, and Elder Mo's face was naturally glowing. After Zhu Change's defeat, Elder Lin, who had not said anything all the while, had a very astonished expression on his face at this moment. He was originally full of confidence in Zhu Change's match, yet unexpectedly, Zhu Chang'e still lost, and it was rather Yi Qingtang, whom he had never thought highly of, who amazed everyone with one brilliant performance. As Yi Qingtang's master, Elder Mo also gained some reputation. How could Elder Lin be happy? No one sensed Elder Lin's thoughts. After exchanging civilities, the elders of both sects brought their sects back to their area of residence. The disciples who were to remain in Drifting Cloud Island to cultivate this time had already been fixed. They were Yi Qingtang and Zhu Chang'e from Xianling sect, while the Wind Moon sect elders decided for Feng Yiran to stay behind. As for the slots for other disciples, the sects would make another selection when they returned to their sects, where the chosen few would be sent to cultivate on Drifting Cloud Island half a year later. Then, Zhu Chang'e was extremely grateful towards Yi Qingtang. If not for Yi Qingtang, he simply would not have any fate with the cultivation rights on Drifting Cloud Island this year. And because of Yi Qingtang, he earned a slot for nothing. Temporary residence of Xianling sect. Elder Mo looked at Yi Qingtang beside her and placed the mind and heart pill from Qinglin's sect into her hands. Qingtang, although this mind and heart pill can allow a martial qi level 1 cultivator to stably improve by a small stage and be used to advance to martial qi level 2, it is not realistic. A few years later, when your skills reach martial qi level 2, it will be the best time to use this. Elder Mo explained. From Elder Mo's point of view, no matter how fast Yi Qingtang's speed of cultivation was, it would require at least 3 to 4 years for her to make a breakthrough to martial qi level 2 with her endowments. Using the mind and heart pill right now was extremely wasteful. Thank you, Master. I'll remember it. Yi Qingtang nodded firmly and smiled. However, with this mind and heart pill, Yi Qingtang was confident. One night was enough for her to break through to martial qi level 2. As Elder Mo watched Yi Qingtang leave, he let out a long sigh. If Yi Qingtang had a higher grade spirit root, he would have believed that she could break through to martial qi level 2 in at most a year. Nonetheless, Yi Qingtang's spirit root would not do, and she might not even reach martial qi level 2 even in 3 to 4 years. Chapter 442, Breakthrough 2. After returning to her room, Yi Qingtang held her breath in deep concentration and placed the mind and heart pill into her mouth. The mind and heart pill dissolved the moment it entered her mouth, and a searing breath entered her meridians immediately. Yi Qingtang closed her eyes and felt the flow of the inner qi in her body. The inner qi was like an ocean while her body was a dry desert which absorbed everything in a second. The effect of the mind and heart pill was shocking and was the best for cultivators at martial qi level 1. Usually, normal cultivators would require at least more than 1 month to fully absorb the effects of the mind and heart pill. However, Yi Qingtang had the heart of the demon god. Using it as a carrier, her initial calculations were that it would only require a few hours for the full effects of the mind and heart pill to be absorbed. One night and I will be able to make a breakthrough to martial qi level 2, Yi Qingtang considered internally. She was already not far away from martial qi level 2, and with this mind and heart pill now, the speed of her breakthrough would increase as if given help from heaven. Time passed. It seemed like the blink of an eye, yet also an entire century. Suddenly, there was a thunder in the sky above where Yi Qingtang's residence, and spirit energy escalated rapidly as though it was forming a nation of spirit energy. All of the Xianling sect and Wind Moon sect people were alarmed. Someone is about to break through to martial qi level 2. A Wind Moon sect elder walked out from his room and looked in the direction of Xianling sect's residence in astonishment. It was impossible to be an elder as every sect elder was above martial qi level 2. Someone as Xianling sect is actually breaking through to martial qi level 2. Who is that? Another Wind Moon sect elder asked, astounded. Judging by that direction, that disciple of Elder Mo? On Xianling sect's side, Elder Qin was the first to be alarmed while Elder Mo was a step later. Both of them exited their rooms and scanned the sky. There's actually a disciple from our sect who is about to break through to martial qi level 2? Elder Qin asked, extremely surprised. This intensity of spirit energy, Elder Mo was astounded. For normal cultivators, there would also be a condensation of spirit energy when breaking through to martial qi level 2 from martial qi level 1. However, the intensity of the condensation of spirit energy was more than double of normal cultivators. Even when Elder Mo made a breakthrough back then, the intensity of the spirit energy was far less than it was currently. Which disciple is it? Elder Mo had a look of confusion. Yi Qingtang. Elder Qin pointed to not far away. Qingtang? Elder Mo looked at where Yi Qingtang was staying in, and there was spirit energy lingering around it as though there was a nation of spirit energy. The rich spirit energy rushed into Yi Qingtang's room like surging waves. She is charging towards martial qi level 2. Elder Mo's eyes dilated abruptly. That's right. And looking at the intensity of the spirit energy, your precious disciple is about to succeed, Elder Qin said. Protect Qingtang. Expressions of shock were written all over Elder Mo's face as he subsequently flew above Yi Qingtang's room. A cultivator must not be disrupted when charging towards a realm. Once it was stopped, the consequences would be dire. Okay. Elder Qin nodded and flew into the void, standing beside Elder Mo. An hour later, all the spirit energy in the void was completely absorbed by Yi Qingtang. Martial Qi Level 2, in the room, Yi Qingtang sat cross-legged at her bedside as the corners of her lips tugged up slightly. Martial Qi Level 2. Second Heaven. Even Yi Qingtang herself did not expect that all the spirit energy in the void would be absorbed by the heart of the demon god, which acted as a carrier, without missing a tiny bit. And exactly because of the heart of the demon god, not only did she succeed in charging towards Martial Qi Level 2 in a few hours, she even advanced by 2 small realms and directly rose to the second heaven of Martial Qi Level 2. Chapter 443, Breakthrough, 3. Initially, Elder Mo wanted to reproach Yi Qingtang for playing around. Without enough cultivation background, forcefully charging towards Martial Qi Level 2 from the third heaven of Martial Qi Level 1 would result in one being swallowed by their mental demons and have dire consequences should they fail. Once, a disciple whom Elder Mo doted on the most wanted to break through to Martial Qi Level 2 but forcefully charged towards the realm without enough cultivation. Ultimately, the disciple's inner qi reversed, and he died on the spot. To now, Elder Mo was unable to forget how his disciple died tragically. However, looking at how Yi Qingtang's breathing was controlled, Elder Mo was deeply astonished, and the words that he wanted to lash out at her were no longer able to leave his mouth. Martial Qi Level 2. Second Heaven. Elder Mo was utterly dumbfounded on the spot in disbelief. When normal cultivators succeeded in charging towards a higher realm, they would at most advance from the third heaven of Martial Qi Level 1 to the first heaven of Martial Qi Level 2. However, Yi Qingtang surpassed his purview. Not only was she successful in charging towards a new realm, she even advanced to the second heaven of Martial Qi Level 2. Then, Elder Lin walked out of his room as well, and an expression of shock filled his face as he saw Yi Qingtang from not far away. Rapidly, Elder Lin's eyes were slightly gloomy. Yi Qingtang had already entered the second heaven of Martial Qi Level 2 currently, and she could even be able to have a battle with the chief disciple of Xianling sect. Qingtang, come over here. Elder Mo waved at Yi Qingtang. After hearing that, Yi Qingtang nodded and walked to Elder Mo's side. It really is the second heaven of Martial Qi Level 2, Elder Mo's eyes twinkled, and the disbelief on his face turned into an inexplicable delight. Qingtang, it is really my blessing to have such a disciple like you. Elder Mo finally uttered with a sigh after a long while. What are you saying about, Master? If you hadn't fought for a mind and heart pill for me, I would not be able to break through so easily. Yi Qingtang chuckled. Elder Mo shook his head with a laugh. While the mind and heart pill was precious, it was not like what Yi Qingtang said. If there could be such a miracle by relying on just one mind and heart pill, Qinglin's sect's current skills would probably have exceeded that of Yunshao's sect's long ago. Qingtang, you just made a breakthrough. Do rest well and consolidate your cultivation. After a long while, Elder Mo looked at Yi Qingtang with eyes full of adoration. In the room, Yi Qingtang sat on the floor. The inner qi in her body gradually turned into primordial qi. The body of a cultivator at the first heaven of Martial Qi Level 1 had inner qi of which nature would change into primordial qi once the cultivator reached Martial Qi Level 2. While there was only a difference in one word between inner qi and primordial qi, there was a world of differences. Inner qi could only be used to kill enemies while primordial qi could be transformed into armies and even form a primordial qi wing for the cultivator travel in the air. All of this was unable to be done with inner qi. Since I've entered Martial Qi Level 2, I can use the feather formation technique already, Yi Qingtang mumbled. Feather formation technique was a remarkable skill Yi Qingtang learned in her previous life, which used the primordial qi to create a pair of wings. Swiftly, the power of the primordial qi flowed out of her body, and a huge pair of wings instantly appeared on her back. The wings flapped slightly, and a hurricane ensued in the room. At the same time, Yi Qingtang's eyes flickered. She flapped her primordial qi wings and extinguished the oil lamp in the room. About a few breaths later, the door of the room opened with a squeak. It's him, Yi Qingtang hid in a secret corner and observed the uninvited guest. Yi Qingtang did not expect Fu Lingtian to have such audacity to take her life without hesitating to intrude into Xianling's sex area. Ha! A sinister laugh broke out in the darkness. Do you think you'll be fine as long as you hide? Chapter 444, Lying, 1. Fu Lingtian suddenly raised his right arm and slammed the beam of the roof. In a moment, an extremely strong force of primordial qi crashed into the room like strong waves. Then, Yi Qingtang landed on the ground from the roof like an agile butterfly and avoided Fu Lingtian's attack. Fu Lingtian, how bold of you to intrude into Xianling's sex area of residence. Are you not afraid of alarming the elders? Yi Qingtang scoffed. Xianling sect? Fu Lingtian's lips curled up slightly into a cold sneer. What is Xianling sect? How can it be compared to my Yunshao sect? Yi Qingtang narrowed her eyes when Fu Lingtian finished his sentence. Fu Lingtian actually mentioned Yunshao's sect in front of her forthrightly. It seemed that he no longer intended to conceal anymore. Yi Qingtang, you are a mere disciple of a small sect and only have the cultivation of the third heaven of martial qi level 1. However, you deliberately forced me to reveal my true state of cultivation on the ring today. I'm afraid you must know something. A cold glint twinkled in Fu Lingtian's eyes. Previously, Yi had warned that once he revealed his true skills in front of the three sects, he would definitely be heavily punished by the sect. Fu Lingtian kept it in mind and was very cautious during the competition. Yet, he was forced to reveal his true skills because of Yi Qingtang today, and the sect would definitely not forgive him. Whichever route he had spelled death, and naturally, he would not let Yi Qingtang off. Fu Lingtian, you barged into my room in the night. Could it be that it is to ask me if I know about anything? Yi Qingtang was unconcerned. You reminded me. Fu Lingtian walked towards Yi Qingtang slowly and said. Everything is no longer important. Today, I will kill you first. Then, the imposing air of the second heaven of martial qi level 2 spread in the room, which shrouded and trapped Yi Qingtang. Aren't you very nimble? Go on and flee. There was a cruelly playful expression on Fu Lingtian's face. Senior brother Fu, I'm wrong. Please spare my life. Looking at the murderous Fu Lingtian, a strange look flashed across her eyes, though fear was etched on her face. Ha! It's a pity that's a little too late. Fu Lingtian scoffed and immediately slammed a hand towards Yi Qingtang. Fu Lingtian's slap possessed a large force of primordial qi, which contained the air of destruction. Even a person at the first heaven of martial qi level 2 would die without a doubt under this attack. This girl brought so much trouble to him, and he already intended to kill her long ago. Thus, he no longer had any reservations using the skills of the second heaven of martial qi level 2. However, boom! Yi Qingtang stretched a hand out and immediately stopped Fu Lingtian's left palm. In an instant, the fear on Yi Qingtang's face faded, and her lips tugged up and formed into a devilish smile. I was lying, you. Fu Lingtian was astonished. There was the force of primordial qi around Yi Qingtang. Martial qi level 2. Second heaven? Fu Lingtian was in utter disbelief. Why was the attainment of this Yi Qingtang of Xianling sect the same as his in just a few hours? You actually hid your skills as well. Fu Lingtian clenched his teeth tightly. He naturally would not believe that Yi Qingtang just made a breakthrough, and he thought that she was also at the second heaven of martial qi level 2 but suppressed her skills as he did. Senior brother Fu, how are you going to take my life now? Yi Qingtang smiled. Fu Lingtian was outraged, and the force of his primordial qi escalated to the maximum. He immediately broke free from Yi Qingtang's restraint and turned around in an attempt to escape. Chapter 445, Lying, 2, Senior brother Fu, how are you going to take my life now? Yi Qingtang smiled. Fu Lingtian was outraged, and the force of his primordial qi escalated to the maximum. He immediately broke free from Yi Qingtang's hold and turned around in an attempt to escape. Then, Fu Lingtian was already aware that Yi Qingtang was at second heaven of martial qi level 2. Even if he could kill her, it would cause a stirring, and the Xianling sect people would definitely be alerted since this was Xianling sect's area of residence. Yi Qingtang's speed was originally swift. Now, after breaking through to the second heaven of martial qi level 2, her skills had increased multiple folds, and her speed was all the more incomparable to before. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qingtang had already blocked Fu Lingxian's way. Want to escape? Yi Qingtang let out a cold laugh. Just stay since you're already here. Then, Yi Qingtang gathered all the force of her primordial qi into her fingers. Whiz! With the pointing of a finger, a piercing sound lingered in one's ears as though the air was still. Fu Lingtian was startled after feeling the force of Yi Qingtang's one finger. He originally wanted to leave, but Yi Qingtang's finger was pointed very brilliantly as it sealed his route of retreat and rendered him to have no way of escape. In a moment of desperation, Fu Lingtian launched a lousy attack, but the speed of Yi Qingtang's finger was too fast, and Fu Lingtian was too late. Boom! This finger fiercely landed on Fu Lingxian's chest. In the next second, a shrill scream escaped Fu Lingxian's mouth. His entire body floated in the sky and was flung out of the room like a kite with a snapped string. Yi Qingtang chased after, but before she attacked again, Elder Mo suddenly appeared. What audacity! There was a cold glint twinkling in Elder Mo's eyes as he slammed his palm against Fu Lingtian. Ow! Fu Lingtian was already injured by Yi Qingtang and was now attacked by Elder Mo, who suddenly appeared. After sustaining another injury on top of his previous injuries, his face paled, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Young one, how dare you intrude into my Xianling sect's area of residence and attack my disciple in secret? Elder Mo grabbed Fu Lingxian's collar, lifting him in midair. Yi Qingtang had just advanced to martial qi level 2 not long ago, and Elder Mo had been guarding in the vicinity. After hearing some unusual noise from Yi Qingtang's room, Elder Mo immediately rushed over. Very quickly, Elder Mo and Elder Lin appeared as well. Fu Lingtian from Qinglin sect. What's going on? Elder Qin's brows were tightly furrowed. This bastard intruded Qingtang's room with evil designs, Elder Mo said coldly. What? Elder Qin was shocked. Then, he shot a furious glare and pointed at Fu Lingtian. How bold of you to do anything to satisfy your lust. Yi Qingtang's lips twitched upon hearing that. He was here to kill her all right. Elder Qin. Fu Lingtian is here to kill me. Yi Qingtang explained. Elder Qin was stunned and instantly understood the situation. Awkwardness filled his face. Elder Mo, you should speak more clearly. Evil designs can cause misunderstanding. Elder Qin coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. Elder Mo did not bother with Elder Qin as he gripped Fu Lingxian's throat. Speak. Did Qinglin sect instruct you to do this? Then, Fu Lingxian's face was flushed, and he had difficulty in breathing. Are you not speaking? Elder Mo's expression darkened. Elder Mo, you're strangling his throat. How is he to talk? Elder Qin reminded. Humph. Elder Mo lifted his right arm and threw Fu Lingtian on the floor. You all. This bunch of old things, Fu Lingtian looked at the elders. Do you have a death wish? Elder Mo was filled with murderous intent. Chapter 446, Lying, 3, ha 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 ha. However, Fu Lingtian crackled in disdain. I am a Yunshao sect disciple. Do you all dare to lay a finger on me? Yunshao sect? Elder Lin was startled. Aren't you a Qinglin sect disciple? How did you become a Yunshao sect disciple? Yunshao sect was at its peak and was the rich and powerful sect. Their history could even be traced to thousands of years ago. They had a deep-seated background and was not what the three sects could compare to. Ha, Fu Lingtian scoffed. There are too many things you all don't know. In the eyes of Yunshao sect, you all are merely a slaughterhouse. If you don't say it clearly, you will be torn into pieces tonight. Elder Mo ordered coldly. Ha! How pitiful, Fu Lingtian shook his head and continued. Xianling sect, Qinglin sect, Wind Moon sect, these are all slaughterhouses to feed the spirit roots of Yunshao's sect disciples. However, what can you do even if you all know about this? You're saying that Yunshao's sect knows a technique to swallow spirit roots? Elder Lin seemed to be deep in thought. Don't bullshit any longer. I advise you all to release me immediately. Otherwise, angering my Yunshao sect, your Xianling sect would definitely be exterminated. Fu Lingtian said mightily. Exterminated, then, a glint flashed in Yi Qingtang's eyes. Some past events that were almost forgotten floated in her mind immediately. In her previous life, she had once cultivated in Xianling sect. A long time after leaving the sect, she happened to hear that Xianling sect was exterminated in a night. The Grand Elder. Elder Mo. Elder Qin. All the higher-ups of Xianling sect were killed, and Xianling sect vanished from then on. In her previous lifetime, Yi Qingtang did not have any feelings towards Xianling sect, and even when she heard rumors of Xianling sect's extermination, she did not feel anything. Even more so, that period of time was almost forgotten. However, it was no longer the same after her rebirth. Unknowingly, Xianling's sect had found a way into her heart. There were too many things that she could not break off from the sect. Master Elder Mo, Elder Qin, those fellow disciples whom she was close to. Thinking about it carefully now, the only force in the area which could wipe out Xianling's sect without a sound was the powerful Yunshao sect. Ha ha ha. There are Yunshao sect disciples hiding in your Xianling sect as well. Yi Qingtang returned to her senses and heard Fu Lingtian. Who is it? Elder Mo roared sternly. Who is it? Fu Lingtian scoffed. So what if you all know? Could it be that you all dare to touch a Yunshao sect disciple? Fu Lingtian was aware that Yunshao's sect would definitely not forgive him after he displayed his true skills. Now, he no longer had any fears, and, all the more, there was nothing he was afraid to say. If you don't say it, it'll take your life. Elder Mo assumed a posture in preparation to attack. Wait. Suddenly, Elder Lin walked forward and stopped Elder Mo. Elder Mo, we must investigate this matter clearly. If he really is a Yunshao sect disciple, we must not touch him at all. Elder Lin said. This time, Elder Qin agreed with Elder Lin. Fu Lingtian only said that he was a Yunshao sect disciple, but there was no concrete evidence. Moreover, this matter implicated too many things, and any decisions could only be made after investigating clearly. All right. This matter cannot be delayed. I'll bring him back to the sect first and report this matter to the Grand Elder and Sect Master. Elder Mo said. Okay. Yi Qingtang nodded her head in agreement. Subsequently, Elder Mo grabbed Fu Lingtian and flew into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 447, Worries, 1. In the room, Yi Qingtang's slightly furrowed brows never relaxed. That day when Yi Yu and Fu Lingtian met, they vaguely mentioned that there was someone from Yunshao's sect in Xianling sect, and Fu Lingtian mentioned this again today. Yi Qingtang believed that this was definitely related to the extermination of Xianling sect in her previous life. Could it be that? Yi Qingtang's expression changed slightly. Given Yunshao's sect's prestige, it would never allow a scandal to be brought to light. If Xianling sect discovered that there was a Yunshao sect disciple hidden in the sect, Yunshao's sect would definitely exterminate Xianling's sect to prevent this matter from being revealed to the public. In Yi Qingtang's previous life, Xianling's sect's extermination happened about a few years later. However, this time, because of Fu Lingtian, perhaps, it was accelerated. If Fu Lingtian did not reveal his true cultivation level in the 3-sect competition this year, he would not resent her so much to even intrude into her room and attempt to kill her. After Fu Lingtian's skills were exposed, Yunshao's sect would definitely not let him off. Suddenly, Yi Qingtang's expression changed. Fu Lingtian deliberately saying that there was also a Yunshao sect disciple in Xianling sect, must be because he wanted to drag Xianling sect down. Once Xianling sect found out who the hidden disciple was, Yunshao sect would definitely wipe out Xianling sect with wrath. Yunshao sect was one of the influential sects at their peak in the formidable Heavens dynasty. To the three sects, it was a colossus, a heavenly mountain that was impossible to surmount. In the room, Yi Qingtang's brows frowned tightly. If everything developed according to her guesses, Xianling's sect's extermination was already accelerated unknowingly. I need to have my martial arts skills break through to Yin Yang True Lord. Otherwise, there's no way it can be prevented. Yi Qingtang shut her eyes and was deep in thought. The so-called Yin Yang True Lord was the realm after martial qi level 3. Since ancient times, the martial way had been divided into 10 realms. Martial qi level 1, martial qi level 2, martial qi level 3, Yin Yang True Lord, arcane supremacy, heavenly venerate, paragon, divine lord, divine emperor, and immortal emperor. On this extremely remote mainland, mighty figures at their peak were only at Yin Yang True Lord because of the backward martial culture and the insufficient spirit energy. Any realm after Yin Yang True Lord had never appeared on this mainland since thousands of years ago. This world was actually formed by a vast ocean and was coined as the mortal world. In the primordial mortal world, there were no islands or land and only an ocean where the primordial human civilization lived at the bottom of the sea. However, tens of thousands of years later, the primordial humans were tired of living in the sea and scattered sacred objects around the ocean, which formed into islands of different sizes. After attaining the Paragon realm in her previous life, Yi Qingtang's horizon was widened, and she knew a total of thousands of islands. Every island was a mainland in the present day. These islands were later divided into 3 big domains: Blue Sky Domain, Mixed Heavens Holy Domain, and Divine Venerate Domain. Amongst the 3, there were the least islands in Blue Sky Domain, and its martial culture could not be compared to that of Mixed Heavens Holy Domain and Divine Venerate Domain. 100 years later in her previous life, Yi Qingtang once headed to the Mixed Heavens Holy Domain and was shocked by its martial culture. The skills of the most ordinary sect disciples in Mixed Heavens Holy Domain were far above that of a Yin Yang True Lord. Even a high-level arcane supremacy was very common in Mixed Heavens Holy Domain. To give an example, if any random ordinary sect disciple in Mixed Heavens Holy Domain came to this mainland, they could easily destroy a colossal Yunshao sect just by lifting a hand. Chapter 448, Worries, 2. As for Divine Venerate Domain, it was too far away from the Blue Sky Domain, and there were tempests surrounding it which even a mighty paragon would be torn into pieces by the violent storm should they be slightly careless. Hence, Yi Qingtang never had the chance to take a look at that domain in her previous life. Nevertheless, there were many legends about the Divine Venerate Domain. It was said that the Divine Venerate Domain was the peak domain in the world. Hundreds of primordial clans were in it, and humans were the weakest forces. Despite that, the martial skills of the weakest human clan disciple in the Divine Venerate was at least at a paragon level. Presently, Yi Qingtang was in the weakest and smallest domain out of the 3 big domains, Blue Sky Domain. There were hundreds of islands in the Blue Sky Domain, and each island was a mainland. The bigger the island, the more flourishing the martial culture was. The mainland that Yi Qingtang was in was only the tip of the iceberg on Blue Sky Domain. Relatively speaking, this mainland was extremely small, and its martial culture was immensely underdeveloped. Martial Qi Level 3 was almost the peak of one's martial skills on this mainland, while the number of powerful figures at Yin Yang True Lord was so few that it could be counted with one hand. The backward martial culture was closely related to the insufficient spirit energy on this mainland. In this thin spirit energy, it was already a miracle for Yi Qingtang to successively advance to the 2nd heaven of Martial Qi Level 2 in a night. If Yi Qingtang wanted to prevent the extermination of the sect this time, her cultivation must at least reach the state of a Yin Yang True Lord. Yin Yang True Lord was the attainment after Martial Qi Level 3, and it was extremely rare for this mainland to have a cultivator of such attainment. It was simply unrealistic for Yi Qingtang to achieve it in a short amount of time. A long while later, Yi Qingtang opened her eyes and walked out from the memories of her previous life. After her rebirth, she no longer had the powers of a paragon, and the current her was only at 2nd heaven of Martial Qi Level 2. Stopping Yunshao's sect with an attainment of Martial Qi Level 2 was no different from a fantasy. According to the knowledge from her previous life, almost all the higher-ups in the sect were killed when the sect was wiped out, with all of them losing their lives in the battle, while most of those unyielding sect disciples who fought courageously were massacred by Yunshao's sect. What must I do to change Xianling Sect's fate? Yi Qingtang sighed lightly. There was a total of 2 dynasties on this mainland, which were Nine Knights Dynasty and Formidable Heavens Dynasty. Sects like Xianling Sect were rooted in the Formidable Heavens Dynasty, with Yunshao Sect being one of the most powerful sections. The Nine Knights Dynasty and Formidable Heavens Dynasty were arch-enemies, and both had been in hundreds of battles with each other in the past 1,000 years. In the Formidable Heavens Dynasty, there were powerful forces which could compete with Yunshao Sect, and one of them was the Falling Sky Valley. Because of Yi Qingtang was ultimately hunted down for her life by Yunshao Sect in her previous life. There was nowhere to turn for help, and she was forced to hide in Nine Knights Dynasty, where she was rescued by the master of a valley division in Falling Sky Valley who was known as Perfected Xianchen. Yunshao Sect did not dare to remain in the Nine Knights Dynasty for long, or even more so fight with the Falling Sky Valley on Nine Knights Dynasty's territory, and thus could only return. From then on, Yi Qingtang remained in Falling Sky Valley. Regardless of her previous or present life, Yi Qingtang's feelings towards Falling Sky Valley could not be cut off. Her master, Perfected Xianchen, as well as her senior brothers and sisters, and that dirty black dog behind the mountain which only knew how to speak the human language. At this moment, Yi Qingtang was lost in her painful memories. In the eruption of the war between Nine Knights Dynasty and Formidable Heavens Dynasty, the internal corruption of the Nine Knights Dynasty resulted in the Formidable Heavens Dynasty's great victory, where Yunshao Sect and other influential sects charged into the Nine Knights Dynasty. Chapter 449 Spirit Life Flower 1. Because of the revelation of the heart of the demon god in her previous life, Yi Qingtang could only leave Xianling Sect. Yet, Elder Lin, who heard the news a long time ago, ambushed her. If Yunshu had not saved her, she would probably have died then. After escaping from Elder Lin's hands, she concealed her true identity and stepped into Falling Sky Valley after many twists and turns. In her previous life, she originally thought that she could settle down in Falling Sky Valley, yet. In the eruption of the war between Nine Knights Dynasty and Formidable Heavens Dynasty, the internal corruption of the Nine Knights Dynasty resulted in the Formidable Heavens Dynasty's great victory, where Yunshao Sect and other influential sects charged into the Nine Knights Dynasty. In order to protect Yi Qingtang, Perfected Xianchen was involved in a bloody battle with Yunshao Sect and killed the sect master of Yunshao Sect as well as several elders with his own force. However, because his energy was depleted, Yi Yu's sneak attack using the poison of a venomous insect was successful, and he was poisoned to death. Yi Qingtang would never forget the scene where her fellow disciples fought with their lives. That day became a hell with corpses laying all over. A cold glint shot across Yi Qingtang's eyes, and the aura of her realm exuded around her. I will never let the tragedy repeat again. Be it Xianling Sect, or Falling Sky Valley. With a whiz, Yi Qingtang stood up. After her rebirth, she was finally overflowing with desire for power. Only with power could she be able to change it. Only by becoming stronger could she turn things around and fight with the heavens. In her previous life, the heavens let her spirit root be stolen, let Nine Knights Dynasty be tragically defeated, and let Falling Sky Valley be annihilated because of the combined forces of influential sects. Now that Yi Qingtang was reborn, how could she watch history's tragedy replay itself before her eyes? If that was the case, what was the use of her rebirth? What was the point of her living in the world? I, Yi Qingtang, vow that from now on, Yi Qingtang clenched her fists, and a cold glint shone in her eyes. If anyone blocks me, I will kill them. If gods hinder me, I will massacre them. If the heavens are heartless, I will go against the heavens. Everything in her heart was precious, and she would protect them from then on. Those who wanted to steal anything precious to her must become corpses under her feet. Yi Qingtang stood up instantly. Primordial qi was exuded, and a pair of snow-white wings appeared behind her back. While the spirit energy in Drifting Cloud Island was rich, she was already at martial qi level 2, and the spirit energy on the island was very limited to the increment in her skills. If she wanted to increase her skills as quickly as possible, she could only take the other path. Whiz! A piercing sound rang. Yi Qingtang flapped the huge wings behind her and flew towards the sky and into the clouds. In just the blink of an eye, there was no trace of her. A mountain valley at the north of formidable Heaven's dynasty. Yi Qingtang was currently in the air as her snow-white wings flapped. There was an open mountain valley below her where rivers intersected, and a dense forest surrounded it, making it seem like another world. Yi Qingtang scanned that mountain valley, and her eyes flickered slightly. There was a numinous treasure called the Spirit Life Flower in this mountain valley. In the world, the number of items which could improve one's spirit root was very few. However, not only could the Spirit Life Flower improve a cultivator's primordial chi, but it also had the benefit of cleansing one's spirit root. As long as this Spirit Life Flower was used, even ordinary spirit roots could be improved. However, this Spirit Life root was extremely rare. Thus, there was almost no method of improving one's spirit root in the world. In her previous life, Yi Qingtang once heard that Yi Yu somehow gained news that there was an immature Spirit Life Flower here and ordered one of her trusted subordinates to guard here. Once the Spirit Life Flower was ripe, it was to be plucked and brought back to Yi Yu to improve her spirit root. Chapter 450, Spirit Life Flower. 1. This Spirit Life Flower was effective in improving even ordinary spirit roots, and for Yi Qingtang's current spirit root, it would only be better. Presently, she had to obtain both the Spirit Life Flower and the Black Heaven Water. However, the Yunshao sect disciple guarding the Spirit Life Flower here was rather skilled as well. Although Yi Qingtang knew it, she initially did not intend to take a risk and snatch it. Yet, she was forced by the situation. She faintly sensed a hint of danger from the revelation of Fu Lingshan's identity. She had to increase the realm of her martial skills in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, all her lofty sentiment and soaring determination would be nothing but empty talk. Between the clouds, Yi Qingtang looked at the area in the mountain valley which was the most abundant in spirit energy. A male who looked below 30 was guarding near a huge rock where the Spirit Life Flower was growing at the top of the rock. According to Yi Qingtang's observations, the Spirit Life Flower was already ripe, and the man had not plucked it probably because he felt that the effects would be better if it was a little riper. Yi Qingtang scanned that man whose cultivation was about martial chi level 3. Given Yi Qingtang's second heaven of martial chi level 2, it was a little too unrealistic to snatch the Spirit Life Flower away from someone at martial chi level 3. Over the past 2 days, Yi Qingtang had remained here all along and did not return to Xianling sect. The Spirit Life Flower was extremely effective to her. Before Xianling sect's mystic realm started, the Spirit Life Flower was the only method she could think of which would raise her skills by the greatest extent. As the level of her skills moved higher, the speed of her improvement in skills would slow down. Yi Qingtang did not wish to miss this chance. However, that Yunshao sect disciple guarded by the rock over the past 2 days and never left a step, which made it hard for Yi Qingtang to make a move. If she stole it up front, she was not an opponent of that martial chi level 3 person given her current skills, and she would never do anything she had no confidence in. Nevertheless, Yi Qingtang never wasted any time while waiting for the opportunity as she consolidated her cultivation level in the clouds. Even in the earliest hours of the third morning, Yi Qingtang's eyes flickered as she looked straight ahead. Then, a middle-aged man about 40 years old walked towards the direction of Yi Qingtang. "TSK, TSK, TSK. My luck is really good. There's actually such a beauty here in the wild." The middle-aged man looked at Yi Qingtang with a sinister laugh. Yi Qingtang glimpsed at the middle-aged man before her and was stunned. Yi Tianqiu? Yi Tianqiu was the number 9 on the sex assassination roll. He committed countless wrongdoings in his life and liked to seek pleasure with girls from sections. It was said that Yi Tianqiu once intruded the residence of a prince in the formidable Heaven's imperial city and tainted one of the princesses in the night. From then on, not only were sects after his life, even the formidable Heaven's dynasty listed him as a wanted criminal where one would be heavily rewarded for bringing Yi Tianqiu's head. There were portraits of everyone on the assassination roll, and Yi Qingtang saw the face of Yi Tianqiu in Xianling sect's assassination roll gallery and thus recognized him instantly. "Heh heh, girl doll. What are you doing here?" Yi Tianqiu walked to Yi Qingtang's side and beamed. Yi Qingtang frowned slightly and looked at Yi Tianqiu, who was harboring evil intentions. A glint flashed across her eyes suddenly as she immediately put on a frail expression and looked at him rather nervously. I'm a Xianling sect disciple. I was training outside, and was injured by a demonic beast. I've not yet recovered now. Chapter 451 Spirit Life Flower, 3. Upon hearing that, Tianqi's eyes flickered as he chuckled. So you're injured. Don't panic though. I can help to treat you. Really? Yi Qingtang looked at Tianqiu in confusion with an innocent expression. Of course it's real. However, what benefits can you give me? Tianqiu narrowed his eyes, and a malicious intention flashed across his eyes. One don't have any valuables or money on me as I lost all of them when I was being chased after by a demonic beast, Yi Qingtang uttered pitifully as though she did not see the evil intentions in Tianqi's eyes. Heh. I have plenty of money, and I don't like those. Tianqi's burning gaze scanned Yi Qingtang brazenly as he continued. How about, well, do some wonderful things together. Afterward, I'll treat your injuries. Wonderful things? Yi Qingtang looked at Tianqiu in confusion. Heh, she's actually a virgin too. This luck of mine. Ha, Tianqiu guffawed. Wonderful things obviously meant the thing between a male and a female. What? Yi Qingtang's expression changed immediately, and panic emerged on her face. She shook her head and said frantically, I don't want you to treat my injuries for me anymore. You're reading this at Wuxia World. Sight after hearing Yi Qingtang's words, all traces of a smile on Tianqi's face faded as he said coldly, Little beauty, this is not up to you. Haven't you seen my face in Xianling sex assassination role? Don't you know who I am? Yi Qingtang deliberately inspected Tianqiu carefully and acted as though she had just realized it now. You are Tianqiu. Ha. Tianqiu had a pleased expression on his face. Since you know me, you should be clear about my rules. If you obediently please me until I'm satisfied, I can still keep your corpse as a whole. Otherwise, I can only chop your head and use your body for pleasure. No. Beg you, please don't kill me. Yi Qingtang retreated backward, fearfully, although there was a sly smile at the bottom of her bright eyes. Ha. Tianqiu licked his lips. I even killed the princess of formidable heaven's dynasty. Any beauty that I have my eyes on is already dead. However, before you die, you can always feel extreme happiness. I beg you. Don't kill me. I can use the spirit life flower to exchange for my life. Yi Qingtang said. Spirit life flower? Tianqiu was slightly taken aback then. He obviously was aware that the spirit life flower was a treasure nurtured by the heaven and earth and that it could increase the powers of one's primordial qi and even cleanse the spirit root. Every powerful figure knew how precious the spirit life flower was, and he had only heard about it in rumors but never seen it for himself before. You have the spirit life flower? Tianqiu looked at Yi Qingtang in disbelief. The spirit life flower was a treasure that could be chanced upon but not sought after. How could the Xianling sect disciple before him have the spirit life flower? I don't have it. Yi Qingtang said. You're fooling me? Tianqi's expression darkened instantly. But I know where the spirit life flower is. In a spot in the mountain valley where the spirit energy is rich, a spirit life flower is growing there. I can bring you there. Yi Qingtang said immediately. After hearing her, Tianqiu was deep in thought for a moment and then nodded. All right. You'll bring me to take a look. However, if you dare to lie to me. Chapter 452, Spirit Life Flower, 4. No. I will not lie to you. Yi Qingtang shook her head extremely earnestly. Tianqiu had Yi Qingtang walk at the front to lead the way. He was not afraid that the girl before him would play any tricks. Given his martial qi level 3 realm, he would not be afraid at all even if Xianling sect elders were here. Yi Qingtang walked in front while limping in pain, and her movement was not fast. About an hour later, Yi Qingtang brought Tianqiu to a spot in the mountain valley. The spirit life flower is right there. Yi Qingtang raised her hand and pointed ahead of them. Tianqiu looked in the direction that Yi Qingtang pointed at. There was a huge rock hundreds of meters away, and there was indeed a spirit life flower growing on the top of the huge rock. It really is the spirit life flower. Tianqiu was surprised. Very quickly, his surprised expression turned into that of burning desire. If he could obtain the spirit life flower, perhaps he could break through the bottleneck of his realm. At that point, Tianqiu finally believed that this beauty never lied to him. Since you know there's a spirit life flower here, why don't you get it yourself? Tianqiu asked carefully. Although he desired the preciousness of the spirit life flower, he was not a fool who advanced rashly. If it were an ordinary sect disciple, he or she would definitely snatch it away the moment he or she saw this treasure. How would they leave the baby there without doing anything? Someone is guarding it, and he is very skilled. Yi Qingtang sensed Tianqiu's caution and immediately explained honestly. Then, Tianqiu's brows were furrowed slightly as he scanned the area in front of them once again. Expectedly, a male around his 30s was guarding near the huge rock. It is merely a brat. Tianqiu scoffed coldly and looked at Yi Qingtang. You will follow behind me. Once I obtain the spirit life flower, I'll let you go. However, if you dare to play any tricks, I will let you be in utter misery, okay? Yi Qingtang nodded repeatedly. Looking at the bowtie's innocent appearance, Tianqiu snickered in his heart. Regardless of whether he could obtain the spirit life flower today, this beauty would never be able to escape from his hands. At that moment, the Yunshao sect disciple who was guarding near the rock frowned and looked ahead. He saw a man and a girl walking towards him together. Get lost. That Yunshao sect disciple shouted coldly as he displayed his imposing air instantly. He was ordered by senior sister Yi Yu to guard the spirit life flower here and not allow any living thing to come near it. TSK. Little chap, you're asking me to get lost? Tianqiu looked at the Yunshao sect disciple and sneered. Tianqiu? The Yunshao sect disciple was rather stunned after taking a clear look at the man's face. Tianqiu was ranked 9 on the assassination roll, and he naturally saw a portrait of Tianqiu as a Yunshao sect disciple. It was said that Tianqiu's cultivation level was already at the perfected first heaven of martial qi level 3 and was only a half step away from entering the second heaven of martial qi level 3. However, in these 5 years, Tianqiu's skills never advanced, and he had not made a breakthrough for a long time. Despite so, the Yunshao sect disciple did not dare to let down his guard. Tianqiu, do you know that I'm a Yunshao sect disciple? If you know what's the best for you, get lost from here quickly, the Yunshao sect disciple commanded coldly. Yunshao sect disciple, Tianqiu suddenly let out a loud laugh. There are numerous female Yunshao sect disciples who were humiliated to death by me. It is said that when there are too many deaths, one stops worrying about them. Could it be that you don't understand this logic? Yunshao sect disciple, hand this spirit life flower to me and I'll let you live. How about that? Without waiting for the Yunshao sect disciple to say anything, Tianqiu spoke again. Chapter 453, The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. 1. The skills of this Yunshao sect disciple were indeed good and were similarly at first heaven of martial qi level 3. Tianqiu knew that even if he could kill the Yunshao sect disciple, he would be wounded as well. It would naturally be the best if the person gave in and left. However, what a joke! The Yunshao sect disciple scoffed. Tianqiu, aren't you too bold? Do you know that this spirit life flower is an item that Yi Yu, the holy lady of my Yunshao sect, wants? How dare you fight with senior sister Yi Yu for it? When mentioning Yi Yu, the eyes of this Yunshao sect disciple were full of worship and adoration. Ever since Yi Yu entered the sect, she was regarded highly by the sect master of Yunshao sect and was conferred as the holy lady of Yunshao sect. It goes without saying that her position in the sect was extremely high. Humph. Tianqiu scoffed. Whoever it is, this spirit life flower is mine today. Since you can't appreciate my kindness and want death, I'll grant you that. Tianqiu, you have a death wish. Before Tianqiu made any move, the Yinshao sect disciple took the advantage of striking first as he drew out a long sword from the scabbard on his waist with a crisp clang. As he waved his sword, the image of the sword was like a screen which almost turned into a substantial sword aura that charged towards Yi Tianqiu. Overconfident. A cold glint twinkled in Yi Tianqiu's eyes as he launched a strike with his palm that crushed the sword aura of the Yinshao sect disciple. That Yinshao sect disciple was actually rather skilled, but his cultivation was at the mid-stage of the first heaven of martial qi level 3 while Yi Tianqiu's skills had already reached the perfected stage of the first heaven of martial qi level 3. Regardless of the background and experience in the realm, he was superior to the Yinshao sect disciple. At that instant, Yi Qingtang was standing near the huge rock where she spectated the match between Yi Tianqiu and the Yinshao sect disciple with indifference. An icy scoff that was hard to detect hung on the corner of her lips. Boom! A loud bang echoed throughout the surrounding area. The Yinshao sect disciple was hit on his abdomen by Yi Tianqiu and was flung out like a kite with a snapped string. However, Yi Tianqiu did not have a large gain. His left shoulder was stabbed by the Yinshao sect disciple, and fresh blood stained his sleeves red in a moment. Under the tattered clothes was a ghastly sword wound so deep that his bones could be seen. Little brat of Yinshao's sect, I think you're tired of living. Yi Tianqiu was utterly wrathful after being injured by the Yinshao sect disciple. He lifted his right arm and fiercely waved it in the air. In a moment, a hurricane ensued, and the force of the primordial qi condensed into a giant golden palm in the air. The speed of the giant golden palm was extremely rapid as it dove down at the Yinshao sect disciple. Caught off guard, the Yinshao sect disciple was suppressed by the giant golden palm. With a loud "whoa," he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. TSK. I've been stuck in the first heaven of martial qi level 3 for 5 years while you advanced to first heaven of martial qi level 3 for at most 2 years. How can you be my opponent? Yi Tianqiu snickered evilly as he walked towards the Yinshao sect disciple with a brutal expression. Sword of the Heaven technique. The Yinshao sect shouted. Destroy. As the Yinshao sect disciple spoke, the long sword in his hand charged towards Yi Tianqiu at the speed of lightning. Upon seeing this, Yi Tianqiu's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated, temporarily avoiding the tip of the sword. The force of the primordial qi with a breath of destruction on the long sword was extremely terrifying. While Yi Tianqiu's speed was swift and was not stabbed by the long sword, the breath of destruction within the sword wounded him. Chapter 454. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. 2. Blood was flowing out of Yi Tianqiu's mouth then. He avoided in time, fortunately. Otherwise, if he was attacked head-on, the breath of destruction would tear him into shreds in just 1 second. The sword with senior sister Yi Yu's aura. Despicable. The Yinshao sect disciple clenched his teeth. Yi Yu had used the force of the blue spirit root to inject a breath of destruction in his long sword, which was enough to save his life and counterattack. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Tianqiu luckily dodged it. Die! Yi Tianqiu hollered in fury and darted to the front of the Yinshao sect disciple. Without giving him any time to react, Yi Tianqiu slammed his palm directly on the Yinshao sect disciple's crown. Immediately, the crushing of bones could be heard, and blood gushed out from the Yinshao sect disciple's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Thump. The Yinshao sect disciple collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud and lost his life on the spot after taking just 2 breaths. After killing the Yinshao sect disciple, Yi Tianqiu immediately leaped up and plucked the light cyan spirit life flower on the huge rock away. You've obtained the spirit life flower. You can release me already, right? Yi Qingtang looked at Yi Tianqiu, who already gained the spirit life flower. At that moment, Yi Tianqiu's complexion was ghastly pale. After the battle with the Yinshao sect disciple, his injuries were not light, and he was especially severely injured from the breath of destruction that was injected using the force of Yi Yu's spirit root. Presently, Yi Tianqiu naturally did not have the energy to do anything to Yi Qingtang, but he would not spare her life either. TSK. Little beauty, thank you for telling me about the spirit life flower, Yi Tianqiu smiled sinisterly. However, I never intended to let you go. It's a pity that I'm injured and can't do wonderful things with you. It truly is a pity. Upon hearing that, Yi Qingtang had a shocked expression on her face as she replied. You actually lied. Ha ha ha. Yi Tianqiu chortled loudly. I'm going to recuperate in this mountain valley. If I let you go, you will definitely disclose this information. Furthermore, I don't have the habit of setting anyone free. A hint of bloodthirst twinkled in his eyes as he walked towards Yi Qingtang. Little beauty, Yi Tianqiu's eyes twinkled. Goodbye. Seeing that Yi Tianqiu was going to strike, Yi Qingtang seemed as though she was extremely petrified. No, fear was etched on Yi Qingtang's face. Yi Tianqiu sneered even deeper after seeing Yi Qingtang's reaction. He immediately accumulated a huge amount of force in his palm and slammed towards Yi Qingtang's crown. Swoosh! However, as he was launching this quick attack, what he never expected was that this extremely frail-looking beauty would strike at this moment. Almost instantly, Yi Qingtang struck with her palm in lightning speed. Boom! A deafening sound echoed the entire area when the two palms met. In the next second, Yi Tianqiu retreated over 10 steps in disbelief as he spat a streak of blood. You! Yi Tianqiu looked at Yi Qingtang in disbelief. Martial Qi Level 2. Second Heaven. At the same time, the expression of fear on Yi Qingtang's face vanished completely, and it was replaced with an evil smile. Yi Tianqiu's face was awfully pallid like that of a dead corpse, as he stared at Yi Qingtang disbelievingly. You! Yi Tianqiu was astounded. Me? An unknowing smile was hung on Yi Qingtang's lips. What about me? Damn woman! You're lying to me. Yi Tianqiu was ranked 9 on the assassination roll and was able to live in the world without being killed by the Sex and Formidable Heavens dynasty. How could he not be smart? Yi Tianqiu was not a fool. As long as he thought for a while, it was clear to him. The girl before him was not injured at all. Even more so, she laid a trap for him from the very start. Lying to you? Yi Qingtang raised her brows as she sneered. How can you say that? Isn't the spirit life flower here? Yi Tianqiu clenched his teeth tightly and wished he could shred Yi Qingtang into pieces. However, Yi Tianqiu, you don't have the ability to obtain this spirit life flower. I still must thank you for handing this spirit life flower to me. Laughter filled Yi Qingtang's eyes as she picked up the spirit life flower that escaped Yi Tianqiu's hands previously. Chapter 455. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. 3. This girl. How deep and vicious you are. Yi Tianqiu felt torn apart as he watched Yi Qingtang keep the spirit life flower away. He fought for the spirit life flower with his life, but it was ultimately a dowry for others. Vicious? Yi Qingtang could not help but laugh. If it were other girls who were not skilled enough and did not set such a trap for Yi Tianqiu, their ending would have been miserably tragic. Ha! Yi Qingtang scoffed coldly. If I didn't act like I'm weak and dumb, how could I lead you to snatch the spirit life flower and defeat both you and that Yunshao sect disciple? Given Yi Qingtang's cultivation, she was not able to defeat either Yi Tianqiu or the Yunshao sect disciple who was guarding here. Obtaining the spirit life flower from the Yunshao sect disciple was nothing but a pipe dream. Yi Tianqiu came knocking on the door himself and jumped into the hole. He could only be blamed for being innocently foolish. Now, the Yunshao sect disciple was killed by Yi Tianqiu while Yi Tianqiu was severely injured by the Yunshao sect disciple before he died. As such, Yi Qingtang had absolute control now. All this while, Yi Tianqiu did not think much of her and thus was not on his guard against her, especially when she attacked him earlier on when he was already injured. Facing someone at the first heaven of martial Qi level 3 who was full of weak points and even heavily injured, Yi Qingtang naturally had no fears. Everything was in Yi Qingtang's control. From the very start when Yi Tianqiu appeared, he was destined to be a dead man. Before she had any absolutely powerful martial skills, the brain was also a good asset which even surpassed martial skills at certain times. To repay you for helping me to snatch this spirit life flower. I've decided to lay you to rest in this mountain valley. What do you think? The corners of Yi Qingtang's lips tugged up. As she spoke, there was a crisp clang, and the demonic blood sword appeared, filling the air with a frightening demonic aura. You. Sensing Yi Qingtang's murderous intent, Yi Tianqiu was filled with horror. His combat capability decreased greatly when he was heavily injured by the Yunshao sect disciple before he died. Moreover, this girl launched a sneak attack on him earlier. With those injuries, the primordial qi in his body was erratic, and his blood flow was disorderly, causing his entire body to wobble. Not mentioning about fighting back, he was almost losing the strength to even stand straight. Puff! The moment the demonic blood sword was drawn out, the blood-colored sword aura seeped out like a mighty torrent. Before Yi Tianqiu knew what happened, his right arm was already chopped off by the demonic blood sword. Shrill cries escaped Yi Tianqiu's mouth as anger and unwillingness were evident on his face. He, Yi Tianqiu, had trampled around formidable Heaven's dynasty freely for over a decade, and he had never respected the most skilled and powerful formidable Heaven's royal. A living legend, he even dared to offend the Yunshao sect, yet never expected that he would lose his life in the hands of a female disciple of Xianling sect. Yi Tianqiu looked at Yi Qingtang as though he wanted to say something. However, Yi Qingtang did not give Yi Tianqiu any chance to speak, and a cold glint shone as she waved the demonic blood sword lightly. With a swoosh, a blood ripple was seen in the midair. In the next second, Yi Tianqiu's skull was flung into the sky, and large gushes of blood spouted out from his neck area like the spattering of rain which stained the entire ground red. Yi Tianqiu's head fell somewhere far away and rolled away like a ball, leaving a trace of blood on the ground. A headless body collapsed on the ground and gradually turned cold. Chapter 456, Great Harvest, 1. Yi Qingtang stared at Yi Tianqiu, whose head was separated from the body. Her eyes did not show any trace of pity, as countless women would suffer with this kind of person living in the world. Soon, Yi Qingtang walked forward and rated everything on Yi Tianqiu. She was not interested to take his head as she was not heading back to the sect. It was not very convenient to carry a human head with her. Yi Tianqiu had an old kung fu technique book and a bag of spirit stones with him. There was also a gold token. This is the token of the Assassination Alliance? Yi Qingtang was in deep thought as she stared at the token. The Assassination Alliance consisted of the most vicious people whose names were on the assassination roll. The dark gold token showed the identity and the position of the person in the Assassination Alliance. Yi Qingtang did not think much and kept the token away. She then threw the book at the side. Yi Qingtang had stepped into the Paragon realm in her previous life, and the martial skills that she cultivated were the Paragon skills. How would she be interested in the skills that a person with martial qi level 3 possessed? Yi Qingtang was most interested in the bag of spirit stones. Medium-grade spirit stones. Yi Qingtang opened the bag, and there were 12 spirit stones inside. The spirit stones were classified into superior, medium, and lower grades. Lower-grade spirit stones were sold in normal auctions and the treasure pavilion. They were very ordinary, and Yi Qingtang always fed them as snacks to her lightning dragon. The medium-grade spirit stones were different. A medium-grade spirit stone was worth more than 1,000 of lower-grade ones. It contained sufficient spirit energy for cultivators to absorb and upgrade their ability, and it could also be used as a currency. On the road of martial art cultivation, the stronger and more powerful you were, the more useless the gold and silver currency were. Gold and silver were completely useless if one reached the Yin-Yang True Lord level. The items in the top treasure pavilions and auctions were mostly divine weapons and paragon treasures, and gold and silver could never be used to purchase them. The currency in exchange would be medium-grade spirit stones. Gold and silver were the currency for the weak. The medium-grade and superior-grade spirit stones were the currency for the strong. The land that was more advanced did not even have gold or silver. The currency used was all superior-grade spirit stones or even stones with higher quality. The medium-grade spirit stones could be the main currency for the strong as they contained a large amount of spirit energy and could improve one's cultivation. Gold and silver were useless for strong cultivators. Tianqiu was at the martial qi level 3. It was not strange for him to have the medium-grade spirit stones. At this level, gold and silver slowly faded out of the currency and were replaced by medium-grade spirit stones. The spirit energy that a medium-grade spirit stone contained could be compared to 1,000 of lower-grade spirit stones. 12 of them were equal to 12,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Yi Qingtang was slightly delighted. 12 medium-grade spirit stones was not a small number, as the elder of the Xianling sect only received a few medium-grade spirit stones every month. 12 medium-grade spirit stones. If the spirit energy can be absorbed by the heart of the demon god, maybe I can break through to the third heaven of martial qi level 2, Yi Qingtang murmured to herself. For normal people, they might need at least a few hundred medium-grade spirit stones. However, Yi Qingtang was different, as she possessed the heart of the demon god. Yi Qingtang reaching the paragon level after 300 years since she left the sect in her previous life was all due to the heart of the demon god. Chapter 457 Great Harvest 2. Apparently, the medium-grade spirit stones only worked for cultivators at martial qi level 2. If one stepped into martial qi level 3, the amount of energy that the medium-grade spirit stones could provide would be very limited. Even Yi Qingtang required at least 1,000 of medium-grade spirit stones to advance her cultivation level. Yi Qingtang walked forward and stopped beside the corpse of the Yunshao sect disciple. She found another 5 medium-grade spirit stones from the Yunshao sect disciple and a silver color token. Yunshao token, Yi Qingtang sized up the token and muttered. The Yunshao token belonged to Yunshao sect disciples only, and it represented their identity. Yi Qingtang was slightly attracted to the token. The token might be useful in the future. Yi Qingtang then kept the token into her space ring. The harvest she had this time was way beyond her imagination. Previously, the best result she thought was to acquire the spirit life flower. However, besides the spirit life flower, she collected 17 medium-grade spirit stones from Yi Tianqiu and the Yunshao sect disciple. They were equal to 17,000 lower-grade spirit stones. She did not spend much energy, so the things were like given to her for free. After packing up everything, Yi Qingtang did not move far. She chose a remote cave nearby and sat down. She then took out all the medium-grade spirit stones. 17 spirit stones were covered by the primordial qi and floating in the air. Large amounts of spirit energy suddenly diffused out of the medium-grade spirit stones and lighted up the entire cave. Yi Qingtang spent one whole night to absorb the spirit energy from the spirit stones. Next day morning, when the sun just arose, the darkness in the cave was replaced by light. Rays of lights shone into the cave, and Yi Qingtang opened her eyes slowly. The 17 medium-grade spirit stones that were floating in the air previously had lost their initial luster. The scraps were useless now, as all the spirit energy was absorbed by Yi Qingtang. Third heaven of martial qi level 2, Yi Qingtang could feel her primordial qi flowing through her body. Joy filled her eyes. The effects of the medium-grade spirit stones were better than she expected. They strengthened her martial ability at mid-stage of the third heaven of martial qi level 2. She was very close to the late stage. If I had more medium-grade spirit stones, I may be able to reach the third heaven of the martial qi level 3 soon, Yi Qingtang murmured to herself. However, the medium-grade spirit stones were too precious. 17 of them could be considered as a large number, as they were equal to half a year's pay for the Xianling sect elders. More spirit energy would be needed to break through when she reached the third heaven of the martial qi level 2, and a dozen of medium-grade spirit stones were far from enough. Yi Qingtang did not bother about the spirit stones anymore. She decided to leave the scraps at the side, but when she just gathered the scraps together, the lightning dragon that was sleeping in her arms suddenly poked its head out. It shook its head and seemed to be looking for something. The lightning dragon had been exhausted since the incidents at the Spirit Condensation Mountain village. Yi Qingtang found some inferior-grade spirit stones to supplement it with energy, but the results were not great. Thus, it always slept in her arms. How come today it was so active? Yi Qingtang was curious. The lightning dragon had found the breath that excited it. It gazed at the scraps of spirit stones and slipped out of Yi Qingtang's arms. It swung its body and walked towards the scraps. When it reached the pile of scraps, it suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed all 17 of the leftover medium-grade spirit stones. Chapter 458 Unexpected Surprise 1. There was a subtle change in Yi Qingtang's expression as she stared at the lightning dragon. Most of the spirit energy in the medium-grade spirit stones had been absorbed by her, and the remaining energy could not be used by humans anymore, so they were considered useless. But she forgot that. The last trace of spirit energy that could not be obtained by people still could be used by lightning dragons, as they would swallow the entire stone. Though most of the spirit energy was used by Yi Qingtang, the remaining was still much more than the spirit energy that inferior grade spirit stones contained. No wonder the lightning dragon was so excited. Yi Qingtang smiled and watched the lightning dragon swallowing all the 17 medium-grade spirit stones. It laid beside her in satisfaction. Yi Qingtang could not help but poke its round belly gently. The lightning dragon swung its body lightly but was too lazy to move anymore. Its eyes narrowed comfortably. Yi Qingtang witnessed how satisfied the lightning dragon was and did not poke it anymore. She gently hugged it in her arms. This gave her a reminder that in future, if there were medium-grade spirit stones again, she must leave the scraps to this little dragon. After settling the lightning dragon, Yi Qingtang took out the spirit life flower from her space ring. Laughter filled her eyes as she sized up the spirit life flower. This was the treasure that Yi Yu was longing for. Yi Yu got her hands on it in last time around, and her spirit root was refreshed. The power of her spirit root became pure, and her ability improved at a faster pace. In this life, the spirit life flower did not belong to Yi Yu anymore and fell into her hands. Yi Qingtang did not hesitate and swallowed the spirit life flower. Other than a little sweetness, the taste was not special. After 4 hours, Yi Qingtang suddenly frowned as there was a wide breath circulating inside her body. Yi Qingtang's body felt like it was being beaten by hammers. Her limbs and body were shivering slightly. Yi Qingtang could clearly feel that her spirit root was surrounded by a weird power. The heart of the demon god seemed to be disturbed and awoken at the same time. It engulfed the weird power constantly and then channeled all the power to the spirit root. The whole process was unbearable for normal people. The spirit root was the foundation of a cultivator and their source of power. The refreshing process was painful and unbearable. Yi Qingtang's entire body was soaked with cold sweat, but she gritted her teeth and persevered without making any sound. The pain slowly faded after a long time. Yi Qingtang calmed her heart down and checked the situation of her spirit root. The orange color was brighter now, and her spirit root was radiating some kind of hot breath. The color was darkening, and eventually, the spirit root showed a golden yellow color. Yellow spirit root? Yi Qingtang was stunned, and her body trembled. It took her very long to realize what just happened. She also did not expect the effects of the spirit life flower to be so great. After the process, her orange spirit root had leveled up to a yellow spirit root. Leveling up a spirit root was extremely difficult, and it was even harder to do so on this land where there was insufficient spirit energy and obsolete martial civilization. However, her spirit root still leveled up under such conditions. Chapter 459 Unexpected Surprise 2. Before Yi Qingtang could think it through, the yellow spirit root that just transformed suddenly radiated an extremely hot breath. The breath spread like fire, rushing into every meridian inside her body. Arg! Even Yi Qingtang also groaned in pain. The cold sweat on her head was dripping like pearls from a broken string. Yi Qingtang's face was full of astonishment. Yi Qingtang immediately wanted to direct her primordial qi to counter the pain that was brought by the heat radiated from the spirit life flower. However, that did not help at all and instead caused the breath to be even hotter, as if she was surrounded by fire. Hot flames suddenly arose on from her arm to her entire body. Yi Qingtang was shocked. The flame engulfed her completely within a second and condensed into a sun-like shape. A bright glow filled the entire cave. Ugh! Under the light of the little sun, Yi Qingtang's expression showed that she was suffering in agony. It seemed that she might melt at any time. However, at the same moment, the heart of the demon god started beating. A ray of black light surrounded Yi Qingtang and protected her inside. The unbearable pain was then slightly relieved, and Yi Qingtang regained her consciousness. The little sun faded after 2 days. At the same time, when Yi Qingtang opened her eyes, a streak of light suddenly shot out of her eyes. Boom! The light crushed the wall of the stone into a brown powder. The Paragon Skill. Rise of the Phoenix. Yi Qingtang was stunned. She could not believe what had just happened. The level of one's spirit root was classified as red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The so-called Paragon skill was not an external martial skill. It was the only skill that could be understood from the spirit root. Only cultivators with yellow spirit roots and above could understand their own Paragon skills. It was extremely rare for one to understand the Paragon skill. Feng Moli was the only one in the Xianling sect who understood the Paragon skill, and that was the reason why he was valued so high in the sect. It was obvious how precious the Paragon skill was. Yi Qingtang lifted her arm slightly. A flower constructed by a golden flame emerged on her palm. The heat immediately spread out like fire. Yi Qingtang still remained in shock. That's weird. This does not look like the normal rise of the phoenix. Yi Qingtang frowned as she could not understand the Paragon's skill that came from nowhere. The normal rise of the phoenix stored some kind of energy in the body, but Yi Qingtang's rise of the phoenix merged the energy into her meridians. Even her primordial qi was also affected, and the color changed from pure white to gold. The Paragon's skill could never reach this level. Furthermore, the rise of the phoenix came very suddenly, and she was almost killed in the flame. If the heart of the demon god had not protected her just now, she might have been burned alive under the heat of the rise of the phoenix. She had never heard that the Paragon's skill was so dangerous that one might lose their life. Unless, Yi Qingtang seemed to realize something after a while. Her pupil contracted, and her face was filled with disbelief. Is it possible that this is not the normal rise of the phoenix but the ultimate origin skill? Yi Qingtang was totally taken aback by this thought.